I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 The Captain's Awakening. Not long after the goal was scored, referee Busaka blew the whistle to end the first half. Arsenal was 5 goals behind at 2-5. Arsenal should now think about how to lose less games. It is too embarrassing. Lee Yuxin's father, Lee Yugang, shook his head at this time. He came to support his son, but he saw his son's team being slaughtered crazily, and his wife was already in tears. Arsenal is still a little weak. Christian Wu was also beside him to comfort him. He didn't know how to talk to the old man. Such a game was too embarrassing. Not only him, the fans in the entire Arsenal fan stand were speechless. They came to support the team, not to be humiliated. In the Barcelona fan stand, the song Barcelona, Barcelona rang out. Some fans linked fireworks, and everyone was hugging and celebrating wildly, as if their second Champions League was already in their hands. In the Arsenal stand, there were faint cries from people, and some fans even began to leave early. This is simply torture. Uncle, otherwise, let's just leave early. Christian Wu was also a little reluctant to go down. He could accept losing, but Arsenal lost like this, and the old man was still here, and he was also worried that these two old men couldn't stand it. The one who was being slaughtered below was their son and the team that their lover had loved most since childhood. Li Yugang nodded, stood up and prepared to leave, but at this time, Nana turned her head. Everyone don't leave, the game is not over yet. What are you thinking about? Shuo also stood up, and at this time, she also spoke. We can go back earlier, and think of some way to comfort him. Besides, I don't want my child to see his father's defeat. Maybe, we can give him some gifts. First, I want to get what gift you are talking about. It's disgusting. Second, I won't leave, I want to finish the game. Arsenal lost. Christian Wu said, 2-5, they are finished. What else is there to be proud of in this game? The game is not over yet. Don't make a decision so early. And, he doesn't need comfort, he is not a 3-year-old child. Nana replied, I thought you were fans, why are you thinking about leaving at this time? Shuo blushed a little, I am a fan, but I care more about him. If he plays well, of course I will play, but if he doesn't play well, why should I stay here? I should go back earlier, think of a reason, and comfort is trauma. This is what I, and you, should do. This is a woman's job. I'm not leaving, and, you seem to have misunderstood what he wants, Nana said while looking at the court without turning her head. Shuo frowned but didn't say anything. Nana, think about how to comfort Yuxin. The game is over. Although Shuo spoke in English, Li Ke understood a few words. I think Arsenal may not lose. Nana's voice was very light, but several people asked in unison, why? Shuo and Chang Wen were still okay, but the tone of Christian Wu and Li Yuxin's father did not sound like questions, but more like a drowning person who encountered a piece of wood and couldn't help but want to grab it. I was just guessing. Nana's words made Christian Wu a little discouraged, but the second half of her sentence made everyone raise their heads again. There are 3 reasons. First, Arsenal hasn't given up yet. Nana pointed to the coaching booth, although the players on the field are now a little stunned, including Ning, who was shocked by the loss of 5 goals in the first half. But who have you noticed the sidelines just now? Wenger and Jidong, even when they lost the ball, still took notes and prepared to give instructions with a normal look. I don't know what you think, but I have only one idea. How big a heart and how good a psychological endurance do you have to remain calm in this situation? Such a heart is the heart of a champion. This reason made Christian Wu nod his head repeatedly. Yes, he also quite agreed with Wenger and Jidong's abilities, and now, Nana's words made him feel more confident. Although the Arsenal players on the field have been stunned by the 2 consecutive goals, Wenger and Jidong did not lose their footing at this time, and he is the brain of Arsenal. As long as he can think normally, Arsenal may still get back on the right track. And then, there is the last point. Arsenal's creed is to never walk alone. The players understand this, and the fans understand this. Even when they were 2-5 behind, the singing did not stop. Arsenal has the best fans, and the players' spiritual pillars have not collapsed. As long as we stand with them, they know who they are fighting for, and they will not fail. After talking for so long, Is there no tactical stuff at all? Cheng Wen laughed. Such words are just talk. Football is kicked, and spiritual power is useless. Your words, as a fan, are fine, but they are of no help at all. I'm just a little girl, I'm not a coach, so naturally I don't care about any tactics. Anyway, I don't understand them. Nana shrugged, but who said that these words are completely useless? At least, I can say this, which also illustrates a problem. Even I understand the truth, and Arsenal fans understand it too. The role of spirit is sometimes indeed insignificant. If the gap between tactics and technology is too big, it is useless. However, if the level of the two teams is similar and the gap is not big, then who can hold on to the end and who can be better in willpower can determine the outcome. The English team defeated the gentlemen of the Namuto Continental League in the 1980s without a Footballer of the Year, relying on this kind of thing. Nana pointed to the fans in the Arsenal fan stand. Listen, the Arsenal fans are singing. They have been forced to a dead end at this time. But I believe that they now have the ability and courage to fight back. This courage is not based on nonsense, not fraud, but on their sincere cooperation over the past year. Almost every one of them has been away from the field due to injuries and national team games, but each of them, in the name of Arsenal, has gone all out to fight against the opponent when their teammates are not there. Each of them has enough trust and absolute confidence in their teammates. They know how strong each other is, and they have supported each other all the way and experienced all kinds of difficulties. They also have enough feelings for this team. I believe that at this time, these things are the foundation for their turnaround. They will not lose just like that. They will create a miracle. No, perhaps, it should not be called a miracle, but it should be said that they deserve it. The mental outlook of a team can only be known after a season of games. The strength and will accumulated by this Arsenal team in this year, and the various difficulties and obstacles they have gone through, are enough to make them not shrink back when facing any difficulties. The game is not over yet. Shuo suddenly understood what Nana meant. He is a man, not a little boy. What he needs is not a rub and kiss after a fall, but someone who will stick with him and keep going when facing many difficulties, without retreating or bowing his head. It seems that I really did something wrong. After Arsenal fell behind 2-5, Rosicki, who was sitting on the ground, also felt a wave of powerlessness. How could a game be played like this? We have also faced countless strong teams this season, but we have never been so miserable against anyone. This season, there has never been a game in which Arsenal's door has never been knocked 5 times. When they were 1 goal behind, it could be said to be an accident. When they were 2 goals behind, there was still hope. But what about now? What else is there to say? After he got up, he found that most of his teammates had the same expression. Despair, confusion, at a loss, and helplessness. Jack, stand up and take a rest. You have to finish the game. Lee Yuxin walked to his side and pulled him up from the ground. Rosicki looked at him. At this time, Lee Yuxin was one of the few people in the team who still retained his fighting spirit. After all, he had played in the Champions League final and had much more confidence than Rosicki. But even he was at a loss at this time. Although the idea of turning the tables had appeared in his mind, how to do it specifically and how to prevent the game from turning into a massacre? Lee Yuxin didn't know either. He just knew that as the core and captain of Arsenal, he couldn't collapse. If he collapsed, the team would be finished. At this time, he had to hold on. But Barcelona is really too strong. Not only is it outstanding in strength, but also in mentality. Their suppression of Arsenal is meticulous and accurate, and it is very accurate. Lee Yuxin was controlled by them and could not play any role in the first half. And their offense is also the same. There is no player who wants to challenge the backline in a hurry. There is no arrogant single-handed fight or fancy skills. The 5 goals were all simple and quick counterattacks from the backcourt to the front court. The ball was sent into the penalty area after more than 10 passes. From the strength of the players to the tactical arrangements, it is an unquestionable strong team style. How to fight against such a team? Lee Yuxin had no idea. Although he had an idea to resist in his heart, his mind was blank. In the first half of the game, 3 goals behind, and it was a game like the Champions League final. Lee Yuxin couldn't accept such a game. No matter what, he had to fight back and let the opponent know how powerful he was. This was the only thought in Lee Yuxin's mind. However, at this time, his thoughts were already in a mess. All the analysis and calculations that could be done at other times were gone at this time. He couldn't calm down and couldn't think. Xavi, Iniesta, Messi. These names were too prominent, and their score of 2-5 made Yuxin not know how to think and how to counterattack. All he could do was rush to Barcelona's defense line with the ball like crazy. I want to attack, I want to attack, I want. But I don't know how to do it. Yuxin himself didn't know how to launch his attack. He could feel the flame burning in his chest, and he also found for the first time that he was so unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat. But what should he do? How to fight back? Yuxin didn't know. Barcelona's 5 goals shattered not only Arsenal's score, but also Arsenal's thoughts. Yuxin could hear his own panting, and could feel the tightness in his chest and the numbness in his nose. He knew that he could not show weakness, but he still could not remain calm in such a game. People are not machines, and they always have emotional fluctuations. To be optimistic after falling behind by 3 goals, you must be a person who has no shame at all. Obviously, Yuxin is not like that, so he can't help but feel confused. Arsenal is already in great danger. Chapter 327 Midfield Adjustment and the Captain's Awareness. 2-5. We're going to win. At halftime, etched walked into the locker room, whistled happily, turned around and said to his teammates, "I can't help but want to open the champagne to celebrate. We should celebrate. We won so beautifully." Arsenal was stunned. "Samuel, we haven't won yet." Puel saw that he was a little too proud, and couldn't help but say, "Don't be so proud. You all started hugging and celebrating in the player tunnel just now. What are you trying to do? You will stimulate the Arsenal people to fight desperately." "Captain, you worry too much?" Peak also spoke. "Do you know what I'm thinking? Athens. The eternal shame of our Barcelona. 1994. 4'0". We have created glory again. Continue to score more goals than them. Do you know what I'm thinking? In 1999, in the World Cup qualifiers, France played against Bulgaria. France had the advantage and wholly opened champagne in the midfield. But where were they in the 1994 World Cup? At home, they were defeated by Bulgaria in a reversal. Puel immediately responded, "Samuel is just saying it, don't take it too seriously." Xavi said. Puel nodded. After all, he knew that it was just talk. Opening champagne in the middle of the game was not something that professional players would do, and etched certainly wouldn't do that. "How are we going to play in the second half?" Iniesta said, changing the subject. "Keep attacking." Etched responded immediately. "We have a huge advantage, why not attack? If Thierry scores one more goal, it will be a hat-trick. Leo, maybe the 2 of us can also score a goal. This is a goal in the Champions League final. Let's keep controlling the game in the second half." Puel spoke again. "We have a 3-goal advantage. There is no need to attack for safety reasons. They have been scared by us, why don't they keep attacking? Their little captain just asked me, have you scored enough goals? How can you ever score enough goals? There is no need, and I don't think Arsenal will give up so easily. If they are so fragile, they would not have come here to see us." Puel hesitated. "Let's not do it. It's better to keep controlling the game." Did Gerardo also have a hard time in the first half? "We might continue to lose goals in the second half. You were also in the team in 2006. Why didn't you say enough was enough at that time? Is there so many problems for us to score a goal now? They're almost crying because of our kick. Why should we hold back? Just defeat them completely. I'm talking about the overall situation." Puel raised his head. "We haven't experienced the 1980s. We don't know how powerful and terrible the English teams are. I know. We should never be careful with such a team. After all, we lost to Arsenal in 2006. Why bring up something that happened 20 years ago? In my eyes, Arsenal is a team that we beat 2-5 at halftime. They were completely defeated tactically and technically. What can they do to compete with us? I don't know. I'm not God. I only know that England didn't have a Footballer of the Year in the 1980s, but they still played a game that the whole of Europe couldn't compete with. I only know that in 1994, we were unanimously praised before the game, but ended up losing by 4 goals. Football is not a deck of cards. It's useless to have an advantage in appearance. No matter how good the cards are, you can't win if you don't play well. It's always a boring cliché. Enough, shut up." Henry raised his head. "We've already won, why are you still arguing? Josep, you're the coach, say something." "There's nothing to say. Like you said, we've already won." Guardiola didn't know what to say. Puel and etched were both bigwigs in the locker room. Why did they start arguing at this time? There's no harm in being safe, but we can't lose the temperament of a wealthy club. I think, in the second half, we should deal with it according to specific circumstances. What you said is the same as if you didn't say anything. Pual gave him a look. Can't you just say it quickly, whether it's attack or defense? You decide for yourselves, you're not children anymore. As players, you're in the situation after all, and you know it better than us coaches. Guardiola said with a serious look, we have a huge advantage. Anyway, we're going to win no matter what. How we should play is not a problem. As long as you can unite and cooperate and work together, no matter how you play, you'll win. At this time, Guardiola had decided that after winning the championship, he would clean up the unruly cheetahs. He would have enough power after he became successful. Thinking of Wenger and Ferguson, he knew that even in this disastrous defeat, Wenger would still be the godfather of Arsenal as long as he didn't resign. Ferguson was still the king of Manchester United despite consecutive defeats, and he wanted to have such a status too. Arsenal lost 2-5 at halftime. No one dared to believe in such a game. When they walked into the tunnel, they went inside. Barcelona players high-fived, hugged, and celebrated the first half results, as if they had already won the game. The heart-piercing pain kept coming. No matter who it was, the opponent had already started celebrating the victory just after halftime. How could it not hurt? Alonso and Gerrard both lowered their heads, and no one was willing to speak. What were they thinking? Maybe everyone was like Yuxin himself, thinking nothing. What else could they think? 2-5 at halftime, a complete loss. What else could they say about competing with Barcelona? The draw lasted less than a minute, and the other team's three powerful forwards had scored 5 goals, while Arsenal didn't even have a decent attack. It's not right to admit defeat easily, but how to turn the tables? Let's talk about tactics. At this time, Wenger's voice sounded again. For the second half of the game, we need to make some tactical adjustments. We have already lost, boss. When Walcott raised his head, his eyes were already red. There are still 45 minutes left, and we have hope until the last minute. Wenger looked at everyone. Didn't we also have to score 3 goals to qualify in the group stage that year? We did it. That was a Greek team, and this is Barcelona. Fabregas also raised his head. There was a strange look in his eyes, confusion, hope, determination, and all of them. Yes, they are different, so I want to analyze the tactics for you. Do you want to listen? At the same time, he took the notebook from Ji Dong's hand. Wenger's words made everyone present not know what to say. The head coach's strange confidence and courage made them all calm down. Our problem was the wrong formation. In the second half we made a substitution. Thomas came off and Aaron came on, Wenger said. Remember how we played against Chelsea? We dealt with them the same way we dealt with Barcelona. 451 formation? This was a bold idea. Barcelona's defense has loopholes. Although their other links are good, in order to maintain sharp and smooth ball control, they put Iniesta instead of Alexander. Their front line of the penalty area is not well protected, and in the second half of the game, our physical advantage will be greater. Lee and Gareth, keep attacking their back defense, and use your impact advantage to create loopholes in their penalty area defense. Cesc, you have the biggest problem. What you need to do is to run more. Suppress and affect Xavi's pass. And you yourself have to improve your one-touch passing and pay more attention to choosing the timing of a breakthrough. No more mindless breakthroughs. Aaron, after the substitution, you and Russ will set up the defense and the midfield and control Messi, and their attack will be blocked. As long as they don't counterattack, we will have interrupted their attack. And the insertions and cuts in from the wing should be increased to help Joey open the defense and don't let him face the opponent's defense alone. Wenger kept emphasizing his tactical deployment on the tactical board. He didn't blame anyone, didn't say anything big, and didn't talk about honor. He just kept talking about the tactical deployment. Wenger's voice kept coming, and gradually the players on the scene began to regain their determination. No blame, no encouragement, no boasting, just a plain and simple tactical description. What about the Champions League final? In Wenger's eyes, it seemed that this was just a simple little thing, as if catching up, equalizing, and reversing were all natural things. Can we really do it? No one knows the answer to this question. But at this time, at least everyone's heart is no longer panic and nervous. We haven't lost yet, the coach is still arranging tactics, and there are still 45 minutes of games. Everything can happen. Why should we give up? Indeed, the opponent is very strong, but it is not the first time we have faced a strong enemy. Juventus, Chelsea, Real Madrid, Manchester United, we have faced countless strong enemies, but now, they have all been killed by us. Is it impossible for us to deter them and defeat them again? It was not easy for us to come this far. We were able to get to where we are today not because of our strong strength. We were able to hold on because we never showed weakness to any enemy. We were able to get to where we are today because we fought hard, didn't we give up, and relied on our persistence. Wenger was still talking, but his voice was getting faster and faster, and even a little out of tune. There was a German accent in his English, and when he spoke fast, it was inevitable that it became a mixture of German and English. He was also nervous, so nervous that he couldn't even speak well. Who wouldn't be nervous when they were 2-5 behind? But he didn't give up. He knew that it was difficult to catch up after falling behind by 3 goals, but he was still making tactical adjustments and working hard to win. The coaches didn't give up, so why should we? It's hard to say whether we will win or lose, and it's really hard to make a comeback. But if we don't make an effort and just give up, we will be sorry for ourselves. A year of hard work will only be revealed today. Everyone knows how difficult Arsenal is. We only have a dozen players. Now, sitting on the bench are a group of people who will leave the team in the summer. We are fighting to the death. If we don't fight for our lives, what else do we have? There are still 45 minutes, the game is not over yet, and everything can happen. We are a whole, the coach has not given up yet, why should we give up? Arsenal is a whole, if one person doesn't give up, we will not give up. It's just falling behind, not losing, isn't it just scoring 3 goals in the second half? We have done it before, and this time, we can do it too. We haven't lost yet, and there is still a chance to win back the game. We can't give up easily until the last minute. We haven't lost yet, the game is not over yet, and we have a chance. We still have a chance. We won't lose so easily. Guys, Barcelona played well in the first half. Wenger finished speaking, and the time was up, but Yuxin still spoke to everyone. In the first half, we played badly. But fortunately, there is still the second half. Guys, our time is up. Let the Barcelona people know that we are not so easy to bully. Yuxin was furious, and his belief was even stronger. When he lost the ball at the beginning, he didn't think it was a big deal. It was not a reflection of strength, but luck. When he lost 2 goals, he began to make plans. As long as he scored a goal, the morale would be restored, and Arsenal would have room to breathe. But before the plan was done, Arsenal lost the 5th goal. He didn't know what supported his hope of not giving up. Just want to win the championship? No, definitely not. Victory, honor, fame, these things, when people are most vulnerable, are all worthless. Paranoia and greed cannot help people get through despair. Things that can make people not give up are more important than these. He remembered what the fans said when they talked about their love for the team. What supports the team is not hatred, not resentment, not complacency and excitement, but love. The fans here love the team. They never leave, and Liverpool has not won the league championship for many years, but they still sing "Never Walk Alone" and keep going with the team. The players here also love the fans. They try their best to fight every game, and they can pay any price for the excitement of the fans. This team has experienced a lot of things, injuries, star departures, transfer rumors, but they all persisted. Smicer didn't have any chances for a season, but he was still willing to stay, and he could say no to the $200,000 weekly salary of Chelsea and Manchester City, not to mention those who played with injuries and sacrificed their positions. Mutual emotions are the biggest driving force to support this team. Liverpool will never walk alone because each of them carries the emotional sustenance from the fans and the strong support from teammates, and they are willing to give everything for their teammates. These are the foundations of the team's comeback. With these things, even though they are behind, the team will not collapse, and the players will not give up. In their hearts, they still have plans for a comeback. Today's first update, we need to design the fight in the second half. Chapter 328, Counterattack Storm. At the beginning of the second half, Barcelona continued to attack, while Arsenal set up the bus and began to press in the midfield. The young substitutes Ramsey and Bale pressed hard and spared no effort to defend. While such defensive adjustments in the backcourt can ensure that no goals are lost, the biggest adjustment in the front-court attack is to put Bale in the front midfield position. Wenger does not ask Bale to break through the opponent's defense, but putting him in the front has a great effect. His speed and strong body can play a good role in impacting the defense. Pual and Alves can't defend him. With him, Yaya Toure and Peak will have to divide a lot of energy. In this way, it is difficult for the opponent's defense to maintain the systematic blockade of Li Yuxin just now. Wenger believes that as long as there are loopholes in the opponent's defense, Li Yuxin will be able to make good use of them. When Wenger was thinking about these, he didn't expect that Arsenal's goal would come so quickly. After Ramsey got the ball, he passed the ball to Walcott on the left. After Walcott got the ball, facing Silvio's defense, he didn't have any good way. When Walcott ran over to meet him, he gave the ball to Walcott. Walcott received the ball, and when Yaya Toure ran up, Walcott took the ball 2 steps to the left and ran to the side. Fabregas, who was advancing, led Yaya Toure away. At the same time, Li Yuxin was thinking about how to get back the score. He has watched quite a few La Liga games this season, but he has never had any ideas about how to deal with Barcelona. But at this time, Li Yuxin thought of some ways. And Zidane also reminded that it is not to hit the ground, but to hit the sky. Although Arsenal is a ground flow, after all, it is a Premier League team. Heading is a compulsory course. Barcelona has lost a lot of goals this season, and among their lost goals, there are many in one way. A cross from the 30-degree angle on the side, a header in the penalty area. Although Barcelona's wing defense has always been good, they are a team that values the middle more than the wing. Although they attach great importance to preventing inside cuts, their defense against crosses from the wing is not good. Although Peak and Pual in the penalty area have good defense and good header ability, their defense cannot be comprehensive in the front header in the mobile war. Barcelona's penalty area lacks protection at the front. Xavi is not a good defender, Iniesta's defense is not good, and Yaya Toure's task is not here. Crossing the ball near the 30-degree angle of the wing and heading the ball in the front of the midfield are indeed one of Barcelona's offensive methods that are extremely difficult to defend now. When it comes to the ability of midfielders to compete for headers, when Li Yuxin is in the middle, this is Arsenal's shortcoming. Even if Barcelona gives a chance, Li Yuxin's header is not enough to create a miracle. But when Li Yuxin reaches the middle, this is no longer a shortcoming. If we talk about the ability to header the ball in the back row, Li Yuxin is definitely the best one. His tall stature and excellent impact force ensure that this is his advantage. I should take a gamble. Li Yuxin now felt that his mind was becoming clear again. The panic and frustration in the first half were gone. He could now conceive and plan the attack again. Now, he could read Barcelona's shortcomings and how to take advantage of these small shortcomings. When he turned around, he saw that Silvio, who was defending on the wing, did not press forward immediately. This was also normal. After all, this position was not a good position. Silvio was also defending Walcott's cross from the bottom. After all, this was not his main way of attack. It was this fleeting opportunity that allowed Walcott to pass the ball directly into the penalty area. The ball flew directly into the penalty area. In the penalty area, Bale pulled away Pual's defense, and Li Yuxin rushed to the position. He jumped up to meet the ball. When the ball came, his position was still a little over the line, but he still jumped up and leaned back. He suddenly threw his head back, and with a look back at the moon, he rubbed the ball to the back point. Valdez was a step slower for a moment, but in that time, Li Yuxin scored a goal. Goal. Li. Arsenal has started to counterattack. Our offensive has begun. Li scored a goal that made thousands of Arsenal fans happy. Arsenal's attack has now begun. Li rushed to the stands. He and his teammates clapped their hands one by one, and waved his arms vigorously towards his teammates. His goal immediately ignited the Arsenal stand. This is the counterattack that everyone has been waiting for a long time. This is the football that Arsenal should have. At this time, the players also roared in a general way. The horn has sounded, and now it is time for a full-scale counterattack. When David Watson shouted that Arsenal began to counterattack, Arsenal was still 3-5 behind. But at this time, he did not think that there was anything wrong with what he said. Arsenal's momentum has returned. Arsenal, which has recovered its breath, is a team that no one can underestimate. This season, he had seen too many times that Arsenal stood up from desperate situations. This goal made the fans who were almost desperate, as if they were injected with a shot of cardiac tonic, and they instantly became energetic. In the stands of Arsenal, cheers were heard. Arsenal people ushered in the counterattack they had been waiting for a long time. It was just a goal. Guardiola sat in his seat, without any action, just chewing gum hard to relieve his anxiety. Is it luck or strength? It doesn't seem like luck, but if Arsenal people really have this kind of strength, how could they be kicked into -0? Guardiola doesn't like to do this kind of analysis. When he is on the court, he likes lazy balls more often than making any changes. First of all, his personality determines him to do this. After all, he has a good temper and doesn't want to offend anyone. He doesn't like to change people casually. Although sometimes he can indeed see the problems of the players, he always thinks that if he waits a little longer, he may be able to turn it around. He likes to believe in his players. He always feels that his players can do these things. In addition, the reason he does this is because he has enough confidence in his pre-war arrangements. It is like a work of art that he has carefully designed. It is not easy to break it by himself. Let's wait. Guardiola went to the court. Adjusting the deployment on the field is not something he likes, nor is it something he is good at. Moreover, it is just a loss of the ball. It is too much to trust the players to make adjustments at this time. They should be able to adjust themselves, right? At this time, Guardiola did not realize that Fabregas's goal was not just a point. This goal was also the horn of Arsenal's counterattack. They did not admit defeat. Now, they started to attack. Arsenal's fans all stood up. The loss of the ball in the first half made their hearts cold, but Fabregas's goal rekindled their fighting spirit. Arsenal has not lost yet, and the game is not over yet. As long as there is still a breath, there is still hope. When you go through a storm, please hold your head high. Don't be afraid of the darkness. At the end of the storm is a golden sky and the sweet song of the lark. Go through the wind, go through the rain, even if your dream is dim. Go forward, with a hope in your heart. Go forward, you will never walk alone, you will never walk alone. No song is more suitable for Arsenal at this moment. The gradually high-pitched singing made the Arsenal players regain their lost confidence. They connected with the fans, and the victory began to become clearer and more real. We still have a chance, we haven't lost yet. On the other side of the field, the Barcelona players were not satisfied with the loss of the ball. During the halftime break, they thought that this game would be a remake of the 1994 final, but they were pulled back so quickly. Such a game is not perfect. However, it was indeed their own fault to lose this ball. Barcelona has always lost this kind of ball this season, and their defensive problems have always existed. Because of this, Barcelona people did not think that they were doomed to lose. This problem was their problem, that they were not perfect enough, not that Arsenal was stronger. But at this time, what does it matter if it is not perfect? Anyway, we are sure to win. One goal is easy to deal with, but the gap of 3 goals is not so easy to make up. Barcelona's arrogant mentality has not completely faded, and this immediately became the beginning of another attack by Arsenal. After scoring a goal, Arsenal began to gradually regain their confidence. Scoring a goal is not a big deal, but the confidence it brought made Arsenal excited. Barcelona is no longer an indestructible team in front of them. If they can cut the first wound on Barcelona, they can cut the second wound. Fabregas's raised arms represent not only the cheers of Arsenal's goal, but also Arsenal's fearless belief. What makes Arsenal even happier is that their backcourt finally successfully defended Messi. In the first half, Messi was almost unstoppable in Arsenal's defense. His breakthrough ability made Arsenal suffer a lot. In the second half, Ramsey's appearance blocked Messi. Barcelona has not yet reacted, but Wenger has achieved the effect of his change of tactics. Messi's breakthrough in the midfield is not as strong as imagined. His breakthrough ability is very strong, but more often, it depends not only on his superb skills, but also on his outstanding mind and talent. He can always choose the best breakthrough route, and then break through with top-level steps. Often when breaking through, the first person changes direction, the second person dribbles the ball, and the third person dunks the ball. It is very common to break through the midfield in one breath. This kind of clever passing is strong, but it still has a big problem. Messi is a white man after all, and his short stature makes him have what a general front court does not have, so his agility and small-scale skills are greatly utilized. In Barcelona, his job is more about accelerating the advancement, rather than cutting into the opponent's defense when facing dense defense. Guardiola's tactical arrangement played his role in ability very well. He let Xavi take on the task of controlling the ball in the midfield, and in the front court, let Henry, Messi and Eto'o score goals together, relying on their cooperation to make up for their lack of ability to cut into dense defense. Ramsey is not enough to deal with Messi, because Messi has a small pace and a large change of direction, which is exactly what Ramsey can't deal with. But after he came on the court, relying on the experience of Lost Diarra, plus the help of Ramsey and Bale, the two of them slowed down Messi's counterattack. Messi can still break through an attack, but after losing the speed advantage between offense and defense, his existence is not very meaningful. Barcelona's counterattack pace was curbed, and Arsenal began to control the situation. At the same time, the increase in the number of people in the front court also gave Arsenal one more person in the midfield. Ramsey and Bale went to defend, allowing Fabregas to focus more on passing, which also made Arsenal's attack immediately improve. After Lee Yuxin retreated a few steps, several people in the midfield passed the ball to each other. Ramsey, Fabregas, Lee Yuxin, and several people passed the ball back and forth several times, which also made Yaya Touré, who was running back and forth in the middle, a little anxious. And this time, when the ball was at Lee Yuxin's feet again, Yaya Touré didn't care about what Guardiola said. "This kid has been blocked by us for nearly 50 minutes. It's nothing great. Why can't we deal with him?" If the score of the game is still deadlocked, Yaya Touré will definitely be very obedient and play according to Guardiola's instructions. But at this time, Barcelona's advantage is already very large, which makes Yaya Touré have some ideas in his mind. He is not underestimating the enemy, but has the idea of confronting Lee Yuxin alone. Although theoretically, it is indeed a disadvantage for defensive players in one-on-one situations, Yaya Touré has enough confidence in himself. He believes that he can still stop Lee Yuxin. Although he knew that his confidence was unfounded, he felt that if he didn't try, he would not be satisfied. Barcelona won, but he played like a sticky candy throughout the game, and he felt embarrassed to rely on his teammates to deal with Lee Yuxin. He didn't play well this year. There have been rumors that he was leaving Barcelona. And for some reason, Barcelona was thinking about reusing the little guy Busquets, just because the boy was a Barcelona youth player and he was an outsider, so he was getting more and more angry. And now, facing a team that was slaughtered by Barcelona with 5 goals in the first half, he still had to play cautiously, and he was a little unconvinced. He wanted to prove that he could deal with Lee Yuxin. When Lee Yuxin took the ball, he was ready for Yaya Touré's pressure and Pique's simultaneous pressure behind him. But this time, to his surprise, Yaya Touré did not press him when he was in front of him, but went around in front of him and tried to steal the ball directly from in front of him. This is not in line with Barcelona's defensive habits. Lee Yuxin thought of this problem while he turned around to protect the ball. Stam did not rush to grab the ball, but Yaya Touré came to press. Although Stam was still preparing to intercept Lee Yuxin, at this time, Lee Yuxin was already facing the most relaxed moment of the whole game. When he turned back, Yaya Touré was still pulling him. Lee Yuxin knew that the opportunity was fleeting and there was no hesitation. With his back to the goal, he suddenly swung his right foot to push the ball to the right, and then used his right foot as the axis to turn around with one foot. He broke free from Yaya Touré's defense with his own strength and faced the goal. No one pressed. This was the only chance. Lee Yuxin did not make any more adjustments. Although he was still nearly 30 meters away from the goal at this time, he knew that this was his only chance. He stood still with his right foot and suddenly kicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, blasting the ball into the goal. Yaya Touré's sliding tackle was a step late. He only made this one mistake throughout the night, but it gave Lee Yuxin the chance to shoot. When he turned around, he saw a hole in the penalty area. Puel and Valdez were in good positions, but Lee Yuxin's shooting angle was surprisingly aimed at the position where Bale was standing in the penalty area. Bale in the penalty area was very alert and dodged to the side. With a twist of his waist, the football flew past him with a sound of wind, blowing up his jersey, and at a very fast speed, it flew into the goal along the goal post. Goal. The ball is in. The ball is in. Lee. Arsenal scored another goal. In just 4 minutes, Arsenal scored 2 goals in a row. The score is 4-5. Arsenal's extremely important goal. Arsenal is very close to an impossible reversal. Scoring 2 goals in a row in 5 minutes also made the entire Arsenal excited. Score another one. Kolo Touré roared at the players on the field. Ramsey and Fabregas responded at the same time. Lee Yuxin rushed to his teammates. Fabregas hugged him and threw him up, and then they all hugged each other. Fabregas opened up the space, Ramsey passed the ball, Bale dodged smartly, and Lee Yuxin shot the goal. This shot made Arsenal close to Barcelona again. Arsenal's players were already excited. Heaven came too fast, and they were not ready. After scoring 2 goals in 5 minutes, Arsenal's momentum has returned. Arsenal fans can already look forward to something. Arsenal did not admit defeat. Now Arsenal has indeed woken up. Mortensen excitedly praised Arsenal's performance. Such a team can be regarded as a team that has played with a momentum and level it should have. On the Arsenal stage, people laughed and applauded loudly, and some people took off their jerseys and waved them in front of their wounds. The 2 consecutive goals brought back their momentum. They thought that if they could score 2 goals in a row, they would be able to reverse the game. Okay, a 5,000-word chapter. Chapter 329: Opportunities and Dangers. If I were a Barcelona fan, I would smash the TV after watching this kind of game. Watching the game, Mendes said something fiercely after a long time. Although he is an agent, he is still a fan. Since he started watching football, he supports Barcelona more than Arsenal. Just now, although he was unhappy, he also secretly admired Barcelona in his heart, but it has only been a while, and it has become such an ending. How can people suppress their impulses in this game? Arsenal's game is simply a heartbeat. Forget it, I was thinking about how to comfort him just now, and now I may have to congratulate him. Christian Wu also smiled bitterly. Nana didn't say anything, but she clenched her fists. At this time, she was speechless, and a feeling of pride or excitement rolled in her heart. Such a game is indeed exciting. Arsenal will definitely win, for sure. Nana said to herself. Of course, look at the stands, they're going crazy. Shuo looked at the Arsenal stands and said with some envy, they must be going crazy with joy now. If I were in their place, I'd be going crazy with joy too. It's only been a while, and the game is already tied at 4-5. In this game, Arsenal actually played so beautifully. It's hard to say. The opposing coach hasn't made any adjustments yet. Forget it, why worry about those things at this time, and Guardiola has never been good at making adjustments. As long as Arsenal doesn't have any problems, this game is obviously a game that Arsenal has a greater chance of winning. Don't say that, it's unlucky. Nana interrupted them quickly. Arsenal has suffered a lot of injuries this season and can't withstand this kind of curse. If it comes true, we'll be in trouble. The 2 shut up and turned their attention back to the game. At this time, Guardiola still hadn't made any adjustments. Although he had noticed that the situation was not good, it was only 60 minutes after all. If he made a substitution at this time, the players who were replaced would be very unhappy. Guardiola still had some concerns. He didn't want to hurt the players' self-esteem. But he didn't care. Someone would still speak up. When Puel took the ball and handed it to Tu solemnly, he also grabbed his hand and shook it hard. Samuel, I was wrong in the locker room just now. Now, I listen to you. Let's attack all the way. Itu didn't say anything, but he lowered his head. He knew that Puel was not wrong. If Barcelona really had the intention to control the game as soon as it came on the court, Arsenal would not have scored 3 goals in a row. The front court wanted to attack, and the back court wanted to be safe. Barcelona's previous game had coordination errors and disconnection between the front and back positions, which led to the goal. At this time, Puel spoke like this, undoubtedly wanting to put the overall situation first. Itu was not someone who didn't know what was good and what was bad. He certainly knew that at this time, what was needed was sincere cooperation, not quarreling. At this time, the people of Barcelona began to reorganize the offensive. Arsenal, who had scored 3 goals in a row, also began to get a little excited. They made a lot of mistakes in their play. After Walcott's cross was received by Puel, Puel immediately made a long pass and launched an attack. At this time, Arsenal's players also found that Barcelona's attacking method had changed. Messi was marked very tightly and could not form an effective and rapid advancement. Originally, Arsenal thought that doing so would be enough to block Barcelona's offensive, but who would have thought that Barcelona did not stop the offensive? On the contrary, they changed their way of playing. Itu began to retreat significantly to get the ball. He rushed forward directly from the middle and sought to break through with the ball. This change was unexpected for Arsenal. After all, in this game, it was Messi who broke through all the time, and Itu was doing the job of running and responding. Now, he retreated to get the ball and broke through, and Messi became a non-ball running response. This made the Arsenal players a little overwhelmed, not knowing which one to focus on. Messi's breakthrough in the first half of the game made Arsenal suffer a lot, and also forced Arsenal to change their defensive strategy. It too has not been very outstanding in the past 2 years. He has transformed into an all-around centre forward in the past 2 years, and his abilities have become more and more comprehensive. However, even so, people still cannot ignore that when he became famous in his early years, he relied on his ability to attack. Although due to tactical reasons, he no longer has the explosive power to deal with the Real Madrid defense line on his own, but even so, he is still one of the best forwards in the world. His retreat has increased the pressure on Arsenal's defense, and Ramsey and Fabregas have to start pressing forward in order to be able to defend him. But at this time, another attacker of Barcelona, Iniesta, also quietly moved up. He did not choose to appear in the middle, but chose to run to the left to attack. He could see that Arsenal's attack was launched from the middle, so launching an attack from the side should be effective. And at this time, Iniesta, Messi, Eto'o, and Henry had quietly formed an attack line. In Barcelona's attack and defense transition again, when Pirlo passed a ball to Iniesta's feet, Iniesta ran forward across the center line with the ball, without running any more, and kicked the ball to the left. Messi had quickly caught up with the position and got the ball, and in the penalty area, Henry ran to the front point, while Eto'o was at the back point. After Messi turned around, he made a ground pass and sent the ball into the penalty area. Fabianski attacked decisively this time. He rushed before Henry and judged the landing point correctly, but his outstretched hand failed to catch the ball. Although the ball Messi passed was not very curved, it was spinning. Fabianski made a mistake in judgment because he was unable to hold the ball firmly in his hand. In a hurry, Fabianski raised his arm and hit the ball out. This made Henry unable to send the ball into the penalty area in time. When the ball landed, it was already beside him. He immediately turned and ran to the left, leaving space. At this time, the ball was at Eto'o's feet behind him. Fabianski himself had not yet stood firm, and he immediately made another flying dive towards Eto'o, but Eto'o would not make such a mistake in the penalty area. He chose to shoot very calmly, and the ball slipped past Fabianski and flew towards the goal. And this time, the person who appeared on the goal line was Ramsey, who was desperately returning to defense. He stretched out his right leg and swept it suddenly, blocking Eto'o's close and determined shot from the bottom line. Ramsey. Aaron Ramsey. He repaid Benitez's trust with his performance. Ramsey stood by the goal post. He couldn't believe that he blocked Eto'o's shot. Ramsey slapped the goal post hard and roared to celebrate his performance. His performance caused cheers from the surroundings. Such a player is enough to satisfy the fans. The singing of Arsenal fans rang out. No matter where they are tomorrow, now, everyone who insists on playing on the field for Arsenal is worthy of the fans' wholehearted admiration. Gallas hugged him, and then yelled at the front court, "Watch out for them. Watch the defense." Barcelona played well for half of the first half, and Arsenal played well for 20 minutes in the second half. Now, the strengths of both sides began to play out, and the game entered a white-hot stage. Liverpool's tenacious defense was obviously beyond Milan's expectations. Eto'o was also somewhat impressed by Liverpool's tight defense. Even the goalkeeper was passed, and the empty goal could go wrong. A guy who made a joke this season and was regarded as a laughingstock in the world of football actually blocked his shot in front of the goal. Is this a matter of luck or real skill? Eto'o didn't know. In fact, he would rather the opponent's skill was high than his own bad luck. Even if it was the world's top defender, how much chance would it have to block Eto'o's shot on the goal line? How could such a thing happen to someone who had caused big trouble before? But we still have a chance. Seeing that the time was only more than 70 minutes, Eto'o firmly believed that he still had a chance. Soon, Milan got another chance. Once again, Eto'o rushed up from the middle. A dozen meters away from the penalty area, Eto'o returned to the midfield and received a pass from Kaká. He turned around, dribbled the ball, and passed Heyman in front of him. Then he accelerated 2 steps, changed direction in 1 step to avoid Hypia's position, and entered the penalty area. He ignored Henry, who ran out of the vacant space on the right, and chose to do it himself. He saw Fabianski's position, did not make excessive adjustments, and kicked the ball to the lower right corner of the goal. Fabianski was a little too late to defend, but Clichy, who had been chasing back with Eto'o, suddenly rushed forward at this time. He had no time to turn around and face the goal like Eto'o, but at this time, he stretched out his right leg and blocked Eto'o's shooting line. This blocked kick made Eto'o's shot hit his leg directly. Eto'o used a lot of force, and Clichy's block was less than 1 meter away from his shooting point. This block made the ball fly out of the baseline. It too reluctantly stepped back 2 steps, and at this time, he noticed that Clichy was lying in the penalty area and couldn't get up. Gail. Fabianski came over. "I think there's something wrong with my leg." Clichy raised his head and answered with some difficulty. Clichy's explosive power has always been an advantage. Just now, he rushed over and stretched out his legs, but he still pulled the muscles in his legs. After all, he was tired, and his legs were pulled by a too powerful shot. The game had to be suspended at this time, and on the sidelines, the team doctor immediately came up with the answer after a simple examination. Substitution, Wenger chose to replace Ebao. Chapter 330 The Decisive Moment. Arsenal's defense is now facing a huge problem. But it was when the Barcelona players were relaxed that Arsenal launched another attack. After the corner kick, Yaya Touré, who grabbed the first point, failed to exert force well, and the ball was pushed to Gala's feet. Gala quickly passed a ball to Lee Yuxin. At this time, although Lee Yuxin was near his own penalty area, Yaya Touré immediately came up. It was so tight. Lee Yuxin ran 2 steps towards his own penalty area, and then when Fabregas came over, he suddenly turned left, made a circle, dodged Yaya Touré, and turned around. At this time, Lee Yuxin was less than 10 meters away from his own penalty area. Beside him, Yaya Touré followed closely, and in front of him were the Barcelona players who quickly returned to defense. Lee Yuxin suddenly accelerated and began to attack. Is this guy crazy? He wants to rush over alone? Yaya Touré was a little unbelievable, but he still followed Lee Yuxin's footsteps closely. At this time, Xavi in front of Lee Yuxin had already stopped. He had no time to return to defense, knowing that he was the first barrier to stop Lee Yuxin. But Lee Yuxin accelerated and stepped in front of him, then did a Marseille's turn and flashed past Xavi. Xavi did not expect that Lee Yuxin could do such a move in one go at such a fast speed. He stretched out his foot a step slower, and Lee Yuxin had already flashed past. He stretched out his hand to grab Lee Yuxin's jersey to stop Lee Yuxin, but forgot that he was also turning around. Instead, he was tilted by Lee Yuxin's strength and slid to the ground. At this time, Lee Yuxin had already rushed to the vicinity of the center circle. It too met him from the side. Lee Yuxin controlled the ball and accelerated to change direction, avoiding his interception. It too decisively chose to tackle, but Lee Yuxin paused and lightly picked it up, jumping over his feet. Then, he accelerated again. But at this time, the Barcelona players' defense line had almost all returned. Pique immediately found Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin swayed 2 steps to the left and right, which led to Pique scrambling. He dribbled the ball and turned around, passed him and rushed into the penalty area. Yaya Touré had already caught up and squeezed him tightly beside him. Lee Yuxin suddenly dribbled the ball and moved away. But at this time, Pual and Abidal also blocked the space in front of Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin accelerated again and ran towards the baseline. Yaya Touré, who had just been passed, just turned around and tried to block, but was left behind by him again. But at this time, the angle Lee Yuxin faced was already very small. Without turning around, Lee Yuxin directly kicked the ball with his heel and kicked it to the front of the penalty area. Bale appeared there, he faced the ball, used all his strength, and volleyed it hard, hitting the ball towards the goal. Pual saw his shot, he rushed over, and while jumping up, he also turned his body and blocked Bale's powerful shot with his back. The football hit Pual's back, flew high up, and rushed directly into the sky. When it fell down, it was caught by Valdés, but Pual also fell to the ground. Lee Yuxin's quick attack that passed 4 people alone did not have a good effect. Arsenal's attack failed. However, it seems that Pual is facing a serious problem. Bale's foot strength has always been known to everyone. Lee Yuxin thought that it was also relying on his great strength to hide a ball that made the goalkeeper lose his hand. But who would have thought that Pual used his back to block Bale's shot? This time it did block a very threatening attack from Arsenal, but Pual himself is an old injured person. This time it also triggered his old injury, and now he is lying on the ground unable to move. Barcelona players made gestures and requested a substitution. It seems that Pual can't hold on. Gareth should control it. His shot is too strong. If it continues like this, it is very likely to hurt people. David Watson was still talking about irrelevant things, and at this time, Guardiola had already made substitutions. Max on, Pual off. At the same time, Busquets on, Yaya Touré off. David Mortenson's voice was a little surprised. How is it possible? Guardiola is not wrong, it is Yaya Touré off. Yaya Touré at this time also had an unbelievable look on his face. Although he has always known that his coach is known for his unreliable substitutions, he did not expect that at this time, he would be substituted. He is the barrier of the midfield and the person who poses the greatest threat to the opponent. Why did he suddenly become the one to leave? But at this time, Guardiola had his own plans. Originally, he wanted to replace Eto'o and Yaya Touré. And the ones who came on were Pedro and Busquets. Eto'o was replaced because he played so badly in this game, and there was almost nothing to praise. Yaya Touré was replaced because in this battle of attrition of physical strength and running positions, Yaya Touré, who was seriously exhausted, was of little significance, and Busquets, who was full of physical strength, was replaced. His meaning was to let Busquets speed up the attack, and then let the midfielder counter-grab in the front court to create chaos, and on this basis, let the trident get a chance. After all, at this time, he was still willing to bet that his shooter was good enough. However, Puyol's accidental injury broke his arrangement. Substitute 3 at once? Guardiola didn't dare. What if someone else got injured? He couldn't afford to gamble. At this time, all he could think of was to replace Puyol and another person. It was almost useless to replace Busquets alone. But if Max was replaced, even if the speed of the defense line could not be improved, he might have a chance by counter-grabbing in the front court. In this way, the game might be dragged into Barcelona's rhythm. Guardiola could understand Yaya Touré's anger when he was substituted. After all, although he was hot-headed in the final, he still played very well. He must be dissatisfied that he was the first to be substituted, even though he played the best. But at this time, although Guardiola was sorry, he could not take care of his little dissatisfaction. Now, how to win the game is the top priority. Puyol's accidental injury made Barcelona's morale even lower. Barcelona's entire second half of the game was a complete mess. The continuous loss of goals and the decline in morale made Barcelona's morale worse. This also made the result of this game more and more unpredictable. Just now, Yuxin's impact almost overturned Barcelona alone. If it weren't for Puyol's defense, Barcelona might have lost. But now, they are facing another reduction in personnel. Barcelona now began to experience the mood of Arsenal in the first half of the game. We still have a chance, don't worry, and we are one goal ahead. Xavi took the captain's armband from Puyol and returned to his position, but he still greeted the team members, clapped his hands and said to everyone, "The fierce competition is not a bad thing. As long as one more goal is scored, their morale will be gone." He realized his responsibility. Everyone knows this, but it is not easy to score a goal. At this moment, Xavi's eyes suddenly noticed Fabregas, who was panting and running to the sidelines to drink water during the timeout. At this moment, Xavi's mind began to think. The game between Barcelona and Arsenal has become more and more a comparison of will and physical strength. David Mortenson said, "Now, it depends on who can score first." Yes, in the current situation, whoever scores first will collapse first. Soon the offense and defense of both sides began. Barcelona chose to attack, and at this time, Arsenal did not shrink their defense. Both sides accelerated together. Now there are only more than 10 minutes, and it is time to fight desperately. And Arsenal's defense line was advanced, which also made Barcelona's attack unable to proceed smoothly. The two sides were entangled in the midfield, and because of the fast pace and physical exhaustion, both sides had a lot of technical deformation. The rhythm of attack and defense conversion became extremely fast. There were many fights and mistakes. On the contrary, the real attack was nowhere to be seen. And at this moment, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Failure at the Last Moment. Now, the two sides started a fierce fight in the midfield, and at this time, another round of Barcelona's attack also began. After several passes, the ball was passed to Eto'o. Eto'o turned around and passed the ball. Bale began to rush to the backcourt. But this time, Fabregas did not give him too many opportunities. He immediately stuck to Eto'o, and forced Eto'o to slow down by squeezing and pulling. Eto'o took 2 steps to the right to avoid him, but Fabregas immediately caught up. In front of It2, Walcott and Lee Yuxin also blocked him. It2 had been facing such a defensive strength for the whole night, and it was already a bit unbearable. But this time, when It2 suddenly accelerated, he suddenly felt the pressure around him lighten. Fabregas seemed to slip and couldn't catch up, which made It2 suddenly speed up a lot, speeding up in one step and rushing past Lee Yuxin. But at this time, there was a booing around. It2 had used this gap to get past Walcott and Lee Yuxin's defense, but after hearing the boos, he turned around and saw Fabregas lying on the ground, unable to get up. Fabregas was injured? It2 was a little surprised. Just now, he didn't commit any fouls, and didn't hurt anyone. Fabregas suddenly fell down and stopped defending him. He thought Fabregas's positioning was wrong and he accidentally fell down, but now it seems that he was injured. Although this was a good opportunity, It2 still kicked the ball out of the sideline. The opponent's player was injured. Attacking at this time is not only immoral, but It2 had been fighting against Arsenal for a whole night, and he took advantage of the other player's injury to attack. He also felt that this was not fair enough. Even if he wins, he must win in a fair and just way. Sesk, you. Lee Yuxin walked over to see Fabregas' injury and understood his injury at first sight. However, he had never seen Fabregas have similar problems, so his first reaction after seeing Fabregas' injury was disbelief. "I'm not sick, I'll be fine soon." Fabregas struggled to stand up, but Lee Yuxin held him down. At this time, Lee Yuxin realized that Fabregas' jersey was completely wet, and when he grabbed him, Lee Yuxin felt that Fabregas was actually trembling slightly. "Sesk, you have to go off the field to rest." Lee Yuxin had already understood. He gestured to the sidelines with his hand, and then said, "You have cramps due to fatigue." Lee Yuxin had never seen Fabregas cramp due to fatigue, but this time, Lee Yuxin had to believe it. Fabregas almost swept the entire midfield with his own running, relying on his own strength to fight against multiple Barcelona players, and persisted until the overtime. Such a running range, even with Fabregas's ability, is too much of a problem. "I can still hold on." Fabregas tried hard to stand up, but Lee Yuxin held him down. "Don't be stubborn, you can't run anymore, you have to go off to rest. Besides, if you go off now and replace someone with more energy, it will be better for the team." Fabregas still looked unwilling, but Lee Yuxin patted him and asked the team doctor to carry him off. Wenger quickly asked Nasri to play. Xavi nodded slightly when he saw this scene. He always felt that Fabregas could not hold on, so he consciously passed a ball to his position. Although Nasri had enough physical strength, Barcelona's physical strength was originally consumed less than Arsenal. Moreover, when Nasri played, his cooperation was not as good as Fabregas. Barcelona's chance came. At this time, the entire Arsenal team did not know how to deal with this situation. They had never faced such a situation before. In other words, such a thing was a bigger blow than losing 3 goals in 7 minutes. Fabregas was so tired that he had cramps? How did these crazy people in Barcelona run? Arsenal still had the upper hands in the issue of physical strength with Barcelona. Premier League teams often like to say that they have no winter break. The games are the most intense, and the physical strength is consumed the most. However, people often overlook a problem: the Premier League starts in mid-August and ends in mid-May. For the teams that have reached the Champions League final, the Premier League teams have at least a 10-day rest period. If they have no pursuit in the league or defend their title in advance, they can even get a half-month or even longer rest period. The La Liga teams are still used to starting the league in early September, and until now, they have not finished the league. Just 3 days ago, Barcelona had just finished a league game. In terms of physical strength, they are completely incomparable with Arsenal. In addition, the Premier League has always been known for its physical strength and fast pace, and this can actually drag down the Premier League team. You can see how terrible Barcelona's play is. Fabregas seems to have cramps, or he is tired because of defending Barcelona's possession of the ball. Let's take a look at the data of this game. For Barcelona, Xavi has run the most, and now he has reached about 11,000 meters, while Arsenal's Lee Yuxin, whose running distance has reached 15,000 meters, and Sesk is 13,000 meters. Two terrible guys. David Mortensen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. 15,000 meters of running. How did they do it? The creator of the running record in football is Beckham. He ran 16,000 meters in the 2002 World Cup qualifier against Greece. Now it seems that this record has a chance to be broken. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, there are still 5 minutes in the game, and Messi may also be close to Beckham's running distance record. However, Beckham's running was achieved in 90 minutes, and now Barcelona and Arsenal must continue to play overtime to break the record. David Mortensen did not forget to say a few good words for Beckham, but even so, he also had respect for the two people in this game. I thought this record would be sealed forever, but I really didn't expect that someone would approach it here. At this time, Messi was also panting and looking at his childhood friend Fabregas. He also didn't expect that Fabregas would hold on until this time before falling down. The opponent is a midfielder, and an organizing midfielder. Although he may not run much more than me, I can adjust my breathing by running at a constant speed, but I am constantly sprinting. Moreover, Messi basically does not need physical confrontation, only with Fabregas, but Fabregas has to confront it too, Yaya Touré, and Henry. From physical confrontation to explosive power consumption, how did he survive until now? Fortunately, now he can't hold on. In fact, Messi is also thinking in his heart that if Fabregas can still hold on, maybe it will be Barcelona's turn to be unable to hold on. But with this substitution opportunity, Messi can also take a breath. Nasri was substituted, and Messi's pressure did not ease much. Arsenal's defense was still very strong, but at this time, Fabregas was replaced, which was a great blow to Arsenal's strength. The balance is tilting more and more towards Barcelona. As long as there is one more goal, Liverpool will completely hit Milan to collapse. Just one more goal. At this time, Xavi was surprisingly calm, and even he himself firmly believed that the victory must belong to Barcelona. He believed in God in the gods, but at this time, he firmly believed that Liverpool would definitely win this game. The game was still going on, but because of his own consumption, Xavi did not make any more breakthroughs. He knew that if he didn't want to fall down early like Fabregas, the best way was to reduce the number of breakthroughs and confrontations, and rely on running to complete the attack. Arsenal must have some weaknesses that can be exploited now. Where is this weakness? After all, Arsenal's offensive problems are not what Xavi considers the most, but Arsenal's defensive problems are what Xavi considers more. Although Xavi's body is exhausted, his mind is indeed turning rapidly. Fabregas is the person with the worst physical strength in Arsenal. If he is tired and cramped, then other people in Milan must have physical problems. After all, even physically strong people are still not able to do it now. And if there is anyone who is most likely to have problems, then it should be Ramsey. In Arsenal's backline, he was the worst defender and the one who ran the most. Now that it was the final moment, his running was a little slow, and his protection of the front of the penalty area was weak. Wenger replaced Nasri and asked the others to retreat, perhaps for this reason. This is an opportunity. While making the substitution, Xavi told Messi his idea, and Messi proposed his own tactics too. Pirlo is no longer good, and his physical strength is also running out. Help me divert Ambrosini at the front of the penalty area. As long as he is diverted, the opponent's defense will be loose, and we will have a chance. At this time, there was no need for courtesy. It didn't matter who was the main attacker or the helper. Messi understood this truth, and Eto'o naturally understood it too. Now, they only had one problem in mind, winning. Eto'o nodded heavily, patted Messi, and ran to the front again. The game started again, and Eto'o also tried to make several runs, trying to divert Ambrosini. But Ambrosini was also trying to play it safe at this time. Eto'o failed to succeed in several attempts, and at this time, the injury time sign had been raised on the sidelines. Because of the injuries of many players, this time the extra time was also 8 minutes long. This is rare in the game. At this time, Guardiola and Wenger also stood up and began to arrange how to fight the final battle on the sidelines. When Eto'o launched another attack, he was also directly pulled down by Gallas. At this point in the game, fouls didn't matter. There are 7 minutes left to end the game. Barcelona has the last free kick opportunity. Let's see how Messi's free kick will be kicked this time. Messi kicked the free kick to Eto'o beside him, and then he ran suddenly. Eto'o passed the ball in the direction of Messi, and the moment Messi received the ball, he was almost in a parallel position with a human wall. When arranging the human wall, you all have to come back, and the moment the human wall is dispersed, there will definitely be a loophole in front of the penalty area. This loophole is what you can use. Los Diarra and Eba rushed over immediately. They were the closest, and as soon as the human wall dispersed, they rushed over. But Messi first stopped the ball to the right with his left foot. The ball seemed to be stopped too far, but Lostiara needed to adjust his pace to catch up. Just when Lostiara's pace was disordered, Messi also came over and pretended to pass with his right foot, but this time, the ball did not move at all. He just tricked about to dodge, and a gap appeared between the two of them that was big enough for Messi to pass. Messi squeezed through the two of them with a ball. Khalid's, who caught up from the side, slid directly and Messi dodged hurriedly, but he still kicked the ball. Messi had to chase the ball one step further. He slowed down and Ramsey, Lee Yuxin and Toure in front of him all returned to defense. At this time, his plan had failed, but he could not retreat. In this case, then just go for it. He looked at Ebo approaching and knew that he had no time to adjust his pace. However, he still made a gamble-like attempt. He kicked the ball up and hit Ebo's thigh. Ebo didn't have time to exert force, and the ball had already fallen. When he hurriedly stopped, Messi had already rushed over and rushed into the penalty area with the ball. Gallas and Ramsey both came forward. Messi slowed down and pushed the ball out with the back of his right foot. Ramsey thought he was going to adjust his shot and rushed over to try to block it. But Messi's left foot followed up immediately, and the ball seemed to stick to his foot. He took it and dodged standstill, took 3 steps sideways and shook him off. At this time, Gallas had also come forward. This time, it was another right foot push. Gallas didn't fall for it again. He didn't rush up to grab the ball immediately, but Messi didn't expect him to do so this time. He suddenly raised his right foot, took a step and rubbed the ball to the left. Left foot, shoot. Gallas was too late to block it. Although he fell to the ground in time to try to block Messi's shooting route, it was useless. Dida rushed out like crazy. But Messi's rubbed the ball into the air. His left foot directly dribbled the ball over Fabianski's raised fingertips. Barcelona fans all opened their mouths wide, as if cheers were about to burst out, while Arsenal fans were all in despair at this time. However, the ball hit the crossbar and bounced up. The Arsenal fans in the stands immediately roared excitedly, but before their roars ended, they saw that the ball bounced into the penalty area. Fabianski had just turned around, and at this time, Itu, who was attacking nearby, passed by Messi, jumped over Gallas, and headed the ball into the goal. Goal. In the 92nd minute, Aitor scored the winning goal. 6-4. Barcelona won the game. Barcelona won the game. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 332 Dusk and Light. When the referee Busaka blew the final whistle, the game ended with Barcelona defeating Liverpool 6-4. When the halftime whistle sounded, the Barcelona players were jubilant. Itu excitedly took off his jersey and ran wildly. He had been waiting for this day for 3 years. The double joy of revenge and winning the championship made the cheetah as excited as if he had drunk wine. Puel, who left the field due to injury, also kept clapping with the help of the team doctor. As long as his body allows, he still hopes to lift the big year cup with his own hands, and the other Barcelona players are even more excited and partying. On the Arsenal side, Ramsey fell to the ground and cried bitterly. Bale and Walcott also lay on the ground and became tearful. The other players were crying, and in the crowd, only Lee Yuxin was standing there. At this time, a reporter took a picture of this scene with a camera. In the future, everyone will remember the classic commentary of this photo: others can fall down, but he can't, just because he is the captain of Arsenal. Although Lee Yuxin wanted to cry, he held back his tears. At this moment, a lot of things came to his mind. He still failed, and he had lost in the Champions League final twice in a row. The current Arsenal is stronger than in the previous life, and there is no Wu Guan for 8 years. But why? I, a time traveler, have tried my best, but why is fate so cruel? At this time, after celebrating, Xavi came to Arsenal. He and Lee Yuxin were old acquaintances and had a good relationship in private. He walked over to shake hands with Lee Yuxin and exchanged jerseys and captain's armbands. Itu, who had conflicts in the past, also came over to shake hands with Lee Yuxin. The arrogant cheetah was convinced by this opponent. After all, he had already won and could let go of the hatred. In the stands, Barcelona fans had already shouted excitedly, while Arsenal fans fell into silence. At the last award ceremony, even Platini, whom Lee Yuxin always hated, said comfortingly when he put the runner-up medal on him, "Lee, your performance was great. It can be said that this season did not belong to Arsenal, and in the next season, Arsenal only defended the League Cup, which was better than nothing." With the rise of Chelsea under Ancelotti and Manchester City, which became stronger due to the arrival of Mancini, Arsenal is now like the biggest departure in history. After Fabregas, Nasri and Clichy, 6 players have left one after another. In the World Cup, Lee Yuxin won the 3rd place with England and became the pride of England. He expressed his intention to stay, which also moved Arsenal fans very much. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the 10-11 season. Arsenal is now weak. The China trip made Arsenal's top management almost smile. After 2 games, the appearance fee alone was nearly €4 million. In addition to some other commercial sponsorship activities, and the sale of player portrait rights, Arsenal also received more than €2 million. Of course, in addition to these, Arsenal Club also sold a lot of souvenirs for this China trip. These souvenirs are not expensive, ranging from a few yuan to dozens of yuan. They are all related to Arsenal. The sales are very good. The income from this part basically belongs to Arsenal itself, because these are made by Arsenal Club itself. Chinese fans are very supportive, especially in Beijing and Guangzhou where Arsenal played. They were even more popular. More than 100,000 souvenirs of this kind were sold. It also brought nearly €1 million in revenue to Arsenal. But these are not the big ones. The big one is jersey sales. Originally, Arsenal's jersey sales in China were not very high, or it should be said that there were almost no jerseys. Last year, Arsenal's genuine jerseys sold only a few thousand pieces in China, and did not exceed 10,000 pieces. In fact, it is not just Arsenal. Other European giants are in this situation. Including Real Madrid, which has the best jersey sales, their genuine jersey sales in China are only 20,000 to 30,000 pieces. Including Manchester United and Barcelona, which have relatively good jersey sales, their jersey sales in China are also difficult to break through 10,000 pieces a year. But since Lee Yuxin joined, Arsenal's genuine jersey sales have experienced a blowout. There is no need to talk about others. Lee Yuxin's jersey sales alone reached 300,000 pieces in 10 days. Such results are not only astonishing. The well-informed Nike representatives almost wanted to pay more. Nike has sponsored so many top clubs and has had so many top stars, but no one has created such amazing jersey sales. Cristiano Ronaldo, Nike's most powerful top star, has a jersey sales of 1 million pieces in the world in 1 year. Such sales are unprecedented. Cristiano Ronaldo's jersey sales alone almost exploded most of the giants in European football. Except for Manchester United and Barcelona, whose jerseys have exceeded 1 million pieces, no other giants in European football have a jersey sales of more than 1 million pieces. Arsenal's jersey sales are even less. But Lee Yuxin is really fierce. Within 10 days, the sales in mainland China reached 300,000 pieces. This is not 3,000 pieces or 30,000 pieces, but 300,000 pieces. Because Arsenal attaches great importance to the Chinese market this time, Lee Yuxin's number 9 jersey was first sold in China. It has not yet started selling in other markets. However, the profits from the Chinese market alone have already made Nike and Arsenal dumbfounded. Especially Arsenal, the share of this part of the jersey revenue alone has earned several million pounds, and Nike has also earned tens of millions of euros. In addition, influenced by Lee Yuxin's joining Arsenal, the genuine jerseys of other Arsenal players have also begun to show a huge upward trend. All of this is money. Of course, the good news is not just that. Huawei, which is steadily advancing its European strategy, has taken a fancy to Arsenal and wants to sponsor Arsenal. Although the sponsorship amount is not large, it is still £4 to £5 million. After Lee Yuxin joined Arsenal, the economic effect began to slowly manifest. There are also some who want to promote the international market. And many top Chinese merchants who also want to consolidate the domestic market have begun to contact Arsenal. Arsenal is not shocked. Arsenal itself is a Premier League giant with great influence, and it is a Premier League giant with a large number of fans. In addition, with Lee Yuxin's joining, many Chinese giants have begun to tentatively contact Arsenal. This makes Gazidis crazy €23 million. This transfer fee is nothing. Arsenal can easily earn back this money. And Arsenal has been talking to Nike about contract renewal. Nike is Arsenal's main sponsor. In order to build a new stadium, Arsenal had to sign a long sponsorship contract with Nike and then get the money from them in advance. But the contract that seemed to have a high sponsorship amount at the time, after so many years, that sponsorship fee is too low. In the Premier League, many teams' jersey sponsors have sponsorship amounts that exceed Arsenal, and even many giants have several times more than Arsenal. Therefore, Arsenal is very dissatisfied. Arsenal hopes to change such a sponsorship contract with Nike. But Nike has always disagreed. The main reason is that Nike has always been pessimistic about Arsenal. Over the years, Arsenal's performance is too poor, and Arsenal's influence is also much less than before in Nike's view. Therefore, Nike has been reluctant to increase the sponsorship fee, and even after completing this cooperation, it has to consider whether to continue to cooperate with Arsenal. The two sides are deadlocked here, and Arsenal's top management can only look for other sponsors. Anyway, the sponsors of world football are not just Nike, but also Adidas and Puma. But this trip to China gave Nike a big surprise. Seeing Arsenal's jersey sales, Nike couldn't help but be surprised. Manchester United, sponsored by Nike. Their annual jersey sales in China are also pitiful, just over 10,000 pieces a year. But looking at Arsenal's current situation, it is estimated that at least 500,000 jerseys can be sold in the Chinese market in a year. If the current momentum continues, it is not impossible for Arsenal to sell 1 million jerseys in China. As long as Li Yuxin exists, these are not impossible. Thinking of this, Nike can't help but re-examine the Arsenal that it despised. It also made Nike's top management reconsider the sponsorship contract with Arsenal. Arsenal's trip to China has brought countless benefits to Arsenal's top management. With tens of millions of euros in their pockets, they left mainland China. After the game in Guangzhou, Arsenal came to Hong Kong. This is the third stop of Arsenal's Asian trip. It is also the last stop. Hong Kong is considered to be the first region in China to come into contact with a Premier League. Of course, this is due to historical reasons. Hong Kong used to be an English-speaking area. So when the Premier League was broadcast overseas, Hong Kong was one of the first regions to broadcast live. So most of the people in Hong Kong are Premier League fans. Arsenal played a game with the Hong Kong Stars here. The strength is very poor. The strength of the Hong Kong Stars is only slightly better than some amateur teams. It is not even as good as the Chinese Super League teams, and perhaps the strong teams in the Chinese League One are better than them. Not to mention Arsenal's main players, even compared with the players of the Arsenal youth team, they are not opponents. Arsenal easily ended the game in Hong Kong with a score of 4-0. Anyway, it was a commercial game, and Arsenal did not pursue it relentlessly. It was enough to play it almost right. Li Yuxin played again in the second half and scored a goal. Compared with the cheers he received in China, Hong Kong can only be said to be average. In the 3 games of this Asian tour, Li Yuxin scored 3 goals. Hong Kong has strong consumption power, so it is also a good opportunity for Arsenal to make money. Arsenal once again swindled 3 million euros in Hong Kong. In 3 games, Arsenal swindled a total of about 14 million euros. This kind of money-making is something that even Real Madrid in the past and Manchester United recently could not do. For Arsenal, it is an amazing income. Arsenal, which returned with a full load, began to replenish its blood after losing blood, but the news cannot be made public now. After all, although Arsenal is beginning to slowly get rid of the crisis, the economy is still a little tight, but it is impossible not to recruit players. After the trip to China, returning to Colony for training, Arsenal has been dominated by young players, and morale is relatively low. Fortunately, Bale and Walcott stayed. Due to Li Yuxin's narration, this little monkey was still very excited and boosted morale during training. He understood that he was also an old man of this Arsenal team and must have the demeanor of a predecessor. At this moment, Wenger on the sidelines also had a heavy face, but if the deal can be successful, Arsenal will still have the strength to fight next season. What, Buffon? Is it really possible? Li Yuxin got this amazing news in the conversation with Mendes after the training. Arsenal actually wanted to introduce Buffon. At this time, he remembered, there was news in the previous life that Arsenal wanted to sign Buffon for free but failed, so he expressed serious doubts about this matter. But Mendes said, Li, Buffon is now suffering from serious injuries and his condition is unstable. Although he is still one of the top goalkeepers in the world, he is 33 years old after all, and he needs a higher salary to plan for the future. Arsenal's top management is now willing to break the policy of signing at the age of 30. After all, the current economy has emerged from the crisis. Then I need to do something next. Chapter 333 Blood Replenishment Operation. Carrara, a city near Massa. When Lee Yuxin drove into the city accompanied by Mendez, he really had a very familiar feeling. There were several houses made of square stones in sight, neat and uniform, staggered, which was very similar to Lee Yuxin's hometown, so he had a familiar feeling at first glance. However, the stone in Carrara is wider and duller in color. The biggest specialty here is this pure white marble, Mendez introduced with a smile. Lee Yuxin sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at the surrounding buildings curiously. Although they were all houses made of square stones, the buildings here were more Italian in style, with arched windows and door frames, very Gothic roofs, etc., which were not seen in his hometown before. The environment here is good, but the beach we just passed by is too dirty and messy. Lee Yuxin smiled. When they came here just now, they passed by the beach, which should be connected to the Mediterranean Sea, but it was like a bay, with a long and large beach, but it was very dirty, so there was no one playing in front. It seems that it is the same everywhere in the world. Not everyone knows how to use this natural resource properly. Mendez seemed to be very familiar with this place. He found the place he had agreed to meet with Buffa before, parked the car, and went in. It is a restaurant, but it is close to the sea and the fishing port, so the seafood is more abundant. They came from Juventus, and it took more than an hour to drive here. They didn't eat anything, so they ordered a few dishes to eat first. Anyway, it was still early. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Goalkeeper is a very interesting position, but it also requires experience. Buffa is 33 years old this year. He is young and energetic, but the most important thing is to let him continue to play stably for a long time. Percy is not doing this well. Lee Yuxin has seen Buffa's condition and said that his condition is fluctuating now. The main reason is that they can't get used to young goalkeepers. They always habitually look at those older goalkeepers and think that they have enough experience. But in fact, whether the attention is focused is the most important thing for a goalkeeper. Therefore, the goalkeeper's training is always thinking about how to keep them focused and try to mobilize their enthusiasm, so as to help them concentrate in the game and better play their strength. For a goalkeeper, goal line technology is indeed very important, but concentration is definitely the most important, because without concentration, even if the goal line technology is good, what is the use in the game? Do you think Buffa has the possibility of switching to Arsenal? Lee Yuxin asked with concern. Mendez thought about it. It's not impossible, but it's more difficult to convince Juventus. We have a way with the team, but it's just the transfer fee. The teacher plans to use £20 million to exchange for Buffa. Lee Yuxin is obviously determined to get Buffa. Mendez was stunned, then nodded in agreement. Juventus will not refuse such an offer. Just then, a middle-aged man in sportswear with his hands in his jacket pockets and wearing sunglasses walked into the Italian restaurant. Mendez immediately stood up and waved at him. This is the captain of Arsenal, Lee Yuxin. Mendez immediately introduced Buffa. This is Buffa. Hello, Gianluigi. Lee Yuxin stood up and stretched out his hand to Buffa. Okay, Mr. Lee Yuxin. Buffa shook hands with Lee Yuxin politely and humbly. The three of them sat down together. I believe you should have heard about our Arsenal's recent purchase of Juventus. Lee Yuxin asked with a smile. Although Buffa was relatively young, he was not at all stage fright in front of Lee Yuxin. He nodded and said, yes. What do you think? Lee Yuxin asked again. Buffa looked down at the table, obviously thinking about how to answer. We are confident that we can convince Juventus. I hope to promise to transfer to Arsenal, because in my plan, I will be a very important member of Arsenal, and will replace the retired Jens and become the team's main goalkeeper. Lee Yuxin said sincerely. Sitting in front of him was once the world's top goalkeeper. If he could get him, Arsenal would not have to worry about the goalkeeper problem at least in the next 4 years. After a pause, Mendez was obviously observing Buffa and decided to help Lee Yuxin. I believe that in the past period of time, I should have been able to understand a little bit. Although this Juventus was once ambitious, it is a pity that now there is no Champions League and this team has begun to move towards turmoil. But Arsenal is not much better. Buffa smiled bitterly. Although this team is a Premier League giant, it is a downtrodden giant and has long been known as a downtrodden giant. Then I can guarantee that everyone can see a different Arsenal in the new season. Lee Yuxin seemed confident. For the current Arsenal team, the stability of the defense will naturally improve the results. Yes, Gianluigi, I am also optimistic about Mr. Wenger's coaching at Arsenal. Maybe you can consider it. After all, This is a big stage where you can really show your strength. Playing in Arsenal is absolutely different from playing in this already declining Serie A. It is a rare opportunity. Mendes continued to persuade. Buffon smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, but I'm just a player. If you can convince the club, then I can't refuse, right? After hearing this, Lee Yuxin immediately laughed and nodded. That's it, Gianluigi. I believe that joining Arsenal will be the most correct decision. Buffon also stood up and shook hands with Lee Yuxin again. He knew that when a Premier League team wanted to introduce a player with a large sum of money, few teams could refuse. Maybe Lazio could do it for Nesta, but Juventus would not do such a thing for Buffon, because the former is the flag of Lazio, and the latter is just a goalkeeper of Juventus, nothing more. After Lee Yuxin met Buffon, he immediately reported to Wenger, and Arsenal immediately sent a transfer letter of intent for £20 million. Juventus attached great importance to this transfer intention and immediately started negotiations. Finally, Juventus and Arsenal reached an agreement on the amount of £21.5 million, so the two sides quickly reached an agreement. Parma allowed Inter Milan to officially contact Buffon, and the two sides could start contract negotiations. As long as the contract was settled, Buffon would be Inter Milan's player. Wenger didn't want to wait too long, so he immediately asked the transfer department to contact Buffon's agent in Turin. The two sides soon sat down to talk. The latter was also willing to let Buffon join the Premier League, so there was no excessive entanglement in the contract. After all, the salary offered by Arsenal was higher than that of Juventus, and the contract treatment was also very good. After this series of procedures, Arsenal officially finalized the first transfer of the season, and introduced Buffon, the former world's #1 goalkeeper, from Juventus for £21.5 million. But Arsenal's transfer action was not over yet. On August 7, 2011, Arsenal's official website announced the introduction of Malaga's Spanish international Cazorla. At this time, Jinming knew more about Cazorla. This player was not only a member of the Spanish European Cup champions in 2008, but also a member of the Spanish European Cup champions this summer. He helped Villarreal win the La Liga runner-up that year, and helped Malaga win the 4th place in La Liga this season. That's not all. Cazorla was also the best player in Spain in 2007. Cazorla has always been a core player of La Liga's strong teams, although he failed to join Real Madrid and Barcelona. But being able to become the core of the midfield in Villarreal and Malaga shows the strength of this player. Although his official website did not announce his transfer fee, the Daily Telegraph revealed that Cazorla's transfer fee was around £16 million, which is about €19 million. If Buffon's transfer had not happened, Cazorla would have been the player with the highest transfer fee in Arsenal's history. Wenger fulfilled his promise and introduced Buffon and Cazorla, both of whom broke Arsenal's transfer records. Arsenal began to replenish blood after losing a lot of blood. In the 2011-2012 season, Arsenal set sail again. Chapter 334 New Performance. Arsenal then signed Mertesacker, Arteta and young Chamberlain at the last minute on the 30th. Now Arsenal is setting sail again. The media generally believes that Arsenal now has the strength to fight against Manchester United, Chelsea and Manchester City. After 3 hard battles, especially the 4-4 draw with Manchester United, Arsenal finally made up for its shortcomings, but the first team training after Arsenal's transfer was completed was staged amid laughter. Carney training base. It has been a long time since we added so many new players. As the captain, Lee Yuxin stood in front of the team and said to the 5 new players, "Everyone, this is the old rule of the team. Let's introduce ourselves." Buffon, the most famous of the new players, stood up with a smile on his face, and said slowly, "Hello, everyone, I'm Gianluigi Buffon, I'm goalkeeper, and I'm very happy to meet you all." And everyone applauded. This is the former world's #1 goalkeeper and the current captain of the Italian national team. He has won the World Cup and other top honors. He is a world-class goalkeeper. Now he will guard Arsenal's goal. Mertesacker said shyly, "Hello, everyone, I'm Per Mertesacker, and I'm a central defender." And Wenger also decided to change the formation. In the 4th round of the Premier League, Arsenal played a new formation against Swansea, 4,231. 1 Buffon/3 Sania, 4 Mertesacker, 6 Koscielny, 28 Gibbs, 16 Ramsey, 8 Arteta/14 Walcott, 14 Bale, 23 Cazorla, 9 Lee Yuxin. Rodgers of Swansea played a new formation, 451. 1 Worm/22 Rangel, 2 Williams, 4 Cock, 3 Taylor/26 Augustin, 7 Britton, 24 Joe Allen, 12 Dyer, 11 Sinclair/10 Graham. Ball control. Ball control has always been the pride of Arsenal. In the Premier League, Arsenal has always been the team with the strongest ball control ability. Even when facing Chelsea and Manchester United, Arsenal's ball control is very good. However, a freak appeared in the Premier League. Swansea, known as the Barcelona of the Premier League. Their ball control was also very delicate. In order to have the advantage of ball control, Laudrup even sent out 6 midfielders. Therefore, after the game started, it was Swansea who controlled the ball more than Arsenal. This is very rare in the Premier League. Lee Yuxin was thinking about how to take advantage of some of Swansea's weaknesses and break through their defense. But Lee Yuxin hadn't thought about it yet. Swansea launched an attack. Graham in the middle transferred the ball to Sinclair on the left. Sinclair is a short man with a height of only 1.77 meters and a very fast frequency of his feet. Sinclair dribbled the ball with his left foot, and Jenkinson was fooled. Sinclair dribbled the ball back. Jenkinson completely lost his position. Sinclair has entered the penalty area. Sinclair, this is a pass. Jenkinson. He came to Arsenal for £1 million, but his clumsy performance on the wing deeply disappointed many Arsenal fans. Jenkinson, who started the game, was completely at a loss when facing the small Sinclair. Because Sinclair's feet were too fast, Jenkinson was completely unable to determine the direction of Sinclair's breakthrough. This time was the case. After Sinclair broke into the penalty area, he pretended to shoot, allowing Buffon to immediately block the near corner. But Sinclair did not shoot, but passed the ball to the penalty spot. Dyer came up. It was a direct shot. Fortunately, Buffon reacted quickly. After discovering Dyer's appearance, he quickly moved to the middle and made a flying dive to block the ball out of the baseline. Beautiful. Buffon showed the strength of the world's top goalkeeper in the first game. The commentators shouted loudly, and at this moment Buffon was simply furious. It was only a few minutes, and he missed a person. Buffon shouted directly, "Carl, what's the matter? Pay attention to your position." At the same time, he also warned the central defender to pay attention to his position. In the 10th minute, Swansea won a free kick in the front court due to a foul in front of the penalty area, and Buffon quickly directed the human wall. Right. Buffon was directing Arsenal's defense. Normally he would direct the defense because everyone listened to him. And today he knew that today was his first game and it was very important, so he directed the backline with all his strength. The free kick was finally saved by Buffon again. Lee Yuxin on the side and Wenger off the court were also very happy. To win the championship, a good goalkeeper is indispensable, and Buffon's arrival made Lee Yuxin feel a lot more at ease. Then, in the 15th minute, Bale also created a free kick in front of the penalty area. The free kick in this position is really good. Whether it is shot with the left foot or the right foot, there is space for shooting. At the current Arsenal, Lee Yuxin and Cazorla's free kick abilities are very good. Lee. How about a cooperation? Cazorla came to Lee Yuxin, looked at the Swansea players forming a wall again, and whispered to Lee Yuxin, "I go up." Okay. The two have been in Arsenal for more than 7 months, and they usually think about some offensive methods. They have thought a lot about free kick cooperation and have seen a lot of it. Therefore, although there are only a few words, both of them understand what they mean. Then Lee Yuxin and Cazorla both stood in front of the ball. Who'll take the penalty? Lee and Cazorla are both excellent players with left and right feet. Both of them stood in front of the ball. Lee has started to run up, and Lee Yuxin's run-up distance is very long. Lee. This is a feint. Lee Yuxin jumped over, not Lee Yuxin. Cazorla, it's Cazorla. No, Cazorla, pass the ball. Lee Yuxin started with a run-up, but when he got to the ball, he jumped over it directly, and then continued to run forward from the left into the penalty area. At this time, Cazorla came forward, so the Swansea players had no time to pay attention to Lee Yuxin, and they were all looking at Cazorla. Cazorla made enough movements and swung his legs very well. But when he touched the ball, he did not exert any force, but gently pushed the ball into the penalty area. The route was to Lee Yuxin. Swansea did not expect it at all. Swansea's arrangement was to put one person in front to prepare for a counter-attack. Then put one person next to Cazorla, That was to defend Casorla from passing the ball to the side, and let the person who came in from behind take a long shot. There were another 6 people forming a human wall. The other 2 were staring at the high points, such as Giroud and Mertesacker in the penalty area. They all thought Casorla would shoot directly, but they did not expect Lee Yuxin and Casorla to play a free kick. The human wall is to defend the near corner, and the goalkeeper is to defend the far corner. Therefore, when Lee Yuxin ran in from the left and received the pass from Casorla, the goal on Lee Yuxin's side was completely empty. Lee Yuxin didn't hesitate at all at this time. He didn't even stop the ball. He just kicked it straight into the goal. Lee shoots. Goal. Swansea attacked for 15 minutes and Arsenal took the lead. It was a wonderful combination between Lee and Casorla. Arsenal made a lot of money by bringing in Buffon and Casorla this season. The game continued. Swansea's players were not Barcelona's players after all. Their ball control and passing were just copycats. In fact, when it comes to real ball control and passing skills, they are not as good as Arsenal. It's just that Arsenal's fighting is not fierce, while Swansea's running is a lot. So Swansea's ball control is better than Arsenal's. But this does not show how strong Swansea's ball control is. As long as they actively fight for the ball in the midfield, it is not so easy for Swansea to control the ball. When playing against a technical team like Swansea, people like Ferguson and Mourinho are always accurate. Arsenal always loses when they meet Ferguson and Mourinho for this reason. Under the leadership of Lee Yuxin, Arsenal players also began to actively fight for the ball in the midfield. At this time, some weaknesses of Swansea can be seen, that is, Swansea does not have a real striker. The individual strength of the midfield players is relatively poor. The lack of personal strength makes them a lot worse in personal ball control and dribbling. Ramsey is pestering Dyer. What can Ramsey say? When he debuted, he was hailed as Fabregas' successor. He was a very talented player in attack. But since returning from injury, Ramsey has not found the kind of talent he had when he debuted. Therefore, Ramsey can only make up for it in another way. Running. The biggest problem after Ramsey's comeback is that his dribbling is too slow. He dribbles the ball too much in the backcourt and is intercepted too many times. This is what he is most criticized for. Therefore, Wenger completely handed over the control of the rhythm of the game to Arteta, and the requirement for Ramsey is very simple. That is to use his physical advantage to be a troublemaker. Use running in the midfield to limit the opponent's attack. In Arsenal, except for Lee Yuxin, Ramsey is the most active in running. Ramsey partnered with Arteta to play as a defensive midfielder in this game. From front to back, from left to right, Ramsey can be seen almost everywhere. He can run and keep interfering with Swansea's midfielders. This time when Dyer got the ball, it was Ramsey who followed him closely. Dyer was completely unable to get rid of Ramsey. Therefore, he could only pass the ball to Michu. However, due to Ramsey's interference, his pass was erroneous. This is due to personal strength. Dyer, this ball was missed and was intercepted by Arteta. Arteta, long pass. Walcott got the ball. Arsenal's counter-attack speed is quite fast. After all, the two wingers have fast horses like Bale and Walcott, and the centre-forward Lee Yuxin is also fast. The speed of both people is among the best in the Premier League. Therefore, when Walcott got the ball, the Swansea defender immediately retreated. Because once Walcott runs, the Swansea defender is not sure that he can defend him. But when he retreated, Walcott did not break through. Instead, he directly passed a ball. Walcott, cross. At the moment when Walcott made the cross, Lee Yuxin was also trying to get into the penalty area from the left. In fact, Arsenal's players have never been very good at crossing. Arsenal's two-side crosses are basically unreliable. Arsenal's fullbacks make a lot of crosses, but they either go directly out of bounds or hit the defenders. So Walcott's crosses are relatively good among Arsenal's side players. This time Walcott's cross was passed to the back post. Lee's jumping ability is amazing. Lee overwhelmed Williams. Lee, head and shoot. Ashley Williams, only 1.80 meters tall. In this game, Lee Yuxin played as Swansea's right centre-back, and Williams was the one Lee Yuxin faced directly. This time Cocker squeezed Lee Yuxin, and Williams was about to clear the ball. But Lee Yuxin came up from behind, jumped high, and completely overwhelmed Williams. In terms of height, Lee Yuxin is 1.88 meters, much taller than Ashley Williams. In terms of explosive power and jumping ability, Williams is no match for Lee Yuxin. At that moment, Lee Yuxin was almost a head taller than Williams. And the defenders of Swansea City could only feel inferior to a world-class centre-forward like Lee Yuxin. Goal. With a header so close, Tremmel had no way to stop it. Lee scored 2 goals in 8 minutes to expand the score. Arsenal leads Swansea City 2-0. This time Lee Yuxin was really crazy. After scoring the goal, Lee Yuxin opened his arms and ran along the track in front of the Arsenal fan stand with all his strength, and shouted wildly. At this time, Ramsey ran over and grabbed Lee Yuxin, then knelt on one knee and wanted to wipe Lee Yuxin's shoes. Ramsey, this is the highest etiquette for Lee. Lee Yuxin has been recognized by the Arsenal players. He has proved the role of Arsenal's core and captain at the critical moment with his performance. We must win. Lee Yuxin waved to Ramsey. Ramsey also echoed Lee Yuxin. No matter how many people criticize Ramsey, he has a very good and admirable quality. That is, Ramsey has a very strong psychological quality and a strong fighting spirit. There is definitely a reason why a famous coach like Wenger can support Ramsey so much. Ramsey is also full of fighting spirit now. We must win. Several other players also shouted along. The atmosphere is just right now, and Arsenal's morale is just right. But Swansea is a big problem. Swansea is known as the Barcelona of the Premier League, and their ball control ability is very strong. And their style of play itself requires ball control. But now they are behind, and they don't have time to control the ball slowly. And facing Arsenal, who are currently in high morale. Facing Arsenal's crazy pressing in the midfield, Swansea can control the ball and pass the ball calmly. This has offset most of Swansea's strength. Under active pressing, Swansea's mistakes are constantly increasing. But they have no choice. Even if the mistakes increase, they must attack. Because they are behind now, and Swansea's style of play is not a defensive team. The defensive ability is not very strong. Therefore, they had to attack. Dyer, pass the ball to Hernandez. Hernandez, carry the ball a little more. Ramsey cut the ball off, and Ramsey passed the ball to Arteta. Swansea attacked anxiously, so they lost a lot of balls. This time was the case. After Arteta got the ball, he immediately passed it to Cazorla. Speaking of what Wenger is best at, it is actually counterattack. It's just that Arsenal's strength has declined in recent years, the players' personal abilities are insufficient, and sharp counterattacks can't be played. But now with Cazorla's pass, counterattacks are very easy. Cazorla got the ball. Lee Yuxin immediately inserted from the left, and so did Walcott. The Swansea players were also very anxious because Lee Yuxin and Walcott were too fast. Once they were offside, they would immediately pose a threat. Therefore, they immediately retreated, trying to block the running routes of Jinming and Walcott. But Bale retreated a step and did not move forward. Cazorla passed the ball to Bale. Bale immediately kicked the ball, and the ball drew a very beautiful arc and went straight to the dead corner. The Swansea goalkeeper did not expect Bale to choose to shoot directly. By the time he reacted, the ball had already flown into the goal. Goal. In the 43rd minute, at the end of the first half, Gareth Bale scored a beautiful long shot. Arsenal led Swansea 3-0. This was a world wave. Chapter 335, Kill You While You're Sick. After sweeping Swansea 6-0, Arsenal triumphantly came to the 10th round with the same points as Manchester City and Manchester United, and Chelsea was already in a state of chaos. Hey, Frank. Let's go out to play tonight. Although Frank did not enter the main lineup, he was still changing clothes and preparing for the game very seriously. Unexpectedly, a smiling face suddenly came. Frank did not change at all, because he knew who said this. So he shook his head and said, "Ashley, you should know me. Look how boring it is. Go relax and relax." Ashley Cole patted Lampard on the shoulder. Ashley Cole is a famous playboy in English football. Although he married Cheryl, who was known as the second hottie and even the most beautiful player's wife, very early. But after marriage, Ashley Cole did not become honest because he had a beautiful wife. On the contrary, he kept cheating and cheating every day. In the end, Cheryl couldn't stand it anymore and divorced Ashley Cole. Although Ashley Cole divorced, his beautiful wife left. But for the playboy Ashley Cole, the most annoying thing is that his beautiful wife will be slept with by someone else in the future. Apart from this, it does not affect his interest. On the contrary, he can now find as many women as possible. Nightclubs are Ashley Cole's favorite. Forget it. Frank's mood has been getting worse and worse recently. Since Simeone came to Chelsea, he has always disliked the veterans. But at the beginning, he only dismissed Anelka and Malouda. Although they have been in Chelsea for a long time, Lampard was just a little angry. But some time ago, Villas-Boas began to suppress Drogba, which made Lampard unacceptable. Because Lampard and Drogba are very good partners, both of them were Mourinho's absolute direct lineage back then. And the two people's playing styles complement each other, and the two people's partnership is very powerful. Drogba gave Lampard a huge cover in the front court, making Lampard the best goal-scoring midfielder in the world. The two have been together for 7 years, and this is the 8th season they have worked together. The personal relationship between the two is also very good, and Anelka Malouda's status in Chelsea is far inferior to Drogba. His status in the Chelsea dressing room is not comparable to that of Anelka and Malouda. Lampard was angry. Lampard is not the kind of person who does not show his emotions, so he quickly expressed his dissatisfaction to Villas-Boas. Unexpectedly, Villas-Boas is even more ruthless, and now he wants to suppress Lampard. One day he will not be able to become a main player. Lampard has never thought about this. Frank, you just need to relax at this time. Don't think too much. I'm not in the mood. Why bother so much? I don't believe he can continue to stay with such a rubbish result now. Ashley Cole is completely unscrupulous. This group of Chelsea veterans are all players with outstanding achievements in Chelsea's history. Even this group of players is the most outstanding golden generation in Chelsea's history. Destined to be written into Chelsea's history. Not only that, they are all well known in the current European football. Like Ashley Cole, after Carlos and Maldini disappeared, he was hailed as one of the best left-backs in European football. It has been 5 years since I transferred from Arsenal to Chelsea. For young coaches like Boas, they don't take them seriously at all. What achievements does Boas have to suppress these players? Originally, young coaches like Boas should win over these veterans to stabilize the locker room. I didn't expect that a young coach who only won the Europa League would suppress the club's meritorious players in this way. I'm not that angry, you are more powerful than me. Lampard smiled. Lampard himself has a bad temper, on the contrary, he rarely gets really angry. But Ashley Cole is different. Ashley Cole's personality is not so good. And Lampard likes Chelsea. Although he is a player trained by West Ham United, he has never been loved by fans in West Ham United. On the contrary, he has been constantly ridiculed by West Ham United fans since his debut. Therefore, after coming to Chelsea, Lampard almost regards Chelsea as his own club. So he has a deep relationship with Chelsea. But Ashley Cole is different. He doesn't have such a deep feeling for Chelsea. As a youth player of Arsenal, he could leave Arsenal for salary. Then similarly, if Chelsea doesn't value him, he will choose another club. So he had no respect for Boas. If he was not welcome here, he would go somewhere else. Tisk. I just can't stand him. What kind of character is he? He really thinks he is a nobody. The two chatted, and other people around them also heard it, but no one said anything. After all, these two people are local leaders in Chelsea, and many people don't like Boas. Soon Boas came to the locker room. He began to arrange the tactics for the game. But Boas's control in the locker room is really a big problem now. Chelsea's group of meritorious players and veterans all disliked Boas. Therefore, they were listless and ignored Boas. The players that Boas valued, including Michael, Ramirez, Ivanovic, David Luiz and others, were all juniors in Chelsea and their status in the locker room was not high. Boas saw the attitude of the old Chelsea players towards him. This made Boas further believe that these old players were cancer. If he wanted to build his own Chelsea, these old players must not stay. Only by getting rid of these old players can Boas build his own team. At this time, Feng Shuo, Nana and Shuo Shuo were discussing in the stands. The game is about to start. I want to see how much fighting power Chelsea can have after Boas suppresses Chelsea's veterans like this. Are you confident in Arsenal? I have confidence in Lee. Boas is definitely not the professor's opponent. Chelsea will definitely die in this game. This is the Premier League where Chelsea faces Arsenal at home. Feng Shuo is not optimistic about Chelsea at all, especially in the current situation of Chelsea. Feng Shuo is even less optimistic about Chelsea's game. Then let's wait and see. Look, our Bambi. Anelka crossed his legs and saw that Boas couldn't sit down, so he smiled and talked to Drogba and Malouda. Bambi is Boas' nickname because he likes to jump around in the game. At the beginning, it was not a derogatory term. At that time, it was just a nice nickname for him, but it turned out to be sarcastic. Now Anelka is really broken. Lampard and Drogba both have a lot of feelings for Chelsea, so even though they were suppressed by Boas, they still hoped that Boas would let them play. But Anelka no longer had this idea. The first person Boas suppressed when he came was Anelka, so Anelka and Boas have completely torn their faces. Anelka couldn't even make the big list, and he really hated Boas. In addition, Anelka's personality was not good, so he didn't care about Boas at all and did his own thing in the locker room. "Nicholas, I heard that you are leaving Chelsea in the winter." Malouda looked around boredly, and then asked Anelka. Anelka nodded without hiding anything and said, "Well, there has been news recently. Anyway, I don't want to see Bambi for a day." Anelka was suppressed so much that he had already started to contact other clubs. Of course, Boas also hoped that Anelka would get out quickly. Therefore, the two sides had a tacit understanding. When the two were bragging and farting, the game officially began. Villas-Boas is very stubborn. Since he came to Chelsea, he has adopted an oppressive style of play, and he doesn't know how to adapt. But the biggest problem is that Chelsea's players are not configured to play this kind of oppressive style. Especially the configuration of Chelsea's defense line is definitely not a team that can play an oppressive style of play. Michael, pass to Meireles. Meireles, dribble and break through. Ramsey. Ramsey's position is very good. Ramsey intercepted Meireles' ball. Villas-Boas took down people like Lampard and Malouda. In the midfield, he played an oppressive style of play again. As a result, players like Meireles and Ramirez stood very forward. But Arsenal itself is not afraid of this style of play. Especially the team built by Wenger originally emphasized running ability and technical ability. Although Wenger's team is different from Mourinho's team, it is also very defensive. Therefore, Chelsea's oppressive style of play is difficult to break into Arsenal. Lucas, long pass. When Lucas played in the Brazilian league, he was a player with excellent skills, excellent passing, and even good shooting. But after arriving at Chelsea, he has been transformed into a defensive midfielder. His defensive ability is still very strong. But he did not waste his passing ability. Reus got the ball. Reus, cross. Originally, Reus received the ball, and Basingwe thought Reus was going to break through. For Reus, breaking through has always been his most powerful means. Basingwe did not rush forward because he knew that Reus had great explosive power and speed. Once he was given a chance, he would break through. But it was precisely because Basingwe did not step forward to block that Reus had space to pass the ball. It was a direct cross. Reus is a right-footed player, but his left foot is not weak at all. Passing with a left foot, controlling the ball with a left foot, and crossing with a left foot. These are not a problem for Reus. Lee came in from the right. The oppressive style of play places the highest demands on the back line. Barcelona also uses an oppressive style of play, so as long as they lose the ball in the front court, they will frantically counterattack in the front court. Because of this oppressive style, they are most afraid of counterattacks. Even Barcelona's Dream Team 3 at its peak was very afraid of counterattacks. Barcelona's back line also has defenders with good speed like Puyol. But Chelsea is different now. Chelsea's central defender combination is Terry and Alex. Both players are extremely strong in frontal defense, but they are central defenders with slow turning speed and chasing speed. Originally, with their strong frontal defense ability, as long as they are well arranged, they will be the best central defender combination in the Premier League. But now they play an oppressive style of play, which infinitely expands their weakness. This is how it is. A powerful head coach can use excellent tactics to cover up the weaknesses of the players. But some coaches have instead expanded the weaknesses of the players. Historically, Mourinho used the combination of Lucio and Samuel at Inter Milan. It covered up Lucio's weakness. Very fast, he inserted from the right and got the ball after offside. Sturridge, this is a one-on-one shot. Neither Terry nor Alex are fast defenders, so after letting Sturridge go, they could never catch up with him. Sturridge is 22 years old, and his biggest features are his speed and good skills. But his biggest weakness is being alone. But when he is alone, there are not so many things to pay attention to. Sek, leave the goal. Sek was really complaining in his heart. Even when Ancelotti was the head coach, Sek had never been so powerless. Since Villas-Boas played a pressing style, the distance between Sek and the defenders was very far. Sek was really helpless. Chelsea, who had excellent defense this season, was constantly counterattacked by the opponent. Cech didn't know how many times he had encountered opponents alone this season. Although Cech complained in his heart, he could only choose to attack. If he didn't attack in this kind of one-on-one situation, then he would have no chance. Sturridge, very fast. He dribbled past Cech. Empty goal, empty goal. For players with strong explosive power and fast speed, it is very easy to dribble past a goalkeeper. Sturridge is such a player. Although Cech is a world-class goalkeeper, Sturridge just accelerated and dribbled the ball past Cech. Sturridge, shoot. 12 minutes into the game, Arsenal led Chelsea 1-0 away from home. This situation is too familiar now. It has appeared many times in Chelsea's games this season. We really don't understand why Coach Boas has not changed at all. In the previous rounds of games, they were defeated by Arsenal, who were short of players. For the commentator, Chelsea this season is too unfamiliar. Although it started with Mourinho. Chelsea has changed many coaches, and each has a different style. But Chelsea's defense has always been good, and the foundation left by Mourinho is still quite strong. But since Villas-Boas came to Chelsea this season, Chelsea's defense has become paper-thin. Every hit is accurate, and world-class central defenders like Terry have become big sieves. They have been hit countless times by opponents. Villas-Boas was waving his hands and feet angrily on the sidelines. Facing the problem is not to find a way to change. On the contrary, Villas-Boas believes that Chelsea players are not resolute in pressing. Therefore, let Chelsea continue to press forward and start to press the opponent from the front court. Simeone looked at Villas-Boas and sneered in his heart. Villas-Boas has the reputation of Mourinho number 2, but not to mention controlling the locker room. Even his tactical ability and adaptability are a level lower than Mourinho. The wing has a top winger like Di Maria. If Simeone is allowed to choose, he will choose Drogba, the powerful center forward. Moreover, pairing Drogba with Aguero, a small forward with fast speed and good skills, is a perfect match. When the time comes, Drogba will hold up the opponent's backline, and Aguero will be behind. What a good combination. But I don't know what's wrong with Boas. He actually suppressed Drogba. Arsenal played neither hurriedly nor slowly, just looking for mistakes in Chelsea's front court. Chelsea's front court is not Barcelona after all. Even Barcelona's front court cooperation will make mistakes. Not to mention Chelsea's players. Benicia, head the ball out. Arteta, pass the ball to Cazorla. Cazorla, pass straight. Walcott. Offside, Walcott's offside. Terry and Alex, they can't keep up with Walcott's pace. This is another one-on-one. Walcott is not a fast forward like Henry and Owen, but his explosiveness and speed are not slow at all. Especially when facing Terry and Alex, he has an advantage. Walcott, shoot. Unlike Yuxin, who used his speed to get past the goalkeeper, Walcott made a direct low shot. Goal, 2-0, 2-0. Arsenal is already leading Chelsea 2-0. Terry and Alex have been hit from behind twice. Chelsea's defense is like a sieve. Terry saw Walcott score and couldn't help but kick the ball hard into the sky. Terry has been in Chelsea's first team for more than 10 years, and this season is the most humiliating for him. He has been hit from behind countless times. None of his advantages, such as high-altitude defensive ability and frontal defensive ability, can be brought into play. On the contrary, he has been hit from behind countless times and was hailed as a big sieve by the media. Terry really feels wronged. Chapter 336 Advertisement. Haha. The second Mourinho is not Mourinho after all. In European football, few people who are said to be the second so-and-so will actually succeed. Villas-Boas? Haha. When Feng Shuo and Nano were bragging in the stands, Chelsea suffered a humiliating 2-7 defeat. Abramovich walked out directly. When Yuxin found Terry to exchange jerseys, he had to say to Terry, "John, I'll treat you to a meal." Terry nodded helplessly. Mendes on this side was also at a loss. He had advised Villas-Boas before, but it was useless. When he came out, he met his old enemy Mark Roger. He had just finished watching Chelsea's game, and when he came out, Mendes received a call from Mark Roger. Mark Roger told Mendes on the phone that he was at Stamford Bridge and wanted to meet Mendes. Come and see. Villas-Boas is known as the second Mourinho and the best young coach in European football. Of course I have to come and see him. Although it was a compliment to Villas-Boas, it was completely contemptuous from Mark Roger's mouth. Mark Roger obviously didn't care about Villas-Boas at all. There was even a clear sneer in the corner of his mouth. Mark Roger was in a good mood because Villas-Boas's performance in Chelsea was getting worse and worse. This was Villas-Boas's 5th defeat in the past 2 months, and Chelsea's ranking was also plummeting. Seeing Villas-Boas in trouble, Mark Roger was also very happy. "You really are." Mendes shook his head. Then he smiled and said, "Tell me, how can you have time to watch Chelsea's game? It's not Nicola's business." Anelka. Yes. Anelka's agents are his 2 brothers, but Mark Roger and Anelka have a deep relationship. When Anelka came to Arsenal, it was Wenger who relied on his connections in France, including the coach of Paris Saint-Germain at the time, and the relationship with the French agent Crocodile Mark Roger. Mark Roger made a great contribution to Anelka's transfer to Arsenal at a low price. Mark Roger also naturally became a partner of Arsenal at that time. The growth of Arsenal's French gang had a lot to do with him. Later, Anelka transferred to Real Madrid, relying on Mark Roger's running between the 2 places. Of course, because of this transfer, Mark Roger and Arsenal began to fall out. He also had a good relationship with Real Madrid and finally joined Florentino's advisory team. Why? To arrange his transfer. Yes. I recently met a big sponsor who was willing to pay an annual salary of €7 million and let Nicola endorse their products. After the final calculation, the annual income exceeded €10 million. Income exceeding €10 million is the top in the world football. At present, there are very few players with an annual salary of more than €10 million in European football. Even the annual salary before tax exceeds €10 million is not much. There are only a handful of players with an annual salary of more than €10 million before tax in the Premier League. China. How do you know? Mark Roger was very surprised. Although the media has been reporting on Anelka's future recently, no one knows exactly which club is in China. Because there are so many pieces of news, I didn't expect Mendes to say it all at once. Shanghai Shenhua. You are amazing. Mark Roger opened his mouth wide. Although he and Shenhua have been talking for a long time, they are all very secret negotiations. Shenhua doesn't want to announce it directly. Shenhua also wants some sensational effects. The 2 sides have just reached most of the agreement recently, and I didn't expect Mendes to know it. What's more important is that Shanghai Shenhua may be a wealthy club in China. But in the world football, it's nothing, and no one in European football knows that there is a club like Shenhua in China. I didn't expect Mendes to say it all at once. Of course. In European football, if we talk about understanding Chinese football, no one knows it better than me. Mark, nothing in Chinese football can be hidden from me. After Mark Roger said that Anelka met a big money sponsor, Mendes knew who it was, only Shanghai Shenhua. By the way, Shanghai Shenhua's introduction of Anelka in history can be said to have caused a sensation in the entire Chinese football world. When Anelka was announced to join Shenhua, it caused a huge stir on the Chinese internet within a day. On the Sina Weibo Hot Topic rankings, there were nearly 1 million comments on Anelka joins the Chinese Super League, and the number of comments on Tencent Weibo reached 67 million. In the Shanghai Hotline Shenhua channel's opinion poll on can Anelka help Shenhua win the championship, nearly 5,000 fans participated in the vote, and more than 60% of the fans chose definitely. It can be seen that Chinese fans are eager for world-class stars. Why, are you done talking? Yes. Just finished talking. Nicola will join the Shenhua club during the winter transfer. Haha, that's good. Not bad, it's a good thing. Chinese football has been very rich in recent years and can offer enough salaries. Recently, I also have a player playing in China, and he is currently the top scorer in the Chinese league. His annual salary after tax is $6 million. No one in European football can offer such a high salary. Mendes was talking about Quaresma, who is currently playing for Evergrande. His characteristics really stand out on the Chinese league, and his performance after coming to the Chinese Super League is very outstanding. In the 2011 season, Quaresma scored 21 goals in the Chinese Super League. He became the top scorer in the Chinese Super League. In the FA Cup, he scored 4 goals, and a total of 25 goals in a season. Evergrande is not stingy. As long as the performance is good, they will give enough salary. Quaresma's salary has increased from $3 million at the beginning to $6 million per year after tax. Of course, this salary was just negotiated by Mendes and Evergrande. Among his peers, there are few who earn more than Quaresma. Even those talented players in the Giants do not have this annual salary. It can be seen how generous the Chinese league is now. Moreover, the current Chinese economy is developing too fast. Quaresma and others come to China to play football, not only to get high salaries. Like Quaresma, he became the darling of Guangzhou fans in a short period of time. It is easy to get the favor of local companies in Guangzhou. He got a lot of commercial endorsements. While the two agents were bragging and chatting, Terry, Lampard and Li Yuxin also came to a Chinese restaurant. Li Yuxin was also introducing China, especially Lampard, who was becoming more and more interested in the Chinese Super League. Coach Boas, you have lost 5 games in 2 months. Li Yuxin was in a very good mood recently because he met with people for the Chinese Super League. Arsenal was also biting the Manchester City duo. The next opponent in the League Cup final is Chelsea again, Arsenal's opponent for the first championship. At this time, Boas was questioned by Chelsea's top management. Chelsea club chairman, Chelsea CEO, Chelsea Secretary General and others were sitting there, each with a gloomy face. It was because Chelsea's current performance was too bad. Originally, Chelsea's performance was quite good at the beginning of this season. But after the crushing defeat to Arsenal, Chelsea lost consecutive games. By the Christmas battle, Chelsea's ranking had plummeted. At present, the two teams with the best performance are Manchester United and Manchester City, and they are also the biggest favourites for the Premier League Championship this season. Then there is Arsenal, which is only 1 or 2 games away from Manchester United and Manchester City. Chelsea, one of the best teams in the Premier League in recent years, is now even worse than Arsenal and Tottenham. How can Chelsea's top management be satisfied with Villas-Boas's performance? According to the current results, Chelsea will not even be able to get a place in the Champions League next season. It will be fine soon. Villas-Boas also had a blank expression. Although Villas-Boas has a low emotional intelligence, it does not mean that he is an idiot. When he talked to him before, Abramovich talked to him personally every time. Chelsea's performance in these few games was very poor, and Abramovich should be there at this time. But among the Chelsea executives who talked to him today, Abramovich was not there. This made Villas-Boas feel that something was wrong. Haha. Coach Villas-Boas, you have said this many times this month. Chelsea CEO Gourlay directly ridiculed Villas-Boas. Because of the poor performance in the past 2 months, Chelsea's top management has frequently met with Villas-Boas. Gourlay even told Villas-Boas some time ago not to treat old players like this. But Villas-Boas went his own way and didn't give Gourlay face. It's just that Gourlay is mainly responsible for the business side, so it has never been a big deal. But Gourlay is angry. Villas-Boas relied on his youth and Abramovich's love and trust for him, and didn't take him, the CEO of the club, seriously. Gourlay endured it at the time, but now seeing Villas-Boas's performance getting worse and worse and Abramovich's patience slowly disappearing, Gourlay began to mock Villas-Boas. My tactics at Chelsea have almost succeeded. Villas-Boas answered Gourlay expressionlessly. Among the Chelsea executives, Villas-Boas looked down on Gourlay the most. Gourlay was the CEO of Chelsea, but Chelsea's commercial development did not develop much. Compared with Kenyon's time, Chelsea's commercial development under Gourlay's leadership was not as good as Arsenal and Liverpool. And you are a commercial developer, you know nothing about football tactics. Coach Villas-Boas, we have to look at the results to determine whether it is a success or not. Don't ever think that working at Chelsea is easy. Seeing that Villas-Boas was still arrogant, Gourlay sneered and answered. Gourlay knew that Abramovich had lost his patience with Villas-Boas. If Villas-Boas's results continued to be so poor, Villas-Boas's career as Chelsea coach would have come to an end. I know. Coach Villas-Boas, I still have to remind you one last thing. Whether it's Frank or Didier, they are all our Chelsea heroes and our Chelsea treasures. I hope you can cherish them. I think Mr. Gourlay should understand that I am the head coach of Chelsea. Villas-Boas' temper was not that good either, and he immediately retorted to Gourlay. Gourlay heard what Villas-Boas said, smiled and nodded, and said, okay. Chapter 337 Farewell to the Clown. Gourlay did not continue to talk to Villas-Boas. He came here to warn him anyway. So he immediately took people out of Villas-Boas' office. How could such a Chelsea possibly fight against Arsenal? As soon as the game started, Arsenal grabbed Chelsea's weakness and gnawed wildly. Cazorla, pass. Lee, dunk. Lee passed David Luiz. David Luiz rushed too hard and lost his position. Lee shot. Lee, Lee 0-3-0-3. Chelsea fell behind Arsenal 0-3 at home. Is this Chelsea? Is this the iron-blooded team created by Mourinho back then? Their defense is completely useless. Stamford Bridge was full of boos all over the sky. Because they really couldn't stand it anymore. Is this the Chelsea they are familiar with? Even radical fans began to shout, "Boas, get out. Dismissed. Dismissed." Although Terry has become a big sieve this season, he is a world-class central defender after all. The frontal defense ability is still very strong, and it can stabilize the backline. But with Terry injured and Ashley Cole out of favor, the current Chelsea backline is Ivanovic as the right back, David Luiz and Alex as the central defenders, and Basingwa as the left back. Such a backline is simply a live target in the Premier League. Abramovich sat on it with a gloomy face. When Villas-Boas debuted, he was famous and was known as the second Mourinho. Although Abramovich fired Mourinho, in his mind Mourinho is definitely a top coach. He has a special feeling for Mourinho. Abramovich's real success at Chelsea began during Mourinho's period. Therefore, he still agrees with Mourinho in his heart. Although the two sides fell out in the end and Abramovich fired Mourinho, Abramovich recognized Mourinho's ability. Therefore, when Villas-Boas had the title of Mourinho's second and his own fortune was somewhat similar to Mourinho, Abramovich was completely impulsive. But half a season has passed, and Villas-Boas is really not Mourinho. Chelsea keeps losing, and losing. In several head-on encounters this season, Chelsea has lost. Not only that. At present, the relationship between Villas-Boas and Chelsea's old players is tense. Villas-Boas is also quite courageous. From Anelka, Malouda to Drogba, and then Lampard, Ashley Cole and other locker room bosses have all been dealt with by him. As a result, Villas-Boas is really deserted in the Chelsea locker room now. Those Chelsea locker room bosses are not so easy to suppress. Run. Get him out. Abramovich watched the Arsenal players celebrate the goal, and finally blurted out these words. Gourlay looked at Abramovich and asked in surprise, when? Although he was surprised, Gourlay was very happy in his heart. Villas-Boas, let you be arrogant and let you look down on me. After the game. Is it really necessary? Abramovich did not answer directly, but nodded with a cold face. It is very difficult to fire a head coach in other clubs. But it was too easy for Chelsea. As long as Abramovich was not satisfied, he could be fired immediately. Back on the field, Lee Yuxin was very happy with Arsenal. In the end, Arsenal slaughtered their old enemy Chelsea 8-2. After losing the game, everyone on the Chelsea side looked unhappy. Of course, the veterans in the locker room were all laughing at Boas. Boas was just about to speak to his players. The door of the locker room opened. Mr. Gourlay, this is the locker room. Boas didn't like Gourlay very much. Now he was even more dissatisfied when he saw Gourlay entering the locker room directly. After all, this is the locker room. The locker room is a very sacred place in English football. In addition to the head coach and players, the club's top management cannot enter at will. Now Gourlay entered the locker room like this. Boas was very angry. I know. Gourlay showed a slight sneer on his face, not caring about Boas's anger at all. He entered the locker room and looked at the players below and nodded. Then he looked up at Villas-Boas and said, Coach Villas-Boas, the club is very grateful for your contribution to the club in the past 6 months. Following Gourlay's words, many players were surprised at first, but soon some old players laughed. They are all smart people, and Gourlay's words are obviously just a polite remark. The meaning is even more obvious. Villas-Boas was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't hear clearly what Gourlay said next. Villas-Boas is a real young celebrity. He was spotted by Robson in his 20s and began to join Robson's coaching team. Later, Mourinho became famous, and Villas-Boas played the role of information collector in Mourinho's team. As soon as he became the head coach, he achieved great success in the Portuguese Super League. Then he was hailed as the second Mourinho. He won the Europa League and then became the head coach of Chelsea. Villas-Boas' life has always been smooth and he has never suffered any setbacks. Therefore, when he heard Gourlay's words, Villas-Boas felt that the world was spinning. Thank you, Coach Villas-Boas. After Gourlay finished speaking, he reached out his hand to shake hands with Villas-Boas for the last time. But Villas-Boas was in a state of despair. After all, this was the first time he had encountered a major setback. I wish Coach Villas-Boas all the best in the future. Villas-Boas did not shake hands with him, but Gourlay was not angry at all. On the contrary, seeing the despairing Villas-Boas, Gourlay was in a good mood. Therefore, he did not care at all. Villas-Boas could not hear the rest of the words, and did not want to stay here any longer, so he slowly left the locker room. He did not expect that he would receive the news of dismissal in the locker room. And those young players who were favored by Boas dared not say anything at this time. After all, Boas had offended the entire Chelsea veterans, and those players who were favored by Boas were already hostile to the old players. If anyone dared to say a word for Boas at this time, they would not be able to gain a foothold in Chelsea in the future. Okay. Gourlay asked the players to calm down, and then said to Di Matteo next to him, "Robert, you will be the acting head coach of the club during this period." Asshole. Mendes was very angry. He was not angry that Boas was fired. In fact, he had been mentally prepared for this. The two most outstanding coaches under Mendes were Mourinho and Boas. But both of them were full of personality. Especially Boas. Mendes also told him many times that he had to deal with the old players of Chelsea. But Boas was young and energetic and never listened to Mendes. Look at Chelsea's results again. Those old players can pet a coach. If the atmosphere in the locker room is not right, how can everyone's fighting power come out? But Mendes was not satisfied with Chelsea's approach. In fact, there are many ways to fire a head coach. They can find Mendes and then the two sides can solve it privately. Those big clubs all do this. But this time Chelsea completely slapped Villas-Boas in the face and directly announced the dismissal of Villas-Boas in the locker room. This is a shame for Villas-Boas and also a shame for Mendes. Although after such a dismissal, Villas-Boas can get a very high penalty. As an agent, Mendes can also get a lot of money. But that little money is not enough to make Mendes calm down. Because it is level, agents value face more. Chelsea is too much? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Fighting Real Madrid Again. Villas-Boas' dismissal was expected, but for Lee Yuxin, it was just a bad luck. Arsenal has defended the League Cup for 4 consecutive years, but due to the depth of the lineup and injuries, Arsenal is still behind Manchester City in the league. However, in the Champions League, Arsenal encountered Real Madrid again in the quarterfinals. It's really a narrow road for enemies. However, a piece of news made Lee Yuxin excited. By the way, teacher, Real Madrid has recently contacted Diego Lopez of Villarreal. Did you know about this? Has history changed? Lee Yuxin is more concerned about a small transfer during the winter break. Real Madrid has recently contacted Villarreal frequently to introduce Villarreal's goalkeeper Diego Lopez. This is a goalkeeper who was once a member of Real Madrid's youth training camp. However, the price is not high, just a few million euros, which was originally a very inconspicuous transfer. But compared with other transfers, this is the transfer that Lee Yuxin is looking forward to. I heard about it. Real Madrid will have an interesting second half of the season. Wenger nodded and said, "Is Mourinho going to fight Casillas face to face?" Lee Yuxin was very happy. It was another club that was in internal strife, and it was Real Madrid. When several Arsenal players were studying the video of Real Madrid's game, Diego is a good goalkeeper. It's just a pity that he is destined to be sandwiched between Mourinho and Casillas. Mourinho is really a man of swift action. Diego Lopez was introduced during the winter break. Many people thought that Mourinho was trying to show his power to Casillas. But no one thought that this was not an ordinary show of power. Mourinho is different from those coaches who only talk big. He is a man who does what he says. After the start of the second half of the season, Mourinho really put Casillas in the cold palace. In the first half of the season, Mourinho only occasionally disparaged Casillas, but did not completely abandon Casillas. But from the first game of the second half of the season, Mourinho directly used Diego Lopez as the main goalkeeper. Of course, Diego Lopez, the bench goalkeeper of Real Madrid at that time, performed well. But Lee Yuxin clearly saw the problem. "Gigi, look at Real Madrid's defense line, is this a game?" he asked Buffon. Although Real Madrid's defense line did not intentionally pit Diego Lopez, it was obvious that Real Madrid's defense line did not listen to Diego Lopez's deployment at all. Even Pepe, who had some disagreements with Casillas, did not listen to Diego Lopez's arrangements. Diego Lopez was too little famous and could not command Real Madrid's defense at all. These people in Real Madrid's defense line are more bossy than each other. When Casillas was in the goal position, although Pepe and others did not like Casillas, they did not dare to disobey Casillas's command. But compared with Casillas, Diego Lopez is far inferior to Real Madrid's defense line in terms of qualifications and fame. Real Madrid's defense is not very good, and they are so alienated from the goalkeeper, it's strange that they can have good results. Diego Lopez couldn't command a defense during the game, so he could only do his own work. I believe Diego is very happy. Cazorla and Diego Lopez are also familiar with each other. When Diego Lopez debuted, he was also an excellent goalkeeper in Real Madrid. It's just that he was unlucky and met Casillas, who is the same age, so he had to leave Real Madrid. Carvajal was at the peak of Real Madrid at that time, so there was no player from Real Madrid's youth training camp that he was not familiar with. Although he is now sandwiched between Mourinho and Igor. If he is not careful, he will be crushed to pieces. But if there is no such opportunity, who in European football would know who Diego Lopez is? How could he have the opportunity to play for Real Madrid? Lee Yuxin also nodded. Diego Lopez is really a nobody. If it weren't for the conflict between Mourinho and Casillas, he would never have become a main player in Real Madrid in his life. No one in European football knows about a goalkeeper who guards the goal for a small team. For Diego Lopez, this is also an opportunity. Although Diego Lopez is under great defensive pressure because there is no tacit understanding between Diego Lopez and the Real Madrid defense line. But it also allows Diego Lopez to make various world-class saves and begin to make a name for himself. Of course, some people think that his position is not good, so he needs various saves. A goalkeeper with a good position does not need such saves. However, in Buffon's view, this is definitely not just a problem of position, but more of a problem with the coordination with the defense line. If the Real Madrid defense line is willing to listen to his command, Real Madrid will not be bombarded like this. Therefore, Buffon pointed out that Real Madrid's defense line still has no tacit understanding. Although Real Madrid is still at the top of the La Liga, the problem is still very significant. That's right. I don't know what Casillas is thinking now. Walcott said, he must be dissatisfied. Bale said gloatingly, I don't know if this conflict can be resolved. I hope it doesn't happen to us. Wilshere said, it must be impossible to resolve it. If it was to be resolved, things wouldn't have come to this point. Lee Yuxin sneered. Things have come to this point, and it is impossible to resolve them. Because things are no longer something that the agent can decide. If the agent can decide, Mendes will not watch such a thing happen. The seemingly calm Real Madrid locker room is now in big trouble. What the Arsenal players and coaches don't know is that Casillas sat expressionlessly on the bench, and the anger in his heart was not reflected on his face. But I am not happy, and this expression is obvious at a glance. But Casillas is really angry. The anger in his heart is not a little bit. He is the captain of Real Madrid and the captain of the Spanish national team. He is the first captain of the Spanish national team to win the World Cup and the first captain of the national team to win the European Cup in history. He is a legendary captain in the history of Spanish football. In Casillas' opinion, he is the flag of Real Madrid. Raúl was so glorious back then, but what a rubbish the national team had at that time. With his current status, Real Madrid should revolve around him. Mourinho, Cristiano Ronaldo. What do these Portuguese think Real Madrid is? They really think they are soft persimmons that can be squeezed whenever they want. Do they really think Real Madrid is a Portuguese club? Zidane, have you talked to them? Florentino's face was not good up there. He had hoped to mediate the conflict between Mourinho and Casillas, but things still came to this point. In fact, for Florentino, whether it is Mourinho or Casillas, he has no special feelings. Florentino is the chairman of Real Madrid and a businessman. For him, whoever can make Real Madrid strong, he will support. He can tolerate Mendes's continuous expansion of power in Real Madrid because Mendes players are of good quality and Mourinho's coaching ability is very strong. He hopes to introduce more good players to Real Madrid with the help of Mendes. But he doesn't tolerate everything. Florentino doesn't like Casillas very much, just as he didn't like Raúl very much before. Whether it's Raúl or Casillas, they are indeed the club's flagship players. But the power they want in Real Madrid is too great, exceeding the rights a player should have. This is what Florentino hates. But no matter how much he dislikes it, he still opposes Mourinho's suppression of Casillas. After all, Casillas is also the captain of Real Madrid. How much turmoil will this bring? José's attitude is very firm. Zidane came to Mourinho as an assistant coach at first, but unfortunately Mourinho was used to being arbitrary, and Mourinho had his own coaching team. Zidane is the bridge for Mourinho to communicate with the top management of Real Madrid. However, after Mourinho defeated Valdano and became the most powerful person in Real Madrid's competitive field, Zidane left Mourinho's coaching team. Florentino sighed. He actually had already approached Mourinho, but Mourinho obviously gave Florentino a choice. Either him or Casillas. Florentino hated Mourinho's forcing him to give him tactical freedom. The first time was before the match with Barcelona, when he used this method to force himself to give him tactical freedom. The second time, he used this method to drive Valdano away and took control of Real Madrid's competitive power. Now this is the third choice he has given himself. Florentino tolerated it once and twice. But Mourinho is completely pushing for more, and Florentino certainly won't nod so easily. And the players are also well informed, and the coaching staff naturally saw it. Wenger, Zidane and Blind have already started to study it, or defensive counterattack. Chapter 339, First Victory. In the quarter-finals of the Champions League knockout round, Arsenal met Real Madrid after eliminating Galatasaray in the round of 16. Arsenal came to the Bernabeu as an away team first and then as a host. Arsenal's luck was not very good. After all, Real Madrid is not in a strong position now, but its performance in the Champions League and La Liga is still good. Although there are internal conflicts, Real Madrid is also a favorite team to win the Champions League under Mourinho. Look at Real Madrid's lineup. Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, Ozil, Di Maria, Xavi, Alonso, Khedira, Higuain. Any one of them is a player coveted by the giants in European football. In terms of team strength, Arsenal is far behind Real Madrid. Therefore, many people are not optimistic about Arsenal. Gareth, how do you feel about coming to the Bernabeu today? It's just so-so. I had high hopes when I was a kid, but now it seems like nothing special. I can't join Real Madrid, but I feel good about defeating Real Madrid. After all, I've played at the Bernabeu, and it can be considered a childhood dream come true. Yes. Ha ha ha. The young Arsenal players who just defended the League Cup have a lot more confidence. Facing Real Madrid, they dare to joke around. Real Madrid. To be honest, Lee Yuxin is very optimistic that Arsenal can defeat Real Madrid. Because Lee Yuxin's idea is very simple. How can you, Real Madrid, which is divided into pieces, defeat the united Arsenal? Even if you lose, you have to show off your strength. Lee, you should run diagonally between the two defenders more. When counterattacking, if you can't hit the target in the middle, then go to the two sides, understand? The time for the game is getting closer and closer, and Wenger began to make some pre-match arrangements. Lee Yuxin listened to Wenger's arrangements and Wenger's words very seriously. Because of today's game, Wenger made some changes to Lee Yuxin's tasks. Therefore, Lee Yuxin must listen carefully to Wenger's words. Yes. Theo, Gareth, if Lee goes to the wing, you will go straight to the middle. You two should change positions at any time and interact at any time. Bale and Walcott beside him also nodded. Santiago, Aaron, you must pass the ball quickly. Don't carry the ball too much in the midfield. Yes. On this side, Mourinho was also cautious about his old acquaintance Lee Yuxin. The most amazing thing about Mourinho is that he does a very good job of intelligence work before the game. And he works very hard to analyze everything about the opponent. He will understand many habits of the opponent's players. Mourinho is now successful, but when Mourinho just became the head coach, he was not as famous as he is now. At that time, he spent his own money to hire people to understand the information of the opponent. It is precisely because of this that Mourinho can have the current success. Every person's success has his reasons. Mourinho's success lies in his efforts. But he was also inexplicable today. Wenger is not a coach who likes to be unconventional. Wenger prefers to use his own game rhythm, prefers to remain unchanged in the face of changes, and rarely makes sudden changes to the lineup and formation. But how did Lee Yuxin become a center forward today? Mourinho really couldn't figure it out. Lee Yuxin is very good, and Mourinho has known this for a long time. In order to defend Lee Yuxin, Mourinho asked Ramos to be very careful. Don't rush forward like before. Facing a player like Lee Yuxin who has speed, skills, can pass and shoot, it is difficult for a player like Ramos to defend. Therefore, before the game, Moreno's biggest concern was how to defend Lee Yuxin. Before the game, Lee Yuxin looked at Ramos wearing the Real Madrid captain's armband in the passage. In this game, Lee Yuxin was also carefully observing Real Madrid's central defenders. One is Pepe, known as North de Jong and South Pepe, and the other is Ramos, a talented French central defender. Lee Yuxin remembered Wenger's teachings. Two central defenders, don't get entangled with one person. Instead, he pretended to tangle with someone, but once the opportunity arose, he immediately cut in diagonally between the two central defenders. In other words, he tangled with a central defender, but when attacking, he had to run to the other central defender. This ensured that he would not be offside, and he would also go through the gap between the two central defenders. Wenger's choice for Lee Yuxin was Ramos. Because although Ramos is old, he is fast, has a good position, and is very good at tackling. If you choose to break through Ramos, there will be many difficulties. Especially now Ramos is at his peak. On the contrary, although Pepe was once a top central defender, his state has declined a lot. And being reckless is still his big problem. Therefore, after the game started, Lee Yuxin immediately entangled with Ramos. Then he looked at Pepe's position. Moreno is a team that likes to play defensive counterattacks. Under his command, Real Madrid's counterattack speed is definitely the best in European football. But the same is true for Arsenal. Arsenal has been in financial crisis for many years and has always been a weak team facing strong teams in recent years. Wenger was also very low-key when he came to Real Madrid this time. After all, they are facing a powerful Real Madrid. After all, they are facing a strong enemy like Moreno. Therefore, Arsenal also has a low profile. Real Madrid did not think about attacking Real Madrid, and of course Arsenal does not have the strength to attack Real Madrid. Real Madrid. Moreno looks very confident against Wenger. When Real Madrid faces strong teams, Moreno likes to play defensive counterattacks. I didn't expect that when facing Arsenal today. It seems that Moreno is not conservative at all. Facing Arsenal today, Moreno is very confident. Because he can see Arsenal's weaknesses clearly. Arsenal's midfield defense is weak, Arteta's defense is very poor, and Ramsey can run. But he is much worse in positioning. Arsenal's midfield, defensive ability can be said to be very poor. In addition, Arsenal's two wingers are even more of a huge hidden danger. Whether it is Jenkinson or Gibbs, their defensive ability is very poor. Moreno will use the two wingers to completely defeat Arsenal. After all, Real Madrid's wingers are Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria. Cristiano Ronaldo, this is the superstar who is currently competing with Messi for the world's #1 player. And what is Jenkinson? Facing Cristiano Ronaldo is really hard to imagine. Alonso long pass. Cristiano Ronaldo got the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo, this is cutting inside. Cristiano Ronaldo, shoot. Ronaldo has unlimited firing rights in Real Madrid. The game just started, Ronaldo first had a taste of it. After dribbling past Jenkinson, he directly shot a long shot at a distance of 30 meters. If other players shot directly from such a long distance, they would definitely be criticized by other players. But this is Ronaldo, no one will say anything. Because this is Ronaldo's privilege. Bang, the ball hit Mertesacker. Cazorla, the ball came to Cazorla's feet. Cazorla, pulled the ball past him. Cazorla dribbled past Khedira. Ronaldo's shot was too powerful. After hitting Mertesacker, the rebound force was also very strong. He came directly to Cazorla. Cazorla, under Khedira's defense, simply pulled the ball past Khedira. Cazorla pass. Cazorla and Lee Yuxin cooperated well. Although Lee Yuxin played the center position for the first time today, it was not a problem for Cazorla. He had already thought of what Lee Yuxin would choose. Of course, the same was true for Lee Yuxin. The moment Cazorla got the ball, Lee Yuxin had already retreated 2 steps and brought Ramos out. Arsenal only had Lee Yuxin as a center forward, so Ramos of course followed him out. However, Lee Yuxin only retreated 2 steps, brought Ramos out of his position, and suddenly accelerated and ran to Pepe's side. And Cazorla's pass immediately found Lee Yuxin. Lee's run this time was very smart. Lee Yuxin certainly didn't really run to Pepe, but made a diagonal cut. He suddenly cut diagonally from Ramos' side to Pepe's side. In this way, there would be no offside. He can also get rid of Ramos. And as long as he speeds up, Lee Yuxin will have a way to break through Pepe. In a stationary state, breaking through the opponent head-on is not Lee Yuxin's strong point. But breaking through the opponent while running at high speed is Lee Yuxin's forte. Lee Yuxin dribbles the ball, Lee Yuxin accelerates. Lee Yuxin breaks through from Pepe's side. Lee Yuxin's running position and Cazorla's wonderful pass are quite good in an instant. When Pepe was about to intercept Lee Yuxin's speed was already fully up. Lee Yuxin did not face Pepe directly, but accelerated from Pepe's side. Pepe's explosive power decreased a lot, and Lee Yuxin had an angle for shooting in an instant. This is really the effect of speed. Lee Yuxin almost did nothing against Pepe. He just used speed to get rid of Pepe. He ran past Pepe's side, but because of his high speed, he immediately had an angle for shooting. Lee shoot. Lee Yuxin did not hesitate. After the shooting opportunity appeared, he kicked the ball directly. Goal. 1-0, Arsenal is leading Real Madrid 1-0 in the game. Arsenal and Real Madrid also met in the knockout round of the 05-06 season. At that time, Arsenal eliminated Real Madrid with the help of Henry and Lee. This is a good sign. Damn it, Mourinho waved his hands on the sidelines, and Wenger also played a defensive counterattack. Indeed, Arsenal's wing is paper to Real Madrid, but Real Madrid's backline is also a shoddy project in front of Arsenal's Lee Yuxin, Bale and Walcott. If I am still the head coach of Real Madrid next season, I must change the central defender. Chapter 340, The Helpless Magic Bird and the Phenomenal Buffon. Mourinho frowned deeply. When a strong team faces a weaker opponent, the players they hate the most are those with strong personal strength and strong counter-attack ability. When Mourinho was coaching in the Premier League, the players he hated the most were Defoe. It is difficult for them to become the main force of a strong team, and many of them have failed in a strong team. But they are the top scorers in the mid-level teams, scoring more than 10 goals a year. They all scored by taking advantage of the counter-attack opportunity. In Mourinho's eyes, Real Madrid and Arsenal are not on the same parallel line at all. Because Arsenal is too weak. But it is precisely because of this that although Mourinho has a good relationship with Lee Yuxin, he hates players like Lee Yuxin on the court. Excellent personal strength, fast speed, and super counter-attack ability. If you don't pay attention, you may create a threat. But now Mourinho has no choice. Mourinho's situation in the Bernabeu is very bad at the moment. Because he and Casillas, the leader of the Real Madrid locker room, have a complete fallout. Mourinho accused Casillas of being a traitor and a ghost in the team. Casillas was also dissatisfied with Mourinho's tyranny. The two sides have now reached the point of bloodshed. The conflict between the two sides has been completely public. Not only in the locker room, it has been divided into two factions. Even Real Madrid fans are divided into two factions. One faction supports Mourinho, and the other supports Casillas. It's just that everyone has not yet completely publicly split because the season has not ended. In addition, Real Madrid just eliminated Manchester United in the knockout round, which gave Real Madrid a temporary calm. Mourinho now has only one way. La Liga is already 4 points ahead of Barcelona, and there is basically a great possibility of winning. Another one is the Champions League. As long as they can win the La Liga and Champions League double crowns, it will be Real Madrid's 10th Champions League championship. By then, Mourinho will be a great contributor to Real Madrid, and his position in Real Madrid will be as stable as a rock. Casillas will be swept out by Mourinho, and Mourinho will be able to win this war. But if he fails, then Mourinho's road to Real Madrid will come to an end. After all, he offended the big boss of Real Madrid's locker room, who is the spiritual leader of Real Madrid after Raúl. So the Champions League is Mourinho's lifeline. He can't allow Arsenal to stop Real Madrid. So he stepped forward and gestured to let Real Madrid strengthen its attack on the wing. Arsenal's wing is the biggest weakness. Real Madrid is very strong. They quickly mastered the rhythm of the game. Arteta has good ball control ability, but he has no advantage against Real Madrid. Khedira passed the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ozil went to the left. Cristiano Ronaldo passed the ball to Ozil. A very talented player. Ozil's breakthrough ability is okay. Although it can't be compared with players like Messi, his footwork is really excellent and his breakthrough ability is very strong. He is facing Jenkinson. Originally, Arsenal's main right-back was Sania, but Sania is now injured. As a result, only Jenkinson is left on the right. Ozil almost didn't need to exert any strength to face Jenkinson. Ozil's fake move is beautiful. Ozil completely passed Jenkinson. Ozil's kicking felt a little soft. Whether it was dribbling past the opponent or passing the ball, he looked a little sleepy. But this lazy Ozil is quite powerful. Just like this time, Ozil gently made a cut-in, fooling Jenkinson, and immediately took the ball back. A simple fake move completely passed Jenkinson. Soft, but the dribbling was not ambiguous at all. Ozil entered the penalty area. Mertesacker came to defend. Ozil, inverted triangle pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, shoot. Buffon, a world-class save, the ball went out of the baseline. At this time, Buffon saw Cristiano Ronaldo's shot and couldn't help grabbing his hair. It was too morale-destroying. This wing of Arsenal is really problematic. Look at Jenkinson's move just now, it was completely amateurish. Ozil easily broke through. Cristiano Ronaldo also penetrated the penalty area from the left, and there was no one defending near the penalty area. This position should have belonged to Arteta. But Arteta is an organizing midfielder and did not come to protect this point. Cristiano Ronaldo was allowed to shoot easily. What kind of defense is this? The result of defensive counterattacks actually allowed Ozil, Cristiano Ronaldo and others to break through, run, and shoot recklessly in front of the Arsenal penalty area. Pay attention to your position. Buffon was very angry. If Arsenal does not change the current situation, it is impossible to win the championship. It is absolutely not nonsense to win the championship by defending. Buffon, who is very experienced, believes this very much. Under his organization, Arsenal's defense began to shrink back and control the space, thus maintaining a slight advantage. In the 32nd minute of the game, Lee Yuxin scored another goal. Ramsey made a long pass in the midfield, and Lee Yuxin had an offside opportunity. This time the offside was caused by Pepe's backward position. Single-handed. For a super shooter like Lee Yuxin, the so-called single-handed is almost a sure thing. He scored the ball easily and changed the score to 2-1, 2-0. Arsenal was not satisfied because the opponent was Real Madrid. Mourinho was not satisfied either. Mourinho hoped to completely defeat Arsenal at home and did not want any variables to appear on the road. So he stepped forward and asked the Real Madrid players to speed up. Arsenal? In Mourinho's eyes, there are loopholes everywhere. As long as Arsenal is put under some pressure, Arsenal's immature wingers will naturally collapse. In fact, Mourinho's idea is not wrong at all. Arsenal's midfield defense is very weak. Ramsey has good physical strength and is very active in grabbing the ball, but Ramsey is not a defensive midfielder. His sense of position is quite poor, and he uses his super physical strength to entangle the opponent, so he can only cooperate with another defensive midfielder. And Arsenal's other defensive midfielder Arteta is also a defensive midfielder. But he has always played as a central midfielder, and even as the core of the front court attack in Everton, not a defensive midfielder. After being transformed into a defensive midfielder by Wenger, he is not bad in controlling the game. But his defensive ability has not improved. With two such players, the defense is of course weak. Real Madrid's midfielders can drive straight into Arsenal's midfield. Whether it is a personal breakthrough or a pass, it is the same. More importantly, Arsenal's two fullbacks are ridiculously poor, especially the right back Jenkinson. Not only is he young, but he also lacks experience. Real Madrid's pressure on Arsenal will indeed cause Arsenal's defense to collapse. Just one step away. As long as they score a goal, Arsenal's defense will really collapse. Mourinho knows this very well. So Mourinho hopes to score a goal in a short time, and finally break through to completely defeat Arsenal. Although Arsenal's goalkeeper is Buffon, Arsenal's defense is not as good as the Italian national team. Seeing Mourinho's gestures, Real Madrid players' attacks are getting more and more fierce. Di Maria shakes off Gibbs. Di Maria crosses the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo heads the ball. Too bad, the crossbar hits the target. Cristiano Ronaldo almost scored a hat-trick. Benzema passes the ball back. Alonso shoots from a distance. Buffon saves the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo shoots from a distance. This ball is just a little bit short. Real Madrid is really strong. Not just ordinary strong. Compared with Arsenal and Real Madrid, There is almost no position that can absolutely surpass them. Being suppressed by them like this, the backline is really in a state of panic. Arsenal is just one step away from losing the ball. Di Maria crosses the ball. This ball has no power. Buffon takes it off. If Szczesny was still the goalkeeper for Arsenal, he might have collapsed long ago. This Polish goalkeeper can be said to be very talented. In terms of physical strength, jumping ability, physical reaction, and height, he is very suitable to be a goalkeeper. Unfortunately, Szczesny also has many shortcomings. He is rash and inattentive. Buffon, who is absolutely world-class in experience and ability, does not have such shortcomings. After taking the ball, he looked ahead and then kicked the ball decisively. The ball flew to the left, where Bale was waiting, because Real Madrid players went forward to suppress Arsenal and the back line moved forward. This situation is what Lee Yuxin likes most. When Lee Yuxin broke through Ramos, Lee Yuxin did not hesitate at all. He ran directly into the penalty area. Lee Yuxin's speed was too fast. Not to mention that the defensive players had no time to defend. Even Arsenal's offensive players could not catch up with Lee Yuxin's counter-attack speed. Gareth Bale has entered the penalty area. Pepe come to defend. Gareth Bale, shoot with your left foot. This is a fake move. Lee Yuxin dunked the ball back. Shoot with your right foot. Goal. Although Bale's right foot is not good, there is no problem with this distance. Arsenal beat Real Madrid 3-0 in the first half. Igor. When Bale scored the third goal, Lee Yuxin was very excited. Every time he met such a strong team, Lee Yuxin felt excited. How many people can score 2 goals in the Bernabeu? However, when he and Bale just celebrated a goal, the voice of Igor suddenly rang out in the Bernabeu. The fans of Real Madrid who supported Casillas used such cheers to ridicule Mourinho below. The director immediately gave the camera to Mourinho and Casillas. The expressions of the two were similar. Mourinho had a gloomy face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. And Casillas' face did not ease because of the support of the fans. On the contrary, it was still very heavy. Lee Yuxin and other Arsenal players looked at each other and thought it was quite funny. After being scored, they actually shouted the name of the goalkeeper sitting on the bench. This situation is not common. It is the first time for Arsenal players and coaches to see such a thing. Now the Spanish media who are not on good terms with him think that Mourinho has no ability and only knows how to defend and counterattack. But although Wenger and Zidane are Mourinho's old rivals, they will not slander their opponents as casually as they do. Mourinho's strength is seen by both of them. If Mourinho really has no ability, let him stay in the position of head coach of Real Madrid for 2 years. And Florentino will not give him such support. He should not be able to stay in Real Madrid. Just look at this game. Regardless of whether Mourinho is right or not, he has caused Real Madrid members to begin to split, and Florentino will never keep Mourinho. Zidane guessed Florentino's mind very accurately. Florentino was in a bad mood. Falling behind in the game is not an important matter. The most important thing now is that Real Madrid has serious internal divisions. Those who support Mourinho and those who support Casillas both have a lot of weight. Florentino is very dissatisfied with Mourinho in his heart. After all, he personally adjusted Mourinho and did not give him face. But he was even more dissatisfied with Casillas. Mourinho was the head coach he chose. If Casillas didn't give Mourinho face, he wouldn't give himself face. Casillas even joined some local players to put pressure on the club to fire Mourinho. Florentino hates such players the most, that is, a player has more power than a player should have. Looking at Florentino's almost cannibalistic eyes, Mendes, who is not far from Florentino, sighed. In recent years, relying on Mourinho, Mendes has been able to call the shots at Real Madrid and introduced many of his own players. More importantly, as an agent who calls the shots at Real Madrid, Mendes has a very high status in the agent industry. But he knows that he has to consider the future now. Lee Yuxin looked back at Buffon in front of the goal. A good goalkeeper is worth half a team. This is really true. If it weren't for Buffon, Arsenal would have lost a ball long ago. Chapter 341, Real Madrid collapse. During the halftime break, Mourinho was furious in the locker room. The defense line was like paper, and was ravaged by Lee Yuxin and Bale. It was out of shape, especially Ramos. Speaking of it, Ramos was really unlucky. When Ramos first came to Real Madrid, it was the time when Real Madrid's Galaxy battleship was in decline. At that time, it happened to be Barcelona at its peak, and Ronaldinho kept ravaging it. Especially in the 2004, 2005 and 2005-2006 seasons. Ronaldinho was at his peak. He also happened to play on the left and blew up Ramos countless times. But Ramos is not the kind of person who gives up easily. Every time he was ravaged, he became stronger. Just like this constant ravage, he slowly became one of the best defenders in the world. He is still full of fighting spirit. And Mourinho continued to arrange offensive tactics. After all, Real Madrid would be completely finished if they didn't score. But the blows came one after another. In the 48th minute, Yuxin passed the ball to Walcott on the right, and the little tiger broke into the penalty area. Walcott entered the penalty area, Pepe came up. Walcott fell to the ground, foul, the referee blew a foul, it's a penalty. The commentator explained excitedly. But Pepe on the field was very angry. Because he did stretch his legs, but he only had a small collision with Walcott. As a professional player, Pepe knew clearly that there was no obvious foul in his actions just now. And Walcott was tripped, not because of his legs, but because Walcott leaned over by himself. And that little force was not enough for Walcott to fall so exaggeratedly. Walcott's speed had already slowed down. Then he deliberately hooked Pepe's legs and fell to the ground. Although Pepe is currently a player of the Portuguese national team, he is Brazilian. He also received football training in Brazil, and he also knows the tricks of South American players. It was Walcott who came up to him and deliberately asked for a penalty. You liar, get up. Pepe is not a good-tempered person. This guy is known as the Southern Pepe. So he walked out and pointed at Walcott, and asked Walcott to get up quickly. But who is Walcott? It is not that he can't fake a fall to cheat a penalty. This is a basic skill in the front court. How can he get up easily before the referee blows the whistle? Therefore, he ignored Pepe at all. Fortunately, the referee blew the whistle quickly, indicating that it was a penalty. Walcott, who got this result, immediately stood up with a smile. You liar. Pepe is really intolerable. Over the years, he has been ridiculed by the media. Because of the outrageous transfer fee, plus his constant injuries. In fact, Pepe is really innocent. Not much of the outrageous transfer fee went into Pepe's pocket. Pepe's current annual salary is only 2.5 million euros. It is completely at the bottom of Real Madrid. This time, Pepe actually encountered a liar like Walcott, which was really intolerable. Especially when he saw the mocking smile on Walcott's face. It was even more unbearable. So he went up and pushed Walcott. Beep beep, the referee's whistle was very urgent and came to the scene of the incident. Because he saw Pepe pushing Walcott down, Walcott fell down without any preparation. In fact, Walcott was very happy when he saw Pepe pushing him. So he fell down immediately. Of course, because Walcott was standing up at the time, he was indeed unable to exert force after being pushed by Pepe. But it was definitely not that exaggerated. But Walcott didn't care about it, and he didn't use such a good opportunity. What else could he be but a fool? So he fell down directly, attracting the attention of the referee. There is nothing to say about this. The referee came up and gave Pepe a red card. Red card, red card. Pepe is too impatient. Although Walcott's penalty was a little far-fetched, he shouldn't be so impatient. Red card, the first half is not over yet. Real Madrid is not only behind, but also has one less player to play the game. Pepe didn't know what to say. He gritted his teeth at Walcott, wishing he could step on this liar to death. Walcott laughed at Pepe's back. Such a fool is still playing for Real Madrid. There are countless fake falls and hands movements in their South American football. They have been practicing these things since they were young. How can they survive in South American football if they don't even know this? The English players learned their skills from them. Lee is here. Arsenal's penalty kicks are all taken by their captain. This is a test for Diego Lopez. If they lose another goal, Real Madrid will have a very difficult time in this knockout round and will almost certainly be eliminated. Diego Lopez, failed to save the ball. Yuxin decisively shot the ball to the lower right corner. Diego Lopez judged the direction correctly, but there was nothing he could do in the face of this blind spot. 4-0, as long as this score remained until the halftime, Arsenal would almost certainly appear goal. Well, Real Madrid has become a laughingstock this time. Think about those newspapers, they must be gloating. The first thing Cazorla's wife said when she saw the other wives was to laugh at Real Madrid. For many La Liga clubs, Real Madrid is so annoying no matter how they look at it. Although Real Madrid is the world's top giant and is very strong in Spain. But Real Madrid has many enemies in Spanish football, and almost many clubs hate Real Madrid. There is an invisible anti-Real Madrid camp in Spain. As the saying goes, it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality of wealth. Many clubs are not satisfied with the fact that Real Madrid is loved by the Spanish royal family and the government. It is okay for Real Madrid to spend money as much as they want, and it is not afraid of Real Madrid's debt. When many other La Liga clubs are struggling, Real Madrid is spending money lavishly. In the total transfer fee of La Liga each year, Real Madrid and Barcelona account for more than 2/3. It is this kind of care that makes many Spanish clubs dissatisfied with Real Madrid, and now they are gloating when they see Real Madrid in decline. Although Cazorla's wife is Spanish, she has been in Malaga with her husband for 5 years, so she is very happy to see Real Madrid suffer. Others also agreed. After all, Arsenal has been in a bit of a slump recently, so the media also supported Real Madrid before. Not only the players were angry, but the wives were also unhappy. After all, the media belittled Arsenal so much, which made these little women very dissatisfied. The girls were angry, but they were also unhappy. Now seeing this scene, a group of beauties shouted loudly together, and kept shouting until they were sweating. Real Madrid fans waved white handkerchiefs. Fans familiar with La Liga must be familiar with white handkerchiefs. This is the way fans express their dissatisfaction with the team's performance. Unlike the white handkerchiefs and applause in the Spanish bullring, which are the highest praise and etiquette for bullfighters, the white handkerchiefs on the football field are always used with boos to express the extreme dissatisfaction of the home team fans with the team's performance. After Pepe left the field, Real Madrid was completely defeated. 11 against 10, if it was the powerful Real Madrid, it might not be a problem. But now Real Madrid is at its weakest moment in the past decade. Facing the situation of one less player and 2 goals behind, it is no match at all. Finally, Arsenal, a downtrodden Premier League giant, celebrated wantonly and ravaged Real Madrid's home stadium, the Bernabeu. In the broadcast, Florentino left his seat with a sullen face. He didn't care that Di Stefano, the number 1 player of Real Madrid, was sitting next to him, and he didn't care that the Arsenal executives on the other side laughed at him. Anyway, Florentino left his seat. Zidane, who was on the bench, watched Florentino leave, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Florentino has been in seclusion for 2 years and still hasn't figured it out. Football now is not the same as it was back then. Real Madrid was successful back then, as long as there were great presidents and great superstars. But now, football has developed to this day. The head coach is becoming more and more important. How can he interfere with Mourinho's deployment of troops? Don't use a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you use. This is an ancient Chinese wisdom. Since the top management of your club has chosen Mourinho as the head coach, you should trust him and give him a stage to display his talents. And you shouldn't interfere with him casually. Look at Real Madrid now, what kind of game is it playing? Oops. This is a difficult situation. Mendes' face was not very good. Although he does business with Real Madrid, Barcelona and even Atletico Madrid. But if he had to choose, he had the best relationship with Real Madrid. Now seeing Real Madrid being beaten up like this, he was not in a good mood. Especially seeing Mourinho lose the game, he was still very depressed. Do you think Florentino will fire Mourinho? Lost. And lost at home, lost so thoroughly. This is simply too embarrassing. Not sure. According to Florentino's personality, he should fire Mourinho after being humiliated like this. Boulder smiled. It's good to fire him. Mourinho humiliated Arsenal a lot at the beginning. If it weren't for Chelsea, Arsenal would have a chance to create a small dynasty. If Mourinho is fired this time, then Mourinho's coaching career will definitely suffer a major setback. Mendes in the stands was also at a loss. After all, Lee Yuxin's strength also allowed him to have a larger profit margin. But Mendes became the first agent. In addition to his unification of Portuguese football, the most important thing is actually Mourinho. Without Mourinho's success, Mendes' power is estimated to be reduced by half immediately. Zidane was also gloating in his heart. It's good to fire him. Although Mourinho is the hottest young coach in recent years, if Real Madrid fires Mourinho, it can still find some veteran coaches. Just like Hitzfeld. There is also Hanks and Bayern, and even coaches such as Capello, Lippi, and Hiddink are all possible. Florentino is back. Just when the Arsenal coaching staff was gloating, Zidane poked bold. Wrist looked back at the big screen and found that Florentino, who had just left angrily, was back again. Although his face was still ugly, it was much better than before. He even smiled and nodded to the person next to him when he came in. Sitting next to Di Stefano, whispering something to him. When the game was over, the Bernabeu was already full of empty seats, with more than half of the seats empty. Many Real Madrid fans hadn't finished the second half yet. They had already left the scene in groups. Because the game was so terrible, Arsenal scored consecutive goals at the Bernabeu, and by the 60th minute, the score was 5-0. By the 72nd minute, Ramos, who was ravaged by the trident, couldn't stand such humiliation. He got a second yellow card for a tackle from behind and applied for a red card. In this way, Real Madrid could only play with 9 people for the remaining 20 minutes. In fact, by the 79th minute, Real Madrid had another tactical foul. After receiving Cazorla's direct pass, Lewandowski had a good chance to counterattack. Bale is not much inferior to Ronaldo, Henry, Owen and other fast forwards. He is very fast. The young Coentrao simply couldn't catch up with his speed, so Coentrao pulled Bale down from behind. If it follows strict regulations, this is a very obvious red card tactical foul. Because at that time Lewandowski had already broken through the last layer of Real Madrid's defense line, as long as he speeded up, he would undoubtedly be a one-on-one. But the referee was too annoyed to watch Real Madrid in this game. If Coentrao was sent off again, Real Madrid would only have 8 people left. The referee himself was embarrassed to continue giving Real Madrid red cards. Because in this game, Real Madrid had 5 yellow cards, including Cristiano Ronaldo's yellow card, Di Maria's yellow card, Los Diarra's yellow card, and Araújo's yellow card, plus Coentrao's yellow card. If Ramos' 2 yellow cards are counted, almost everyone in Real Madrid has a yellow card. But the rules are the rules, so the referee had to give Coentrao a red card, and the referee directly showed the red card. At this time, Arsenal did not continue to attack, because the current score was enough for Arsenal to advance to the quarterfinals. All those who follow this game did not know how to evaluate this game after the game. Because no matter how Real Madrid declines, it is still Real Madrid. Who could have thought that Real Madrid would lose even their underwear? It can be said that Real Madrid completely lost face in this game, and was beaten by such a shameful record by a long declining Arsenal. Arsenal blew Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. If the referee had not shown mercy, it might not be impossible to be beaten by 6-0 or 7-0. Even the entire Real Madrid defense line might be sent off. Because the impact of Arsenal players is too strong, Real Madrid defenders can only commit fouls when they can't defend. In the end, 5-0, Real Madrid completely lost the hope of advancing. Strong, if it were me, I would have gone home long ago. Looking at Florentino, who was slowly regaining his composure, the coaches of Arsenal could only give a thumbs up. No wonder he has become a football tycoon that both the National Football Federation and UEFA are wary of. He indeed has enough ability. Chapter 342, Embarrassment and Popularity. Mourinho said he will not resign. 70% of Real Madrid fans hope Mourinho will stay. Florentino said Mourinho will not leave Real Madrid. Looking at the newspapers, Lee Yuxin sneered. Now the matter is very clear, these media are still talking nonsense, and there is a sense of trying to cover up the truth. I don't know whether it is Florentino's or Mendez's. Look at these headlines. Foreign fans saw it and thought Mourinho's position was really so stable. Lee Yuxin is already used to the faces of these media. So he threw the newspaper aside. Does Mendez still want to use this method to keep Mourinho in Real Madrid? Or does he hope that Mourinho can leave Real Madrid decently? It's just a joke. Why say so much? Anyway, Jose must leave. Florentino is really angry this time. Confirmed. Yes, back to the post-match. What is Mourinho doing at this time? He is not excited, nor does he look angry. At the end of the game, he returned to the locker room without saying a word. He did not go forward to comfort his players, nor did he say a word in front of the media. Mourinho left the stadium as if he had nothing to do with it. 5-0, what kind of massacre is this? Although Real Madrid and Barcelona often stage massacres in La Liga, the problem now is that they were massacred by the opponent in the Champions League. Florentino is furious. Mourinho's dismissal countdown. Real Madrid fans, we don't want Mourinho. After the game, All kinds of news were flying around. However, the most popular news was that Mourinho was leaving Real Madrid. Many people believed this news, because although Mourinho is now a more famous young coach, and his performance has reached a level that is against the sky. In 2010, Mourinho came to Real Madrid with a treble. After losing to Barcelona in the first national derby at Camp Nou, he was also criticized. If he hadn't had the treble as a foundation, how could he continue to stay? But Mourinho has not achieved such outstanding results in the past 2 years. He was humiliated in his home stadium. Many people certainly believed that he would not be able to stay here. Jose, don't you have anything to say? Such a disastrous defeat cannot be ignored. Therefore, Florentino convened a number of senior executives to hold a meeting, and Mourinho was also invited. Almost all media received the news and knew that Real Madrid was going to hold an internal meeting. Everyone could guess that it was because of the disastrous defeat. Mourinho sat there steadily. Although many Real Madrid senior executives criticized Mourinho did not take them seriously at all. Among the so-called senior executives who came today, there were members of the Real Madrid presidency, as well as those in charge of finance, foreign news, and even basketball. But what does this have to do with Mourinho? Real Madrid has many famous players. There are also many factions within it. Just like Calderon, a weak chairman, he has no way to suppress meritorious players like Raúl. Because he lacks confidence, facing a big man like Raúl who has countless sponsors, countless members and countless media support, and facing his dense relationships, he doesn't have much chance of winning. But Florentino is different. Florentino is a real strong chairman, and Raúl will suppress him if he says so. If you say you have no position, then you have no position. Those forces behind Raúl. Who dares to say no? Although the current Real Madrid executives talk a lot, Mourinho knows one thing. That is, there is only one person who decides whether Mourinho stays or goes, and that is Florentino in front of him. If Florentino doesn't like Mourinho, then even if Real Madrid fans retain Mourinho, Real Madrid media retain Mourinho, Real Madrid players retain Mourinho, and Real Madrid executives support Mourinho, the final result can only be leaving. But if Florentino supports Mourinho, then no one in Real Madrid has the right to drive Mourinho away. I have nothing to say. Losing is losing. Mourinho opened his mouth. The Real Madrid executives present were all staring at each other. Damn it, you obviously lost the game, and now everyone is here to judge you. I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than us. In an instant, many Real Madrid executives accused Mourinho. But Mourinho ignored them. Although they are all Real Madrid executives. But they don't have much intersection with Mourinho. For Mourinho, the support of two people in Real Madrid is enough. One is Florentino and the other is Valdano. As long as there is the support of these two people, other executives and Mourinho have nothing to do with each other. Jose, how do you think it will end? Looking at the lively scene coldly, Florentino finally spoke. At this time, Florentino's prestige can be seen. The Real Madrid executives who were just talking a lot, shut up immediately after Florentino spoke. Seeing Florentino speak, Mourinho smiled slightly. Even though it was Real Madrid's top brass who denounced Mourinho today, Mourinho was not nervous at all. Mourinho was not afraid of leaving Real Madrid. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you will be strong. Although Mourinho was unwilling to leave Real Madrid in such a failed way, he was not afraid even if he left Real Madrid. It was precisely because of this that Mourinho was more calm today. Although he was in the middle of the situation, he was like an outsider watching from the sidelines and was able to analyze the current situation. Lee Yuxin nodded. No one in the European football agent could compare to Mendes in terms of the internal news of Real Madrid. As Mendes said, he knew everyone from Real Madrid's top brass to the doormen and lawn mowers at Real Madrid. So there was no news about Real Madrid that could be hidden from Mendes. As long as Mendes wanted to know about the internal affairs of Real Madrid, there was no news that he could not find out. Ding ding ding. Hello, I'm Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin looked at the phone number and it was very unfamiliar. Lee Yuxin was heard speaking on the other end of the phone, and he said in a very low voice, "Hello, Mr. Cherney. I'm Andy." Lee Yuxin was stunned for a moment, but soon realized who it was. So he smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Andy." Yeah. Okay. Lee Yuxin nodded continuously, and finally said, "Well, I'll go back to London and we'll talk in detail. What do you think?" "Okay." I'll call you back tomorrow. Goodbye. Lee Yuxin put down the phone and couldn't help but smile slightly. Mendez looked at Lee Yuxin and said, Sky Sports. Yes. He's looking for you for an interview. Yes. Mendez is an old man after all, and he also attaches great importance to Lee Yuxin. After all, Lee Yuxin is now an important symbol of his Premier League. He has made a lot of profits from England and China over the years, so Lee Yuxin is his trump card in the Premier League. After all, La Liga is now the Spanish national team is strong, Real Madrid and Barcelona are even stronger, but unfortunately the entire Spanish football is already riddled with holes. Especially this incident, the problems of Spanish football are exposed very thoroughly. The total debt of Spanish La Liga clubs alone exceeds 4 billion euros. Real Madrid's debt exceeds 500 million euros, and Barcelona's debt exceeds 400 million euros. Others like Valencia owe more than 200 million euros, and Atletico Madrid also owes nearly 200 million euros. Like Zaragoza, which is the most serious, it owes 170 million euros, and it is not worth the money even if the club is sold. Of course, they are not afraid of debts. Manchester United and Arsenal also have a lot of debts. As long as there is enough income, they are not afraid of these debts. Just like Real Madrid and Barcelona. The debts are the highest in European football. But these two clubs are not afraid of this debt at all. On the contrary, they are still lavish in the transfer market, and the salaries given to players are also top in European football. Unfortunately, the problem is that, except for Real Madrid and Barcelona, the income of other clubs in Spanish football is pitifully low. The salary of La Liga itself is already very low, and now it can't even pay this salary. The situation of wage arrears in La Liga is very serious, but La Liga players are not sure how much happier they are than the players in the Spanish second division. Wage arrears are very common in the Spanish second division clubs. Almost all the clubs in the Spanish second division have different degrees of wage arrears. In the past few years, the Players' Union has communicated with the clubs and the Football Association several times, but it was useless. Moreover, the broadcasting fees of La Liga are very unfair. For example, among the current La Liga broadcasting fees, Real Madrid and Barcelona can get more than 40% of the share together, and the broadcasting fee income is more than 130 million euros. Second-tier teams like Atletico Madrid can also get more than 40 million euros in broadcasting fees. But the broadcasting fees of the lowest-end clubs are only 6 million euros and 8 million euros. The Spanish economy is weak now, and it seems that this problem cannot be solved in a short time. Although affected by the European debt crisis, Germany was the first to react. Germany's economy is now the engine of the European Union. Without Germany, the current Eurozone would have already fallen. And the United Kingdom, although it is also a country that has been hit hard, has stood up with its strong strength. Compared with them, countries like Spain and Portugal do not show any signs of rising at all. On the contrary, their economies are getting more and more depressed. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for Spanish football to get out of the current quagmire. Solve? Let's not talk about other things. The wage arrears problem alone cannot be solved in a few years. Maybe in a few years, the wage arrears problem will be even more serious. Mendez shook his head. In Mendez's opinion, there is no way to solve the current wage arrears problem in Spanish football in a short time. Real Madrid and Barcelona are getting richer and richer, and they have seized too many resources. To use a joke on the internet, the top superstars are in the Spanish Super League, and the world-class stars are in the Premier League. Serie A and La Liga have become everyone's youth training base. The two giants in the Spanish Super League are recruiting good stars from all over the world, even the Premier League giants. The Premier League giants and strong teams that lost their stars began to poach players from La Liga clubs with their strong financial strength. However, the current La Liga clubs are very willing to have Premier League teams come to poach players. Because Premier League clubs are rich and generous in transfer fees. Being able to sell high-priced players is a timely help for the current La Liga clubs. The current wage arrears problem is getting more and more serious, and Rist is completely itchy in his heart. In the current Spanish football world, it is not just the first-team stars who are seriously owed wages. Many La Liga clubs are in too much debt, and they can hardly afford to pay the salaries of their second teams and youth training camps. Originally, many La Liga clubs' second teams were in the Spanish second division and the Spanish third division, but as La Liga clubs became poorer and poorer, they had no time to manage their second teams. These second teams of La Liga clubs can't even make ends meet, and can only fall to lower-level leagues. Want to invest money? Yes, that's the advice given by Christian Wu. Mendes is an old fox. Christian Wu said a few simple words, and he already understood his idea. He was going against a trend and wanted to invest money in Spanish football. Not just me, we'll work together. How to work together? You and me, find a club in trouble. This is such a good opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There will never be such a good opportunity again. A plan to invest in the club's youth training has been formed. If it weren't for Li Yuxin himself, he wouldn't have so many financial resources. The meaning is very simple. Now that the Spanish economy is getting worse and worse, fewer and fewer Spanish clubs pay attention to youth training. In addition to clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid that are not short of money, only alternative clubs like Real Sociedad and Athletic Bilbao can do so. In some other clubs, the second team's salary can't be paid, and the youth training camps are beginning to be abandoned. Now is the time to buy at the bottom, and you can use money to attract more talented players. Rist and Carvajal are willing to help Deportivo La Coruña and expand the scale of Deportivo La Coruña's youth training camp. In this way, they can attract talented Spanish players to join Deportivo La Coruña's youth training camp. If it were some other countries, Rist could completely invest in building a youth training camp by himself. But this is Spain. If Rist really dares to do this, it would be too much of a show. For Rist, who is already at the forefront of the agent industry, such a show is not a good thing. After all, this is Spanish football, the top league in Europe. Here, the same old saying applies, keep a low profile. The best way is to cooperate with a La Liga club. Rist and Carvajal chose Deportivo La Coruña. Why La Coruña? Deportivo La Coruña has also been a strong team in La Liga for the past 20 years and has a certain influence. Christian Wu explained to Mendes very simply. Even if they are looking for a partner, they can't find an unknown person. Finding some unknown clubs is of no use to Rist and Carvajal. Deportivo La Coruña is actually the best. In the past 20 years, Deportivo La Coruña has been a strong team in La Liga and was once famous in European football. It is quite famous and attractive. That's why they chose Deportivo La Coruña. And with the addition of other capital, they didn't expect that more Chinese capital would come to La Liga in the future. Rayo Vallecano, Espanyol, etc. have been controlled and become the training ground for Chinese seedlings. And this idea was of course from Li Yuxin. But now Li Yuxin is preparing for an interview. Chapter 343. Where's the turning point? Okay, Jorge, I understand the general situation. Let me tell you what I think now. You say. Let's talk about Real Madrid first. Li Yuxin took a sip of water and said slowly, to be honest, Real Madrid's invitation really tempted me, but after calming down, I still have to say that I don't really want to go to Real Madrid. Why? First of all, the first point is that Florentina's star strategy is very good and very attractive. Now, Ronaldo and Kaká have gone to Kaká. I admit that if I go to Real Madrid and play with Kaká and Ronaldo, it will be a spectacular thing. It should feel good to play with such stars and win countless honors. But the question is, who is the core among the three of us? Mendes nodded. It was indeed the case. Whether it was Li Yuxin, Cristiano Ronaldo or Kaká, any of these three people would be the absolute core and banner in any team. Before, when Cristiano Ronaldo was still in Manchester United encountered this problem. Who is the core between Cristiano Ronaldo and Li Yuxin? Exclamation mark. In the end, Li Yuxin succeeded in usurping the throne and became the flag of Manchester United. Cristiano Ronaldo's resolute departure from Manchester United may have something to do with this. Therefore, the question raised by Li Yuxin is very rational. Yes, don't forget that there is still Raúl in the Bernabeu dressing room. Mendes said. Now, there is a trend of black Raúl in the media, describing the Real Madrid captain as a ball tyrant and a cancer in the Bernabeu dressing room. Sissinho, who was once known as the best number 2 after Cafu, has now left Real Madrid early and returned to his old club São Paulo, Brazil. Sissinho believes that it was the Real Madrid journey that ruined his career. When talking about his Real Madrid career, Sissinho pointed out that Raúl was the ball bully at the Bernabeu. Going from Real Madrid to Rome meant liberation for me. I was like a prisoner at the Bernabeu, Sissinho said. When I decided to leave, people thought I was crazy, but I knew what I was doing. The atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room was terrible, mainly because the Spanish players formed small groups. Raúl has privileges in Real Madrid. The biggest problem is that everything that happens in the locker room will be notified to the media by him, and he can decide what the media reports. Cecino continued, I can't make a conclusion, but similar situations always happen. If the media says that someone criticized Ronaldo for being too fat and unfit to play, it must be because Raúl gave an order to the media. This is Raúl Madrid. Cecino replaced the Real Madrid team name Real Madrid with Raúl Madrid, and he was obviously satirizing the Lord of the Rings who covered the sky with one hand. And from his words, it is not difficult to see that the alien's departure was also due to Raúl's black hand behind the scenes. Cecino's words coincide with a recent statement of Schuster, who was fired by Real Madrid at the end of the season. Schuster once revealed that some people in Real Madrid were unwilling to let Villa join the alliance, which was the real reason why the Calabash boy ended his relationship with the Bernabeu. When asked by a reporter, "Are you talking about Raúl?" Schuster smiled and replied, "I didn't say anything just now, I just coughed." Raúl's reputation as a ball tyrant began in 2003. At that time, there were things like the transfer of Moritz and the alien Ronaldo, and the Golden Ball award ceremony after Ronaldo arrived at the Bernabeu, and the fans in the stadium shouted Raúl's name. The feud between the two and the opposition between fans began. Because of tactics and personnel configuration, Raúl played further and further back, and his condition deteriorated due to appendicitis and loss of position. Ronaldo had privileges given by Perez, which also made Captain Raúl dissatisfied with some of his poor training performances, such as being late and leaving early, and the problem became more and more serious. Later, the so-called Brazilian gang and Spanish gang, although it was speculation by the media, the fans were indeed in serious conflict due to this. And strictly speaking, the mouthpiece of Real Madrid at that time did not add fuel to the flames of slandering Raúl. However, some people think that this is the media and some people deliberately demonizing Raúl. With Raúl's character and personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to do these things that the media hypes. From my understanding, Raúl should not be as domineering as the media says. Mendes said, of course, one thing that cannot be denied is that Raúl has a status and privilege in Real Madrid, coupled with the complexity of their locker room and the addition of these new big-name stars. The locker room of Real Madrid will be the most complicated among these clubs. I'm not afraid of this. Lee Yuxin said, he really is not afraid, he has his own logic, kicking a future with his own feet, he doesn't cause trouble, and he is not afraid of trouble. Let me tell you. Mendes laughed, another reason for your hesitation about Real Madrid is Cristiano. Mendes, their employer, knows both of their geniuses very well. That's right. Lee Yuxin nodded, and then immediately shouted, I'm not afraid of that guy. I can squeeze him out in personal honors in the Premier League. If I go to Real Madrid, I will also surpass him. It's just that I really don't want to play football with this guy. With his temper, he can't be an honest second. He will definitely make a fuss and be annoying. Mendes shrugged. Only Lee Yuxin dared to say such a thing, wanting Cristiano Ronaldo to be the second. The two of them in a team will definitely have more intense competition. Mendes did not deny this. What is your attitude towards Real Madrid? Rejection. Mendes asked. I didn't say no. Lee Yuxin said, Jorge, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, go ahead. Let's put it this way, Jorge. Lee Yuxin said, as you said, if we want to transfer, we need to make a decision as soon as possible and settle the matter. The European League will start in late August and early September, so I hope to be able to handle the transfer before mid-July. So, you have to work harder on your side. This is my job. Mendes said, it's my job to make the right choices for your career as much as possible. Your success also means that my interests are protected. Don't worry about that. Mendes' words seemed a bit too interests determine everything, but Lee Yuxin didn't think it was a big deal. Mendes was so frank that he felt relieved. Let's put it this way, Jorge, let me tell you a few of my requirements about the transfer. Well, go ahead. Mendes took out his notebook and prepared to record. First, the transfer fee must exceed Cristiano Ronaldo. Since I was able to snatch the top position from him in the Premier League, I cannot lose to him in the transfer market. I agree with this point. Mendes said while recording, with your current fame, popularity and strength, the transfer fee and annual salary should not be less than Cristiano's, otherwise it will be a damage to your image. It's not that it can't be less than his. Lee Yuxin shook his finger. It must be higher than his. This is my second point. My annual salary must also be higher than Cristiano Ronaldo. Well, regarding salary, let me add something. Mendes said, we should require basic salaries are not linked to performance. We are not coaches and cannot represent all the players. Why should we link it to the club's performance? If it is to be linked to performance, then it should be bonuses and performance. That's right. Lee Yuxin clapped his hands and said, if they say that my fighting spirit is questionable, then let them get out. They can see with their own eyes how I, Lee Yuxin, perform on the court and in the training ground. Mendes nodded. He completely agreed with this. Let's not talk about Lee Yuxin's personality. Lee Yuxin's attitude in the game and training is absolutely beyond reproach. Even those who don't like Lee Yuxin have to admit that this player's professional ethics are beyond reproach. Third, it's about image rights. Lee Yuxin said, if it's a team like Real Madrid that has done a good job in market development, I want 50% of the image rights, and for other teams, I want 100% of the image rights. This shouldn't be a big problem. Mendes said that the conditions given by Real Madrid before had already promised 50% of the image rights, and other teams also said that image rights could be negotiated. Even Chelsea, although they only proposed to give 50% of the image rights, Chelsea's attitude was not so firm, and it could also be negotiated. Fourth, I need a guarantee. Lee Yuxin said, I have to understand my position and role in this team and the coach's tactics. This is particularly important. If their answer cannot satisfy me, even if the first three conditions are met, I will not go there. That's natural. Mendes nodded. For players, money, honor, everything is based on their performance on the court, so the player's position in a team and the position of the coach's tactics are particularly important. Even if Lee Yuxin did not make this request, Mendes would remind Lee Yuxin. Okay, these are the 4 conditions. Lee Yuxin said, if I am satisfied with these 4 conditions, that's enough. Mendes smiled and closed his notebook. Now, you give me these 4 conditions, and I will have a comparison when I negotiate. Don't worry, after careful analysis, these 4 conditions are not too demanding. With your current strength and influence and status in football, these 4 requirements are not too excessive. Leave it to me, I will negotiate. Mendes said arrogantly. Indeed, Lee Yuxin's 4 requirements are not too excessive. His strength and influence are worthy of these requirements. In the matter of Lee Yuxin's transfer, Mendes has enough confidence to negotiate with any giants. He does not need to look at anyone's face. Lee Yuxin's great performance is his confidence. The English media suddenly exerted their strength and began to stir up an event. Has the fate of Lee Yuxin and Manchester United come to an end? Exclamation mark. The Sun reported that the fax from Real Madrid and other teams seeking to buy Lee Yuxin was on the table in the chairman's office at the Colney training base. Manchester United's top management had discussed this issue at least 10 times. Obviously, if they were to reject these offers, they would not have to hold so many meetings. What were Arsenal's top management discussing? Exclamation mark. The answer seems to be out. Arsenal may really be considering pushing Lee Yuxin into the transfer market. Smart players keep silent and leave bad things to their agents. Just play for 2 days and I'll handle the things here. Anyway, agents are not good people in the eyes of the team. You have to maintain your image, but I don't need it. I'll be the bastard. In a sense, the relationship between agents and players is like the front and back of the same coin. Most of the time, players have to maintain the image of a healthy, positive, sunny, and handsome boy. Except for a few, such as Vieri, who has too many transfers and a dark image that cannot be washed away. There is no need to care. Instead, it is better to create the image of a prodigal son. Or in some special cases, the image of a player can be extremely strange. For example, Eto'o was labeled as a black hero, and asking for money was considered to be a contribution to his hometown. Such examples are rare after all, and most other players hope to have a good image. However, players are also human beings and need to eat. When it comes to negotiating contracts, the actual meaning is not much different from going to the market to buy vegetables. At this time, the sunny boy's character can't be used, and he must be calculative. And this is when the player's agent plays a role. There has never been a shortage of players who said in front of the media that they would renew their contracts no matter what, and that they had a deep affection for the team and shared life and death. Behind the scenes, the agents and the team's managers calculated every penny in detail and pitted the team desperately. When Kaká was interviewed, he always expressed his loyalty to Milan. As for being a bad guy in negotiations, his father can complete this task. And his father also completed the task very well. Not only did he get a high salary for Kaká, but he also let Milan sign Kaká's brother with an annual salary of 1 million. While maximizing the benefits, he also left Kaká with an excellent reputation. In fact, Lee Yuxin expressed his position and it was good to put pressure on the team, but Lee Yuxin himself knew that he could not do such a thing. He also knew that he was not very smart. Sometimes he was stupid. He might be fooled by someone and agree to leave. He didn't have the ability to make him say that he was loyal in front of him and be two-faced behind his back. So Mendes asked him to go home and take a vacation with his parents. In the UK, he just had to be the bad guy. At this time, Wenger also fell into thinking, among the players I have coached, you are indeed the best one. But no one can surpass the whole team of a team. I have to make the best choice. You can surpass anyone, but you can't surpass 8 people, have a lot of money and players to exchange. It is true that there are profits and losses in player trades, and it is understandable that the coach considers making money from a trade. However, saying such things to his face always makes people feel a little too cold. And he always thought that after experiencing the tough schedules of these seasons, Lee has matured, and he has feelings for this child. It's like watching his own child grow up step by step. Now he is finally considering leaving, but he will leave a large sum of money and can exchange for other players. Back at this time, Lee Yuxin stopped, he picked up the water cup and drank a glass of water, and Chang Wen quickly asked, Yuxin, what happened that made you choose to stay in the end? That day, Lee Yuxin left the office building and walked on the path outside the training base. Lee Yuxin vaguely heard the muffled sound of the ball being kicked. He subconsciously looked at the watch. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Logically speaking, the training of both the first team and the youth teams at all levels should have ended long ago. Who is still playing football now? Lee Yuxin walked to the wire fence of the training base, and through the dense trees inside the wire fence, he vaguely saw a lonely figure on the training ground. Lee Yuxin was very familiar with this figure. He was Wilshere, who was expected by Arsenal fans and had been promoted to the first team. This guy, doesn't he know that excessive training is bad for the body? Although Wenger's training sessions are only 2 hours in the morning and afternoon, the intensity of these 4 hours of training is comparable to playing 2 90-minute official games. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid even he couldn't even stick to normal training, let alone extra training. Even for professional players with excellent physical fitness, such a training arrangement is already the limit based on scientific basis. If he trains more, it would be a bit too much. With a trace of worry, Lee Yuxin turned back to the training base and came to the training field. Wilshere on the field didn't seem to notice that there was a spectator on the sidelines. He was still patiently dribbling the ball, then cutting inside, and finally shooting. Lee Yuxin found that even if there were no obstacles in front of Wilshere and no goalkeeper in front of the goal, when he got the ball, he still shook it in a very professional manner, made fake moves, and also pursued angles when shooting. It turned out that he was practicing cutting in from the left. Although he admired Wilshere's diligence, Lee Yuxin still walked over and interrupted him. Hey, Wilshere. I think it's time for you to go home and rest. Wilshere, who had just fished the ball out of the goal and was about to practice again, was visibly stunned when he heard Lee Yuxin's words. He followed the voice and came over, and after finding out it was Lee Yuxin, he lowered his head again and didn't speak. This made Lee Yuxin feel a little strange. Because in his impression, perhaps because he knew that he had been taking care of him since he was a child, Wilshere was relatively respectful to him, and the two had a good relationship in private. In normal training, he also listened to his suggestions. Why did he ignore him today? With these questions, Lee Yuxin walked up to Wilshere and asked, what happened? Tell me, at this time I'm not the captain, and you're not a player, just treat it as a conversation between two friends. Perhaps Lee Yuxin's words further narrowed the distance between the two, or perhaps Wilshere originally regarded Lee Yuxin as a friend. Wilshere finally spoke this time. The loss in the last game is all my fault. If my shot had gone in instead of hitting the crossbar, the result might have been different. Maybe we can even overtake the score after tying it, that way we can continue to narrow the gap with the team in front, instead of falling behind like we are now. Wilshere's words were full of strong self-blame. As he spoke, His eyes turned red and tears of regret could burst out at any time. Hearing Wilshire's words and feeling his emotions, Li Yuxin felt a little bitter and felt sorry for the young man. At this time, Li Yuxin fell into thinking again. Cheng Wen quickly asked, "What did you say later?" Chapter 344 The Power of Emotion. At the same time, several Arsenal players who did nothing in the last season's games, on the contrary, did not feel any guilt, but had already started looking for their next team. Are the awareness of these guys who have played professional football for several years or even 10 years not as high as that of this young man who has only played one professional game? Or has it been that after so many years in the professional arena, they have lost the purest and cleanest desire for victory? Silly boy, this is not your responsibility. That was just your first Premier League season, and we can no longer ask a newcomer to do better than you. I know you really want to help the team stay in the league, but the team has reached this point today because of the problems that have accumulated over the entire season, or even the past few seasons. These problems should not be borne by a young man like you who has just joined the first team. Remember, all you have to do is play every game with all your heart and have a clear conscience, understand? Li Yuxin suppressed the bitterness in his heart, squeezed out a smile, and patted Wilshire on the shoulder to persuade him. Are we going to give up and wait for the loss of glory? After hearing Li Yuxin's words, Wilshire wiped the tears that were about to flow out, and looked up at Li Yuxin with a bit of confusion. No, of course not. We still have to do our best in the next game and fight for every point. We Chinese have a saying called do our best and leave the rest to fate. It means that we try our best to do what we should do, and then it all depends on God. If we try our best and still can't stay in the league, it can only prove that relegation is the inevitable outcome of our team this season. Li Yuxin analyzed. Seeing Wilshire bowing his head and thinking, Li Yuxin continued, "Listen to me, go back and take a shower, have a good sleep, and forget about a crossbar. You have to believe in yourself, you can contribute a lot to Arsenal in the future." "Yes, I will contribute a lot to Arsenal in the future. No, I will contribute everything I have to Arsenal." Hearing Li Yuxin's words, the young Wilshire said excitedly, his eyes full of determination. Looking at Wilshire's determined look, Li Yuxin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After a few years, after several years of professional football, you will still remember the original oath when you are successful on the court? Li Yuxin still doesn't know what kind of impact a conversation with Wilshire has on this young man. But he himself was deeply touched by this conversation. Now Li Yuxin has regarded himself as an Arsenal man, cheering for Arsenal's victory and sad for Arsenal's defeat. So, I thought that if one day, I became the captain of Arsenal, and led the Arsenal team to achieve results with my advanced football knowledge and ability, and became a superstar in European football, and was invited by major European giants, would I continue to stay in Arsenal and fight for the glory of this team, or accept new challenges and become the core of one of the top European giants that I could only see on TV before crossing? If someone asked Li Yuxin before crossing, he would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. Becoming the core of a giant and letting those big-name stars listen to me honestly one by one, what a cool thing it is. But after crossing over and becoming a member of the Arsenal team, Li Yuxin also unconsciously integrated himself into the team. Let him abandon this team and go to another giant team. For Li Yuxin, it has become a difficult choice. What are you thinking about? Li Yuxin didn't say this, but Cheng Wen felt the power of the young oath. Although Li Yuxin was a fan before crossing over, but at that time, he preferred some big teams rather than Arsenal, a team that had never had too many brilliant records. Even before crossing over, his understanding of Arsenal was just Henry, Bergkamp and other Wenger generation and Wenger, the top coach. However, when Li Yuxin gradually entered the role after crossing over and devoted himself to his work, he found that he had become a pure Arsenal man without knowing it. Even Li Yuxin felt that his feelings for Arsenal were a bit inexplicable. Is it just because he works in this team? Oh, Li Yuxin doesn't think he is such a dedicated and promising young man. Or is it because his nephew Ye and his mother and sister are fans of this club? This reason is even more ridiculous. This family did not exist in the era when Li Yuxin crossed over, or even if it existed, it had no intersection with him. It can be said that family is just a gift after he crossed over. My feelings for him are very limited at present, let alone falling in love with a team he likes. In the past, whenever I heard people say love someone, there is no need for a reason, Li Yuxin would sneer. Because in his opinion, Falling in love with a person is either falling in love with her face or falling in love with her figure. If you are more literary, you may also fall in love with her inner self. Then no matter why you fall in love with her at the beginning, the final reason, or the goal, is to have sex with her. In short, there is no reason. However, after traveling through time, when he fell in love with his team quietly, he found that this sentence made sense. Do you need a reason to support a team? Don't you need it? Do you need it? Just like that, Li Yuxin and Chengwen suddenly fell into silence. At this moment, Li Yuxin brought a note. Chengwen took a closer look and found that it said, "I promise not to leave." Although Wenger came out to refute the rumor, Arsenal fans are still a little worried. They were worried that Li Wuxin would lose confidence in Arsenal after being eliminated for 2 consecutive seasons. Thinking about it this way, it is really possible. In terms of Arsenal's current influence and status in European football, it is really not as good as those local tycoon clubs, nor as good as the 2 giants in La Liga. No matter how bad Real Madrid's competitive performance is, its reputation in the entire European football world is top-notch. As long as they express interest in a player, the player will definitely be flattered. And what about Arsenal? They only have top influence in English football. Outside of England, they are nothing. For this reason, when the training camp just started, a lot of Arsenal fans came to the training ground. They all came to see Li Wuxin, hoping that Li Wuxin would feel the enthusiasm of Arsenal fans and stay. After the training, Li Wuxin would tirelessly sign autographs for these fans and try to satisfy every Arsenal fan. But this time, he received a somewhat special signature medium. On an A4 paper, there was a message printed on it: "I solemnly promise that I will never leave Arsenal." Signature: there was a blank space after the colon, which was obviously the place for signing. Li Yuxin moved his eyes away from the paper and stared at the little fan who had just handed him the paper, a little boy who was estimated to be about 6 or 7 years old. "Wrong, you won't leave, right?" He saw Li Yuxin looking at him and asked. Li Yuxin smiled. This was just a childish trick of the fans, hoping to use such a piece of paper to retain him, but in fact such a thing has no legal effect at all. However, Li Yuxin still raised his hand and signed his name on the signature column, and then handed it to the little fan. "Of course, I haven't won the Champions League and the Premier League yet," he said. The little fan laughed, but suddenly his expression changed. "My father said that you shouldn't believe what professional players say, they are the best at cheating people." When he said this, an old man next to him coughed awkwardly a few times, and then glared at the little boy. Obviously, he is the father of the little fan, that is, the grandfather. "How about we make a pinky promise?" He raised his arm, curled his 4 fingers back, and only extended his little finger. The fans around laughed at this scene. His grandfather felt more and more embarrassed and wanted to drag the little fan away. But Li Yuxin had already squatted down. He looked at the little fan in front of him. "What's your name?" "Frank John," the little boy said in a childish voice, and then pointed to the middle-aged man behind him and said, "This is my grandfather, old Frank. Just introduce yourself." Old John looked at him and said. There was another burst of laughter around. Li Yuxin thought this child was really funny, and he laughed too. Then he extended his little finger. "Okay, Frank John, let's make a pinky promise. I will definitely win the Champions League. When the time comes, I will ask you to be a witness." Little Frank was very happy. He didn't expect that he could get such a promise from Li Yuxin. Pinky promise," he shouted excitedly. The little fingers of the 2 hands, one big and one small, were clasped together. Yesterday after training, Li met a young Arsenal fan outside the stadium. The young fan begged Li not to leave, and Li agreed, and the 2 of them shook hands. The next day, Li Yuxin put down the newspaper, and on the newspaper was a photo of him and the young fan shaking hands. "I never thought that this would be in the newspaper." He shook his head and sighed. Mendes said beside him, "You are the most dazzling star now. Of course, everyone is paying attention to your every move. This is normal. But are you really going to stay at Arsenal?" "Anyway, I have decided not to leave," Li Yuxin said. "I have received many calls from other teams. Their managers, chairmen, and coaches all said that as long as you are willing to go, you can set any salary." Li Yuxin seemed to be a little moved, but he thought of those Arsenal fans singing Arsenal team song at the airport after being defeated in the Champions League final last season. To be honest, that scene really touched him. He has clearly felt the power of the fans in the past few seasons. The emotions in his heart at that time just resonated with the fans singing. So, at that moment, he suddenly wanted to fight for these fans. The little fan he met outside the training ground yesterday also touched his heart in a certain environment. Such a cute little fan is rare, and those childish memes seem so full of childishness. Lee Yuxin immediately thought of his younger brother. He felt that the little fan was just like his younger brother. At least, I want to win the Champions League and the Premier League, Lee Yuxin said. Cheng Wen now understands that this is the power of emotion. At the end of the report, several paragraphs from Chinese netizens were quoted. In today's first football league, the English Premier League, Arsenal is not as glorious as Manchester United and Liverpool in terms of history, and is far less wealthy than Chelsea under the name of Russian oligarch Abramovich, and Manchester City, which is owned by the Arab tycoon Mansour with a net worth of £20 billion, but it also has a huge fan base around the world that is not inferior to other clubs. This is Arsenal, nicknamed Arsenal. Arsène, the French coach who coached the club for 17 years. Wenger also stubbornly adheres to his unique football philosophy that has been the same for decades: youth, technology, and offense. He can always pick young talents from all corners of the world. 19 years old, or even only 16 years old? Age is never a problem. As long as you have enough talent, he dares to give you enough opportunities. But the football must be played beautifully. This is a team with many talented people who can play violins with their feet. What they want is the smooth and freehand attack like mercury pouring down the ground, coupled with the beauty of the new stadium, which is so gorgeous that every 90 minutes is like showing a beautiful movie. If American basketball advocates individual offense, European football tends to be team defense. Once upon a time, the conservatism of 1-0 was prevalent in various stadiums of European leagues. But Arsenal's football is so simple that there are only 3 words: attack, attack, and attack again. Whether leading by a large score or qualifying with a draw, the players on the field have only one task: attack. Until the last moment. It was under the coach known as Professor that Arsenal created a 49-game unbeaten Premier League record that has never been seen before and will probably be difficult to surpass in the future. However, success and glory are always clearly visible in the eyes of the public, while setbacks and hardships are only known to the people themselves. Since we are not willing to be a mediocre person and we have to choose to be different from the system or convention, we will inevitably face more hardships and tribulations. And Lee Yuxin's persistence has made us and Arsenal's predecessors. Video back to 2002, after the beginning of the new year, Tony Adams announced the news at a press conference after their first training match in 2002. At that time, the media was also a little shocked, but looking at Xiaobo's helpless face, we can only confirm that this news is not an April Fool's Day that has come early. However, Adams, who has played for Arsenal for 19 years, is not abrupt even if he retires. In the past 2 years, as he has gradually grown older, he has been suffering from major and minor injuries. Except for Adams, the other 5 old defenders have also left. Only he is left to hold his ground and silently guard the door of Arsenal. Campbell, who has joined for half a year, has also shown his due strength. When Adams was absent due to injury, he successfully played the role of the leader of the defense. Although, Arsenal's #1 captain's armband is still on Adams' shoulders. But Adams, who has not played many games with the team in the past 2 seasons, decided to retire. After all, even if he stays here, there are not many games to play. It is better to prepare for coaching courses and rejuvenate the second spring of life. Football makes me nostalgic, but there are still many things related to football that are worth trying. The pain I suffered this season is worse than before. For many years, I have paid too much for my body in such a competitive game like the Premier League. This is the truth. The physical collision in the Premier League ranks first among the 5 major leagues, and the intensity ranks first. Otherwise, they would not be ridiculed by others as a vulgar league. When facing reporters' questions, when asked what he regretted in his career at Arsenal for so many years, he answered like this: "The only thing I regret is that I didn't catch up with a jersey with the team's new logo," Adams said with a smile. Although he answered with a smile, the reporters still felt the loneliness of a hero in his twilight years. Perhaps he was unwilling to just sit on the bench and watch the team win the championship, but his contribution was not great. This was unacceptable to Tony Adams, who had regarded himself as the pillar of the club for more than 10 years. I also hope that this is just a false news. Maybe Adams will stay for another season. No one can tell until this summer. Therefore, after discussing with the club, Xiaobo announced a heavyweight news at this press conference, that is, the club will hold a retirement ceremony for this jersey on the day he retires. This is probably the honor awarded by the club to a player, but Adams deserves it. In 1980, the 14-year-old Adams joined Arsenal's football school and retired from playing for Arsenal as a football apprentice. On November 15, 1983, Adams completed his debut on behalf of the team. At that time, they faced Sunderland in the top league of English First Division. Funny thing is, in that game, Adams was so excited that he put his shorts on backwards. But the Frank Adams did not hide that black history. After signing his first professional contract with Arsenal in 1984, Adams officially became a professional player. Since then, he has been wearing a red and white jersey and running at Highbury, leaving countless memories for fans. In 1988, Adams, who was only 21 years old, was awarded the captain's armband by George Graham until today. But he did not always appear in the image that a captain of Arsenal in England should maintain. Because he became famous too early, he was once addicted to alcohol and was even sentenced to 4 months in prison for drunk driving. Later, he was fined for fighting with people in a pub. All these were revealed by himself in his autobiography Addiction. Just like no one is completely tall and big, these black histories cannot erase Adams' greatness. Lee Yuxin also said at the end, generally speaking, because the captain needs a more stable character, and if the striker is not bold and aggressive, it will be a bad thing. And in terms of vision, because the captain needs to dispatch and adjust on the field instead of the head coach, defenders and goalkeepers obviously have more advantages than strikers. But why am I the captain? Because I am Tony's successor, I am the child of Arsenal. This is not pretentious, because emotion and tradition are the foundation of the club. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, New Arsenal, New Manchester City. This report caused a sensation after being reprinted. Everyone was sighing. Mendes recalled an incident in the past, when Coleman changed Arsenal. When Coleman was in charge, both sides blamed each other and said that they were not the masterminds of this incident. Mendes watched both sides shirk responsibility and really admired them. Why did they talk so much about such an obvious matter? They just wanted to disturb everyone's attention. At this time, David Dunn came out. David Dunn was very angry and said that he must hold everyone accountable. David Dunn's words were very important. This person has a high status in the British football world. David Dunn is now very angry. For so many years, London has only one representative team, that is Arsenal. But after Chelsea began to rise, it seriously affected Arsenal's status in London. So this incident made him very dissatisfied, and he must teach Chelsea and Ashley Cole a lesson. David Dunn is crazy. Looking at the increasingly lively British football world, Mendes shook his head. David Dunn has always been the smartest person in English football. David Dunn has made a great contribution to bringing Arsenal to its current height. But David Dunn was definitely wrong this time. I think so too. The assistant nodded. Such things should be suppressed, but David Dunn was aggressive. Not only did he fall out with Chelsea, but he also angered Ashley Cole. Whether Ashley Cole was intentional or not, he needed to be protected after such things happened. At this time, David Dunn made a big fuss, which was not good for anyone. Guinness, look. Chelsea has money and is not afraid of any fines. Kenyon and Mourinho are the same. As for Ashley Cole, if he is not welcome here, he will find another place to stay. The bigger this matter gets, the more affected Arsenal will be. Yes. Where will there be top players willing to join Arsenal in the future? The assistant agreed with Mendes's opinion. Arsenal was not a traditional giant in European football. At most, it was a giant in the Premier League. The club that truly became a world-class club relied on the popularity of the Premier League and Wenger's beautiful football to achieve its current status. Arsenal itself has a poor appeal to top stars, and now Ashley has come out. This is even more true of Cole's case. Ashley Cole accused Arsenal of going back on its word when renewing the contract and only offering a weekly salary of £55,000. And which of those top stars did not contact other clubs when they were at the club? In European football, including Totti, Maldini, Zanetti, Raul, Gerrard, And other loyal players of these clubs have also contacted other clubs privately. If the club kills them every time such a thing happens, which player can stand it? Arsenal's lack of appeal will further affect their appeal in the minds of players. David Dunn is really smart all his life but stupid for a moment. Why do you care so much? This matter has nothing to do with you. Why not? Mendes shook his head, then smiled and said, David Dunn's relentless pursuit of Ashley Cole this time has even made many people inside Arsenal dissatisfied. Even Wenger is not very satisfied with David Dunn for making such a big fuss. You said that the harder David Dunn has it in Arsenal, the better it is for you and me. That's right. In this way, Arsenal's attractiveness has dropped a level, but now Lee Yuxin has continued Arsenal's tradition. The next league is another tough battle. The opponent is Manchester City led by Mancini. Today's Manchester City is no longer the same as it used to be. Manchester City has also been messing around in history. Since Thaksin entered Manchester City, Eriksson was the head coach first and bought a lot of players. It cost Thaksin nearly £80 million in transfer fees. Then Mansare took over and appointed Mark Hughes as the head coach, and Mansare spent more than £200 million in transfer fees. At that time, neither Eriksson nor Mark Hughes had any clear ideas. They just poached whoever they saw was good, which made Manchester City the biggest victim in European football. And the results of the two of them were that they didn't even get a place in the Champions League, and they were laughed at by others. Manchester City lost hundreds of millions of pounds every year, and there were no results for several consecutive years. It was not until Mancini came to Manchester City that Manchester City began to slowly have a team-building idea. Although Lee Yuxin despised Mancini, but Mancini's contribution to Manchester City was very great. It was because of Mancini that Manchester City was able to introduce some outstanding players with Mancini's connections. There was also a real team-building idea and began to have a stable development direction. Manchester City's later core players were basically introduced by Mancini. In the end, Mancini also won a FA Cup and a Premier League championship in Manchester City, and truly brought Manchester City to the ranks of the top Premier League teams. But it was precisely because of too much debt before, especially a large number of players introduced with high salaries became parallel imports. Even if Manchester City sent them away for free, no club would take them over. Because their salary is too high. No other club is willing to take over. Even if they rent them for free, Manchester City still needs to bear half of their salary. The most typical example is Eder. Because his salary is too high, even Real Madrid and Tottenham are unwilling to bear his salary. Therefore, he can only be rented continuously, and Manchester City needs to bear part of his salary. Therefore, Manchester City did not have much income at that time, but its expenditure was very huge. Another great contribution of Mancini was to clean up a large number of high-paid players before. Slowly let Manchester City go to the right track. And now, according to the development of history, Manchester City is the Premier League champion this season, and it is the same now. Mancini has built the central axis of Manchester City. There is no doubt about this. Look at the starting lineup of this game: Joe Hart, Zabaleta, Kompany, Nastasic, Clichy, Yaya, Touré, Barry, Tevez, Nasri, Silva, Aguero. Especially Manchester City's offensive power. Tevez, Nasri, Silva, Aguero are all famous attacking players in European football. They all play today. But Lee Yuxin was not afraid at all. With so many attacking players in Manchester City, there would certainly be some problems with defense. Mancini was still quite crazy. Facing a strong team like Arsenal, it was a rhythm of fighting to the death. Manchester City was strong, but Arsenal was not weak either. Arsenal's formation today was interesting. Let's take a look at the positions of Arsenal players. Walcott appeared on the front line, playing as a centre forward. Arteta and Ramsey formed a defensive midfielder combination, and Rosicki played as a front midfielder. Bale went to the left, and Lee Yuxin went to the right. Yes, Lee Yuxin did not play on the left, which he was most familiar with, nor did he play as a centre forward. Instead, he played on the right. Mortensen was very surprised, and Mancini was even more stunned. Among all the possibilities he had imagined, there was no situation where Lee Yuxin played on the right. In his opinion, Wenger should have arranged for Lee Yuxin to play on the left and Rosicki to play on the right. How did it become like this now? Although Lee Yuxin had played on the right before, it was only a few times. After becoming the captain of Arsenal, he has always been a center forward, and has rarely played on the right. He just occasionally switched positions with the right-wing players during the game. I didn't expect to go directly to the right today. Beep beep, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. Manchester City took the lead. Aguero passed a ball to Silva, Silva passed a ball to Tevez. Tevez, Cazorla came to defend. Tevez passed the ball, Arteta intercepted the ball. Manchester City was really awesome today. They didn't look down on Arsenal at all. After the game started, they didn't stabilize first. Instead, they started to attack directly. But no one let go, and Arteta intercepted the ball immediately. Arteta passed the ball to Rosicky, who retreated to receive the ball. Rosicky was originally sitting on the bench at the beginning of this season. In addition to Rosicky's injury, it was more because Wenger trusted Wilshere and Cazorla more. After all, Wilshere is the of Arsenal and the future king of Arsenal. But Wilshere failed Wenger's trust. Not only did he get injured frequently, but his performance on the field was also not very good. At the end of this season, Wenger had no choice but to reactivate veteran Rosicky. Rosicky repaid Wenger with his outstanding performance and gradually became a key player for Arsenal. He started this game and even squeezed Cazorla to the left. Rosicky. Behind him is Yaya Toure. Yaya Toure, the best midfielder in the Premier League. He is good at attacking and defending. With his strong physical strength and defensive area, he directly blocked Rosicky. Originally, everyone thought that Rosicky had no other choice but to pass the ball back and reorganize the attack. Everyone thought so. But unexpectedly, Rosicky suddenly turned around and made a long pass before Yaya Toure could react. It was really sudden, but very beautiful. Rosicky's long pass. This pass was very accurate and passed directly to Yuxin. It was really so. Rosicky's ability in this area is absolutely unique. He didn't even look behind to see where Yuxin was standing. With a half turn, the ball was passed to Yuxin. Yuxin looked at Rosicky's pass and also observed Clichy. Wenger's decision to let Yuxin play on the right was not without purpose. It was not to give Mancini a surprise. Wenger is not that kind of coach. Wenger prefers to keep things constant in the face of change. But today Wenger let Yuxin play on the right because Wenger knows Clichy too well. Clichy is Wenger's disciple, who has been trained since he was a teenager. No one in the world of football can be better than Wenger about his characteristics. Wenger knows his shortcomings better. So Wenger did not arrange Walcott or Rosicky to play on the right, but arranged Yuxin. Wenger believes that Yuxin is the most suitable to play against Clichy. Clichy is fast, fierce in defense, and sharp in attack. But he also has many problems. That is, he is easy to lose his position, his defensive actions are too fierce, and he is easy to be easily passed by others. Although Yuxin's small skills cannot be compared with those of South American players, his movements are very frequent and his explosive power is very strong. Players like Clichy will not be afraid of ordinary technical players. Because he has strong explosive power and fast speed, he can react in a short time. But if he encounters a player with stronger explosive power, faster speed and better skills than him, he will be completely stupid. He is even worse than those defenders with mediocre ability. Because Clichy has always relied on his explosive power and speed. Yuxin stopped the ball with his right foot and directly passed Clichy. Clichy ran too fast. Clichy reacted quickly and rushed over again. Yuxin led the ball with his left foot and passed Clichy again. Yuxin was very calm. First, he saw Clichy coming over, and stopped the ball beautifully with his right foot, and directly shook off Clichy who came over. However, Yuxin did not take the next step immediately. Instead, he saw Clichy, who was passed over, come over again, and lead the ball forward with his left foot again, and passed Clichy again. Both times were simple dribbles, but they easily passed Clichy. It also exposed Clichy's shortcomings completely. The defense is fierce, but it is easy to overdo it. Jack simply slammed the ball twice, and he was so panicked that he was dizzy. Yuxin is speeding up. After dribbling past Clichy for the second time, Yuxin immediately accelerated. Because Yuxin had completely shaken off Clichy, Clichy could no longer defend him. So Yuxin ran directly into the penalty area. Yuxin. Nasteza comes over to defend Yuxin. Yuxin passes back. Ramsey. This ball is a pass. Ramsey shoots. Goal. 1-0. 1-0. 1-0. The game started only 53 seconds ago and Arsenal took the lead. Ramsey's goal put Arsenal 1-0 ahead of Manchester City. Half of the contribution to this goal should belong to Lee. Yuxin is so calm that he was able to pass the ball to Ramsey, who was behind in the penalty area so calmly. His vision is very wide and his passing power is also very moderate. Yuxin, who plays on the wing, is still in excellent form. Aaron, well done. Arsenal is still tepid in the league this season and is currently ranked third in the Premier League. In addition, except for the outstanding performances of the newly joined Buffon and Cazorla, the other players who did not perform too well are all mediocre. However, there is one player in Arsenal who has gradually matured this season. That is Ramsey, who just scored a goal. Ramsey has always been criticized for being too slow in handling the ball. But after the second half of this season, Ramsey slowly got rid of these problems. Ramsey also gradually became an important player in Arsenal's midfield from Fabregas' successor. Ramsey is a person with super physical strength. In the current Arsenal, the three people who run the most distance in each game are Yuxin, Ramsey, and Cazorla. In each game, the three people run more than 11,000 meters, and basically they can reach 12,000 meters. There are even many games where the three people run more than 12,000 meters at the same time. For Ramsey, this is a big advantage. When he slowly gave up more ball control and used his physical strength to run back and forth, his performance got better and better. If Ramsey was still a rotation player in the first half of the season, then in the second half of the season he has become the absolute main force in Arsenal's midfield. He and Arteta have become the main combination of Arsenal's back midfielders. This time is the case. He was defending in his own half before, but when Rosicki passed the ball to Jin Ming, he started running forward. By the time Jin Ming passed the ball, he had already started running into the opponent's penalty area. His running was also very smart. He just went to the opponent's empty space. This is a talent of Ramsey. Ramsey was favored by Ferguson and Wenger, and his football IQ was still very high. Even after returning from a serious injury, Ramsey's football IQ still exists. This time, the running position selection was very good. After receiving the pass from Jin Ming, he shot directly. You passed beautifully too. Ramsey, the god of death. Every time Ramsey scores a goal, something big happens, especially when a celebrity dies. In fact, so-called celebrities die every day, and Ramsey just scores too few goals, so there is such a saying. Yuxin admires Ramsey very much. Although he has many shortcomings, Yuxin thinks Ramsey is excellent just by virtue of Ramsey's efforts. And Ramsey is young now, but only 21 years old. In fact, he also belongs to the category of young players. As long as he matures, Arsenal will definitely be stronger. Chapter 346, Manchester City's defeat. The game just started and they were already leading by 1 goal. Both of them were very happy. The goal came too fast. This goal will definitely disrupt the pre-match deployment of both sides. I believe no one thought that the goal would come so fast. I don't know what the two sides will choose at this time. Yes, neither side thought of it. But Arsenal, who scored the goal at this time, was more at ease. After all, Arsenal was leading and had more options. After Wenger came to Arsenal, Arsenal's playing style has changed many times. But in the final analysis, the team's overall playing style has only changed twice. Arsenal has changed a lot of personnel until Vieira left, and the playing style seems to have changed a lot. But in fact, since Wenger took over Arsenal has played a defensive counterattack. It's just that Arsenal's counterattack is fast, well coordinated, and has too many technical players, so people think that Arsenal plays technical football. And now Arsenal is still playing a defensive counterattack after Fabregas left. It's just that because Arsenal players still have good skills and good cooperation, and it looks pleasing to the eye, not many people realize that Arsenal is playing a defensive counterattack. Now that they are leading, Arsenal has many options. Yuxin, Walcott. They are all players with amazing speed. So slowly Arsenal played a defensive counterattack again. Of course, Arsenal's defensive counterattack is somewhat different from Mourinho's. After all, Wenger is a coach who wants to stick to the technical flow. Even if it is a defensive counterattack, he wants to play something more elegant. But Yuxin doesn't have so many ideas. As long as it is a championship, it's fine. Although many people criticize Mourinho and say that his football is so ugly, he has 2 Champions League titles and a lot of league titles. Then he is a world-famous coach, and his salary is the world's first coach. As long as he spreads the word, there will be a lot of giants and strong teams vying to invite him to be the head coach. What? Therefore, after Arsenal slowly retreated to defend, Lee Yuxin also ran desperately in the front court to defend. For Lee Yuxin, who has good physical strength, as long as Lee Yuxin exerts his speed, even if he is not a dedicated defensive player, he will bring damage to Manchester City's offense. After all, Lee Yuxin's explosive power is too strong and his speed is too fast. If the opponent is not careful, Lee Yuxin will be next to him. Lee Yuxin works so hard, and it is not easy for others to watch. After all, Lee Yuxin is now Arsenal's top player. Even Lee Yuxin is so desperate, who else in Arsenal wants to be the uncle? Therefore, Walcott and Bale followed Lee Yuxin to run actively, and the midfielders Arteta, Ramsey, and Rosicky were the same. At this time, some shortcomings of Manchester City were also seen. Aguero, Silva, Tevez, and Nasri are all very strong in attacking ability, but they are all small players. They are all well-known stars in European football, but they are not Messi after all. Although Arsenal's offense is very strong, its defense is much weaker. But after all, Arsenal is also a strong team. When it really needs to defend, there is not much running space and passing space left for Manchester City. Manchester City does not have an air tyrant in the penalty area, but rather small players. Since they are small players, they must use their breakthroughs and passes to enter Arsenal's dangerous area. But the problem now is that Manchester City can never enter Arsenal's penalty area. Manchester City is getting more and more anxious. Nasri, Ramsey tackle. Manchester City players are anxious, and the players control the ball more in a hurry. Nasri is like this. Nasri has some stickiness to the ball, and now in a hurry, the problem of sticking to the ball is even worse. He did not pass the ball directly when he dribbled the ball. Instead, he dribbled a little more and let Ramsey go up and make a tackle. Ramsey can run. Ramsey's defensive ability is not very strong, but because he can run and his physical fitness is not bad. Therefore, this time the tackle was very accurate, and he even tackled the person in the ball. The ball was poked by Ramsey and rolled to Rosicky's feet. Rosicky take the ball. Rosicky is still strong. Although he is in his 30s, he runs very actively. This is the case for defense and offense. This time, Rosicky also actively retreated to defend, so when Ramsey made a tackle, he could get the ball. Rosicky got the ball, and Yaya Toure came to defend again. Seeing Rosicky get the ball, Lee Yuxin suddenly ran from the right to the middle. Manchester City is still very strong. The players are very strong. Although Rosicky's heel was very unexpected, the distance between Yaya Toure and Barry was not long. Although he attacked Arsenal fiercely, Barry always kept a distance from Yaya Toure. He was just waiting. If anyone broke through Yaya Toure, Barry could come over to make up for it immediately. Many teams with excellent defense, their defensive players will keep a certain distance from each other. This time was the case. Barry saw Rosicky's pass and Lee Yuxin's running. He reacted very quickly and came to defend Lee Yuxin immediately. Don't let Lee Yuxin have a chance to counterattack. But Barry reacted quickly, and Lee Yuxin reacted even faster. Counterattack, counterattack. When counterattacking, you need speed. At this time, Manchester City was in an offensive state, so after Lee Yuxin got rid of Barry, Manchester City's midfield had been completely penetrated. Lee Yuxin was facing Manchester City's defense line directly at this time. After Lee Yuxin passed Barry, Manchester City's left back Clichy ran back desperately. Because Clichy is an assist-type fullback, he just ran forward to participate in the attack. Seeing Lee Yuxin at this time, of course he ran back desperately. His position is now empty. Lee Yuxin also saw it. So Lee Yuxin immediately went to the right. Nastasic saw Lee Yuxin's running and immediately came to fill Clichy's position to prevent Lee Yuxin from breaking through from the right. But he just moved, because in this way, the gap in the middle was too large. He was mobilized by Lee Yuxin this time and was completely fooled by Lee Yuxin. When he and company discovered Lee Yuxin's idea, they immediately wanted to close the door, but unfortunately they had lost the best opportunity. Because Lee Yuxin no longer gave them this opportunity. After Joe Hart attacked, Lee Yuxin dodged easily, dribbled past him and shot into the empty goal. Lee dribbled the ball with his left foot. Lee dribbled past Joe Hart, and there was an empty goal in front of Lee Yuxin. It was an empty goal. Lee shoots. Goal. It can be said that foundation. This kind of thing is usually invisible and intangible, but it really exists. Manchester City has repeatedly failed in the Champions League group stage in recent years. In addition to the strong opponents in the group stage and Mancini's many mistakes, Manchester City really lacks some foundation. This kind of thing requires many years of successful experience. Although Manchester City has won the Premier League and FA Cup in history, the current Manchester City players still do not have the championship foundation. Now that they are 2 goals behind, Manchester City players are beginning to get anxious. And Mancini is walking around on the sidelines. Originally, Mancini should have made some adjustments at this time, or given the players some tips. This is the job of the head coach. But although Mancini is a very good coach, he is a little slow in making adjustments. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Mancini is easily panicked in some important games. Many media also believe that Manchester City's repeated elimination in the Champions League group stage is also closely related to Mancini's poor psychological quality as the head coach. This is the case now. Mancini just kept walking around on the sidelines, but he didn't know what to do. The head coach was like this, and the players were even more so. Mancini was too arrogant in this game, letting so many small players with strong offensive ability in the front court play. As a result, facing Arsenal's attack, Manchester City had no more solutions. Because in this game, he just wanted to attack and didn't think about defense. Obviously, seeing Clichy being beaten to pieces by Lee Yuxin on the left, Mancini didn't know how to adjust. It was just Nasri who went back to help Clichy. But Nasri was originally an offensive player and his defensive ability was even worse. Both Nasri and Clichy came from Arsenal and were Wenger's favorite disciples. Wenger knew their characteristics clearly. Lee Yuxin broke through on the right, and Nasri and Clichy had no way to stop him. In the first half, Arsenal's stake was getting better and better, and they slowly counterattacked from defense, but suppressed Manchester City. Lee Yuxin became more and more active on the right. Lee Yuxin himself had a feeling. That is, every time when it comes to an important game, although I feel a little nervous. But the more nervous Lee Yuxin is, the more excited he feels, and the more excited he is, the better his condition is. Mr. Big Scene is like this. For Lee Yuxin, such a strong match today is actually a burst of state. Lee Yuxin got the ball again. Clichy looks very nervous. But it is also true that Clichy is very struggling against Lee Yuxin in this game. The first half has not ended yet, and Clichy has already made 4 successful breakthroughs in front of Lee Yuxin. Nasri is back, and he will come to help Clichy defend Lee Yuxin. Nervous. Clichy was really nervous. He even felt very tired. Because Arsenal's offensive focus in this game was on the right. Although Lee Yuxin occasionally went to the middle, especially when counter-attacking. But when it came to the tough battle, Lee Yuxin would break through Clichy. And Lee Yuxin caught Clichy alone and beat him hard. This made Clichy very uncomfortable. Because Lee Yuxin is fast and has a fast pace, although he is a left-footed player, he has no problem with his right foot. He can cross the ball with his left foot, he can also cross the ball with his right foot, and he can choose to cut inside. Lee Yuxin has such rich offensive means and has the body of a center forward, which makes it difficult for Clichy to defend against Lee Yuxin. Therefore, when Clichy saw Lee Yuxin coming this time, he did not step forward. Instead, he immediately looked at Lee Yuxin and quickly retreated, waiting for Nasri to come over and double-team Lee Yuxin. Lee suddenly cut inside. Lee Yuxin discovered Clichy's idea. Nasri was returning to defense at high speed, but Lee Yuxin seemed not to notice it and continued to move forward slowly, pressing Clichy. But just when Nasri was about to come back and Clichy was about to double-team Lee Yuxin suddenly chose to cut inside and got rid of Nasri and Clichy. Nasri returned to defense at high speed. How could Lee Yuxin not know? The wishes of Clichy and Nasri, who were preparing to double-team Lee Yuxin, were completely dashed. It also caught other Manchester City players off guard. They were all watching how Lee Yuxin dealt with the encirclement of Clichy and Nasri, and no one expected Lee Yuxin to suddenly cut inside. In fact, Lee Yuxin's current style of play is increasingly tending towards the style of a winger. And in order to play the position of winger well, Lee Yuxin studied a lot of videos of Robben, Ribéry, Cristiano Ronaldo and others. As for how to grasp the opportunity to cut inside, he also studied for a long time. Although he has played as a center for so long, due to frequent position changes, Lee Yuxin's skills on the wing have not fallen behind. The timing of the cut-in was very good this time. Because Arsenal was attacking, Manchester City's central defender was very far back. And Manchester City's defensive midfielder was defending Rosicki and Ramsey's forward runs, as well as Cazorla's cut-in. So there was a small gap on Lee Yuxin's side for a moment. Of course, for a strong team like Manchester City, they can quickly close such a small gap. But for Lee Yuxin, this moment of time was completely enough. Lee Yuxin passed the ball to the middle, and Bale quickly overtook the outside lane and came to the middle. He didn't wait for Manchester City's central defender to block or Manchester City's defensive midfielder to interfere. Bale's left foot came up and shot from a distance. Bale, long shot. Goal. World wave. World wave. This is a world wave. Bale's long shot went straight into the dead corner, not giving Joe Hart any chance at all. Bale is a left-footed player, and he is very good at long-range shots with his left foot. 2/3 of his goals were scored with his left foot. Wenger asked Lee Yuxin to play on the right, probably to allow Lee Yuxin to play with his passing ability. 3-0, 3-0. No one expected that this crucial strong dialogue would become a one-sided game. Lee Yuxin made 2 passes and 1 shot, and he defeated the entire Manchester City alone. At this moment, Mancini was helpless. It is true that Mancini is also an excellent coach, but his problem of losing the chain at critical moments is now infinitely magnified. At this time, Zidane in the technical area of Arsenal glanced at Mancini, and Mancini had helplessly sat back in the coaching seat without saying a word. At this moment, Mancini was like a bereaved mother, and the stands it seems that Arsenal has made a lot of money by keeping him. Yes, he has a chance to be our player. The speaker is Manchester City's new sports director, Stein, who jumped from Barcelona to Manchester City. He was actually just appointed as Manchester City's sports director yesterday. Of course, he started to contact Manchester City very early, and the Manchester City boss admires the Barcelona model very much. He even admires Barcelona's signings. Of course, this is all nice to say. The real reason is that the Manchester City boss is interested in the connections of Barcelona's sports director in European football. Before its rise, Manchester City was just a mid to lower level team in the Premier League, and it was just relegation every year. So their connections are concentrated on those small clubs. Now that Manchester City wants to become a top European team, of course it has to bring in top players. Manchester City is much worse in this regard. Stein used to be Barcelona's sports director, and he is famous in European football and has very strong connections. He has the ability to contact the top agents and top stars in European football. The Manchester City boss hopes that Stein can use his connections to bring more outstanding players to Manchester City. That's why Stein came to Manchester City. Of course, Stein came to Manchester City, more because of the money bag of the Manchester City boss. The salary is more than double that of his salary in Barcelona. And Stein was given a huge transfer fund. On the other side of the stands, Mansara and other Manchester City executives also sighed that they did not take Lee Yuxin at the beginning, and they decided to try again. Please help me make an appointment with his agent later. Okay. After coming to Manchester City, the Manchester City boss is very generous. His requirements for Stein are very simple. As long as Stein has the ability to introduce outstanding players, the Manchester City boss will not be stingy with his wallet. For the Manchester City boss, money is not a problem. Being able to introduce outstanding players is the biggest goal. If Stein really has the ability to introduce stars like Touré, Silva, and Aguero, the Manchester City boss is very generous. Therefore, Stein has no burden. Chapter 347 Enlightenment and Another Strong Enemy. In the end, Arsenal beat Manchester City 5-0. At the press conference after the game, the good-tempered Mancini was almost pissed off by these bastards on Fleet Street. Even Wenger had to say, "This score is indeed unexpected, but Mr. Mancini is an excellent coach." Manchester City's current performance is due to his work. As the captain of Arsenal, Lee Yuxin also believed in the interview that a game cannot negate Mancini's work. This world is really sad, because sometimes the one who understands you the most is the opponent. It is true that when he was a fan in his previous life, He also criticized Mancini a lot, but watching the changes in Manchester City in recent years, Lee Yuxin also understands that Mancini is not the kind of championship coach, but he is also a diligent and good coach. If it weren't for him, Manchester City would be like what it would be like. In history, Manchester City's Premier League this season also benefited from Mancini's construction. You can dislike but don't deny other people's advantages. This is the mentality of the strong. Not only people, but also teams are the same. A team can hate a team, but if you deliberately lose to the team's competitors in order to hate a team, then this team is far from worthy of the status of a giant. In the later generations, Inter Milan defeated AC Milan and let Juventus win the Champions League in advance when there was no hope for them. This is the behavior of a team with a backbone. A giant can sink temporarily, but it cannot lose such backbone. It is with such backbone that Barcelona finally became the team that dominated the entire European continent after sinking for 4 or 5 years. There is a reason. A team can hate an opponent, but if this hatred overrides the desire for victory, then this team will not have any future. In the next Champions League semi-finals in a few rounds, Arsenal will face the powerful Bayern Munich, which is the runner-up in history and the Triple Crown winner next season. Before the game, many Arsenal players were injured. Before the game, the coaching staff began to analyze Bayern. Tactical consultant Ji Dong spoke first. Hank's Bayern has 2 outstanding characteristics. The first is comprehensiveness. This Bayern has a wide range of attacking methods, including high crosses, ground penetration, rib breakthroughs, passes and long shots in front of the penalty area. This is a very appropriate evaluation of Bayern in the Hank's era. You can use ball control to make Juventus 4 forwards take turns to play but have no chance to shoot. And you can also use space blockade to make Barcelona have possession but no fatal killing opportunities. You can use blitzkrieg to quickly defeat the opponent and stroll in the second half, or you can use soft and hard to consume physical strength and finally kill Dortmund. How Bayern plays depends entirely on the characteristics of the opponent and their own needs. The second is balance. The biggest problem Van Gaal left Bayern was that it was top-heavy, with gorgeous offense and a mess of defense. Under Hank's transformation, Bayern has become balanced in offense and defense again, especially the control of the opponent's offensive space has reached an unprecedented level. According to the statistics of many games, the opponent has very few threatening shots. Neuer has become a spectator in many games and even has to interact with a ball boy. Therefore, Hank's Bayern relied on comprehensive offensive means, balanced defensive and defensive systems, and variable rhythm tactics to fully exert their own characteristics and strengths on the basis of suppressing the opponent's strengths at their peak. The most obvious change in Guardiola's current transformation this season is that he creates tragedies against weak teams and tragedies against strong teams. To put it simply, winning basically requires forcible crushing with hard power. Once encountering opponents of the same level or highly targeted opponents, Bayern's offense is very difficult. There is basically no good way except for personal breakthroughs. The team's defense line constantly makes mistakes in the face of pressure and counterattacks. Half of Bayern's goals lost in the Champions League knockout rounds were due to passing errors under pressure that were intercepted or counterattacked. When Hank's took over Bayern, he said that Bayern's current formation was fine, 4,231 was suitable for Bayern, and the problem of offense was not big. After all, 81 goals in the league were enough to win the championship. The key was to rebuild the defense system and to balance offense and defense. And his transformation steps were also based on this idea. The forward line only introduced the Bundesliga Golden Boot Peterson from Cottbus to enrich the depth of the bench, and the goalkeeper was heavily introduced to replace the aging Bud and the unstable Croft. Rafinha was introduced to liberate Lahm, and Boateng was introduced to make up for the lack of speed of Bayern's central defenders. In addition, the double defensive midfielder combination of Schweini and Kroos that Van Gaal had always envisioned was revised. Gustavo was used as a defensive midfielder as a barrier, Schweini served as the offensive and defensive hub. Kroos mentioned that the front midfielder was responsible for sorting out the attack route and distributing the ball. Ribéry attacked from the left, Müller responded, and Gomez grabbed the ball in the penalty area. The effect of this change was that Bayern conceded only 21 goals in the 11-12 season, tying the Bundesliga record for the fewest goals conceded in the 07-08 season. What is rare here is that Bayern was always criticized for its lack of defensive strength, and Neuer was not as busy as he is now. I joked when I wrote football reviews that Neuer had to get a camera at his own expense to film himself so that he could tell Lowe that he was on the court. Bader and Van Buiten were not first-class defenders, and Boateng was still a frivolous boy. After Bayern had 3 runner-ups that year, Hanks continued to strengthen the lineup. Gustavo's ball distribution and coverage area were insufficient, so Martinez and Sweeney were brought to form a double defensive midfielder. Gomez's support and headers were flawed, so Mandzukic was brought to enrich his attacking methods. Dante was introduced from Mönchengladbach to strengthen header defense and strengthen competition for central defenders. These 3 moves are all targeted and effectively alleviate the team's weak links. Therefore, we can have a clearer understanding of Hanks' transformation logic, and this is also very consistent with normal logic. What are the characteristics of Alaba on the wing? Fast and comprehensive, full of energy, and strong ability to go back and forth. What are the weaknesses? Poor sense of defensive position and not very stable defensive skills. So Hanks used Alaba to focus on assists, especially to form a tacit cooperation with Ribery. What is Hanks' football? Simply put, it is a machine, each player is a part, and each has his own job. In the 11-12 season, the division of labor of several midfielders and front-court players in Bayern was relatively clear. Gustavo Timashchuk was responsible for sweeping and protecting the backline. Sweeney was the offensive and defensive hub, leading the rhythm of the offensive and defensive transition. Kroos was the steering wheel of the offense, responsible for sorting out a ball path, finding the direction of attack, and completing the delivery to the front court. Ribery was the accelerator, mainly completing the straight-line breakthrough and passing on the left. Gomez was responsible for grabbing points in the penalty area and played the role of the terminator. Muller was the mobile hand, inserting into the penalty area to assist Gomez in grabbing points, and pulling the side to pass. After Robben recovered from his injury, he strengthened a breakthrough point and cut in shooting on the right. Some Bayern fans summarized Bayern's 6 major attackers at the time as Ribery, Robben, shot, and Gomez grabbed points, and K passed and Mu inserted and circled. In addition, among Hanks' attacking methods, it is good to be able to fight alone, but more often it is a coordinated advancement of small commandos. The corridor of Alaba Ribery on the left, the cooperation of Lahm Robben's bottom cut on the right, supplemented by Kroos's long pass and Muller's cover, realize the tactical value of 1 + 1 greater than 2. As an aside, Hanks was 64 years old when he entered the palace for the second time to save the fire, and 66 years old when he entered the palace for the 3rd time. He has been in the Bundesliga for decades and has stayed in the Iberian Peninsula for almost 10 years, and he is already in a state of retirement. This situation has given him some convenient conditions, that is, to retire. The first retreat is that the old man does not need to prove himself through his coaching achievements in Bayern. His football life is already exciting enough, so his mentality is very detached, and you can even say that he is helping his old friend Hoeneß and doing his best. So he is not in a hurry to put his own mark on Bayern, nor does he disdain to refute the traces of Van Gaal football on the team. In the 11-12 season, many people said that Hanks just picked up what Van Gaal had, made minor repairs, relied on good relationships with senior management, and established good unity with big names, and just took advantage of the old foundation. But Hanks never refuted it. You can say whatever you want about the good results and team unity. In fact, this is a very good thing for Bayern. Van Gaal spent nearly 2 years to knead the attacking line, which was actually painstaking. If Hanks forcibly proved that he chose to start over, it might be more harm than good for Bayern. So I said that Hanks' mission to Bayern was to set things right, correct the mistakes Van Gaal had made, and adjust them to normal. The most obvious counterexample at the time was Inter Milan, which defeated Bayern. Mourinho also took 2 years to finally give up his obsession with 433, and tailored 4312 for Barcelona, bringing out the power of the Sneijder 2 Milito combination to win the Champions League. After Benitez took office, he started over again. As a result, Inter Milan had a very difficult 10-11 season. Benitez was dismissed early, and Leonardo became popular when he took office. Although most of them are veterans of Inter Milan, they lack fighting spirit after success and their physical strength has declined. But if Benitez plays steadily and makes changes while playing, it may be much better. Look at Ancelotti in Real Madrid. He was not in a hurry to change Mourinho's defensive counter-attack strategy, but adjusted while playing and brought his own ideas into it. Allegri took over Juventus this season, and did not rashly change Conte's 352. Instead, after having a certain foundation of results, he gradually integrated the 4-back style of play and then switched freely. But Guardiola does not seem to be like this. He was the core of the team when he was a player, and he rose to prominence when he took up the coaching position. He can be said to be the pride of the coaching world. He left Barcelona and wanted to prove his ability to lead any team to success wherever he went. He also wants to prove that Barcelona's tiki-taka can also be successful outside La Masia, and there are tactics that have not been successfully tested in Barcelona, including 343. None of these can say that Guardiola is wrong. As a young coach in his 40s, he has ideas, abilities and the support of the team. He can make drastic changes to create his own world. But the problem is that Bayern's reform has lasted for 5 years from Klinsmann to Heynckes. The reason why the two experienced and meritorious coaches, Van Gaal, chose 4,231 and the current personnel configuration is naturally his reason for success. Guardiola can develop on the basis of inheritance, experiment in the leading game, and gradually see which ideas are feasible and which ones need to be considered. But Guardiola made drastic changes to tactics at the beginning of his tenure, excluding unnecessary players, and coupled with planned player injuries, his road to reform was not smooth at the beginning. In the early Bundesliga games, Robert was able to win at the last moment. And then he denied the tactical plan of the Piglets' single defensive midfielder. Lum changed to play defensive midfielder and Rafinha was promoted to right back. This lineup has always had a difficult time in the Champions League, and was even pushed into a dead end by Manchester United. Therefore, a joke circulated last season that when Guardiola was not working, he would use Heynckes' way, and then let it go. Of course, it is absolutely a joke to say that the cross from both wings is Heynckes' tactic. But an undeniable fact is that when Bayern returns to the original routine, it feels very smooth and effective, not once or twice, and this really shows the traces of the Heynckes era. This is very painful for Guardiola, because retreating may mean that future changes will be more difficult, but insisting on change may sacrifice the current results. In fact, it is also very simple. Bayern had the strength to squander some points in the Bundesliga at that time, but Guardiola could have played according to the original tactics first. If it was really smooth and the lead was almost there at halftime, there would be enough time to try the new lineup in the second half. At this time, the players' mentality would be relaxed, and the resistance to accepting new things would be small, so there was no need to be hard on themselves. And the more you try to win at the last minute, the more the players will be dependent on you, and the lower the degree of cooperation may be. The second retreat is Heynckes' football philosophy of retreating to advance. Everyone who watches traditional German and Italian football will find out why the performance of these two national teams has been stable and leading Europe. The first is restriction. Football is also a game of restriction and counter-restriction. I want to limit your advantages, and then break through your restrictions on me and play my advantages. After Heynckes took over Bayern conceded only 40 goals in 2 seasons, which is equivalent to the level of about 1 season during Van Gaal's period. His philosophy can be summarized as retreating to advance. First, the formation of Van Gaal's period was withdrawn 10 meters, the central defender did not exceed half the field, the back midfielder swept the middle circle, and the front field left Ribery with space to sprint. Not only was the defensive pressure reduced, but the offense was also less tiring. In the first 2 rounds of the season, Bayern lost 0-1 to Mönchengladbach and 1-0 to Wolfsburg. Heynckes said after the game not to worry too much. We mainly practiced defense in the summer. The 2 games show that the defense has improved a lot, and the offense will get better soon. As expected, they then started to slaughter Hamburg and Freiburg, and completed 10 consecutive victories, without conceding a goal for more than 1,000 minutes. In the Champions League knockout stage, Heynckes played restrictive football even more clearly. Against Real Madrid, he used Kroos and Ozil to match up, and Gustavo swept the field, making Bayern not lose the upper hands in the 2 rounds, and had more scoring opportunities than Real Madrid. In the 12-13 season, he used Mandzukic to pinch Pirlo against Juventus, causing Juventus midfield to lose control. In the 12-13 season, he blocked the space against Barcelona, so that the opponent did not find a good scoring opportunity in the 2 rounds. In the final against Dortmund, it was Cuba's opening shot and Dante's penalty that threatened Neuer. This is restriction. If you have an obvious advantage in any aspect, I would rather sacrifice my own advantage to restrict your advantage, and then consider playing my advantage. So Bayern ranked second in many statistics in the 12-13 season. When I encounter a team with good offense and poor defense, I will defend first, and then catch your defensive loopholes. When I encounter a team with good defense and poor offense, I will blitz to grab the start, or continue to put pressure. The core idea is to limit your strengths first, and then use my strengths to attack your weaknesses. This idea of first being undefeated is most suitable for the Champions League knockout rounds, so it is not unreasonable that Hanks won 2 championships and 1 runner-up in 3 Champions Leagues after the Champions League reform. It has a lot to do with Hanks' 1,000 tricks. Chapter 348 What to do. While Arsenal's coaches were worrying about the team's tactics, Bayern's staff and coaches were not eating. In the match against Arsenal, just after Lee Yuxin scored a goal, in a not very eye-catching corner of the stands, there was a middle-aged man in ordinary clothes, wearing a peaked cap, and with a very ordinary appearance, the kind of person who would never be recognized in the crowd. On his knees was an open notebook and a pen. There were a lot of things written on it. But at this time, he did not bury his head in it and write furiously, but looked up at the court. He was a scout for Bayern Munich. Almost the day after the draw results were announced, he was called to the office by Bayern Munich coach Hanks. Hanks gave him a task, asking him to go to the scene to watch the game and observe the performance of the entire Arsenal team during the Arsenal vs. Arsenal game. Don't worry about Lee, your task is to observe other Arsenal players except Lee, Hanks said. This surprised the scout. He thought Hanks wanted him to observe Lee Yuxin. After all, Lee Yuxin was the most threatening player for Arsenal. However, Hanks had his own considerations. We know Lee well enough, but we don't know Arsenal well enough. The scout nodded and knew what he should do. This is good. I don't have to bury my head in my notebook and write furiously about Lee. The scout who accepted the task thought so. Now, he is sitting in the crowded Manchester City Stadium, quietly appreciating every wonderful performance of Lee Yuxin. He finally doesn't have to study Lee Yuxin's strengths and weaknesses. But his occupational disease still makes him pay attention to those details unconsciously. Lee Yuxin is still running like the wind on the wing, and every step he takes is very powerful. This shows that his strong muscle strength after changing to center forward has not been damaged by being away from the wing, and may even be stronger than before he played center forward. In addition, he is very skilled in ball control and has a good sense of rhythm with the ball, as always. His mentality and skills were not affected by the change of position. If Bayern Munich faced such a Lee Yuxin in the game, it would still be difficult to deal with him. Oh no. The scout remembered that he didn't need to observe Lee Yuxin. How to deal with Lee Yuxin was also a problem that Hanks needed to consider. Why did he accidentally think about it again? Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head. At the same time, the video of Arsenal's game was also sent to Hanks as soon as the game ended. This will help him analyze Arsenal's status and develop targeted strategies. Although he did not write a word about Lee Yuxin in the scout's game report, Lee Yuxin was still the most eye-catching person in this game in the game video. Arsenal's first goal was created by his pass, and then he scored the second goal in the counterattack. It can be said that this second goal made Arsenal realize that it would be difficult for them to beat Arsenal again. The subsequent games lost suspense. Lee Yuxin is still the soul of Arsenal. His performance in this game may not be too outstanding in the eyes of ordinary fans, but in Hanks's view, it is simply Yuxin's mana. He had hoped that the scout could bring him more performances of other Arsenal players. But now after watching the video of the game, his mind is full of Lee Yuxin. This won't work. Hanks turned off the TV and couldn't watch it anymore. If he watched the video of the game again, it would be easy to think that there was only one Lee Yuxin in Arsenal, and the others were nothing. But this is obviously wrong. He picked up the game report given to him by the scout again, and it was clearly written at the beginning of the game report, Arsenal has changed a lot compared to the past, especially compared to last season. They have improved their overall strength. In addition to Lee, other Arsenal players also need special attention. After the game, Lee Yuxin was asked by reporters in the mixed zone why he ran all the way to find Ramsey to celebrate the goal after scoring. Lee Yuxin said, I want to thank him. If he hadn't intercepted David Silva's ball, we wouldn't have been able to form a quick counterattack, and I wouldn't have scored so easily. So I want to hug him. As he was talking, Ramsey passed by Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin grabbed him and pulled him to his side, facing the media reporters with him. He is really great, and he scored a goal. Lee Yuxin pointed at Ramsey and said to the reporters. As soon as he finished speaking, the flash of the camera on the scene dazzled Ramsey's eyes, and the shutter sounds were continuous. Ramsey didn't expect that he would face such a scene, and he was still a little uncomfortable. If Lee Yuxin hadn't been holding him, He might have run away. He really didn't expect Lee Yuxin to give such a high-profile opportunity. After seeing Ramsey, the reporters also ran to Ramsey with questions. They really had too many questions about Ramsey. So Lee Yuxin patted him on the shoulder and left as encouragement. Before leaving, he turned around and gave him a thumbs up. Ramsey smiled when he saw this scene. What a good captain. However, a few days later, on April 12th, in the league against Wolves. In the second half, Lee Yuxin used a header to give Arsenal the lead again. Arsenal looked likely to win the game. But at this moment, Lee Yuxin fell to the ground in a fight, and the team doctor who came up made a substitution gesture. Substitution. The team doctor requested a substitution. Lee looked like he couldn't continue the game. This was a thunderbolt for Arsenal. The team's tactics were completely centered around Lee. If Lee was gone, the tactics would change dramatically. Mortensen shouted. No matter how reluctant Wenger was, he could only replace Lee Yuxin. The impact of Lee Yuxin's injury was not only that Arsenal lost a core player, but more importantly, it shook the morale of Arsenal's troops. Lee Yuxin had always been the pillar of Arsenal, and his performance on the court made the players trust him and rely on him spontaneously. But now he was off the court. Many Arsenal players were confused. What should we do? Although they were ahead in the score, Arsenal's players suddenly didn't know how to play. Lee Yuxin's injury boosted the morale of the Wolves. The most threatening monster was gone. What else did we have to fear? Just like that, the situation of the game changed dramatically after Lee Yuxin left the field. The Wolves played more and more excited, and Arsenal played less and less confident, and their form was completely gone. Fortunately, Wenger made timely adjustments. In the end, the Wolves, who were tied at 1-1, allowed Arsenal to score 3 goals in the second half. At home, they lost with a score of 2-4. 5 consecutive wins. Arsenal continues to catch up. Mortensen said at the end of the game. It's really not surprising at all. Alan Hansen complained coldly. The next game is the Champions League semi-final. Lee's injury is unknown. I think Arsene must be as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. For Hanks, Lee's injury is good news. If Lee can't play in the game, he won't have to worry about how to defend this monster who gets stronger when facing stronger opponents. If we lose the game against Bayern, I think it will be another blow to Wenger's days at Arsenal. For Wenger, this is undoubtedly a relief. Alan Hansen said. I hope Lee's injury is not too serious. A player like him is definitely a treasure for all of us on the court. Mortensen sighed. On the eve of the Champions League, at night at home, Lee Yuxin had just finished his own examination and returned home. The TV in the living room was on, but there was no one. Shuo should have taken the children to bed. The TV was broadcasting the news footage of the Bayern Munich team arriving in London. On the TV screen, all the Bayern Munich players filed out of the airport corridor, and there was a burst of cheers from the fans and the sound of reporters pressing the camera shutter. But Lee Yuxin was not happy at the moment. Back to the half, how is my injury? In the locker room, Lee Yuxin asked Mendes, who had just arrived. At this time, Arsenal's home game against Arsenal was still going on. Fortunately, it's not the injured right ankle. There is no big problem, Mendes said after asking the team doctor. When Lee Yuxin was injured and was helped off the field by the team doctor, he left the box where Shuo was and went straight to the locker room. For many people, the locker room is a sacred place that cannot be entered casually by others. But Lee Yuxin has privileges in Arsenal, and Lee Yuxin's agent Mendes also has some privileges, including that he can enter and exit the Arsenal locker room at any time. Although he is not in the Arsenal coaching staff and is not an employee of the Arsenal club, he has such power. Of course, this is also because he is Arsenal's ace agent. Lee Yuxin showed a relaxed look on his face. He was also very nervous when he was injured just now. After all, he had tasted the pain of serious injuries before, and he didn't want to taste it again. But then Mendes' words poured cold water on Lee Yuxin. But you can't play in the next round of the league. Lee Yuxin looked at him in surprise. Although your injury is not serious, you still need to rest for at least a week, so for safety reasons, you will definitely not be able to participate in the next round of the league and the Champions League semifinals. Do you know the next round of the league? Lee Yuxin asked. Without waiting for Lee Yuxin to finish his words, Mendes nodded. Of course, the next round is the Champions League semifinal. But you can't play in such a crucial game, because you will work harder in such a game, which will aggravate your injury. But the team needs me. Arsenal is not your team alone, Lee. Mendes said with a straight face. You should trust your teammates, they have the ability to win the game. But when Mendes said this, he and Lee Yuxin didn't know that on the court outside, Arsenal had already sounded the horn of counterattack, and Arsenal was panicking as the fruits of victory were being eaten away by Arsenal bit by bit. I think you definitely don't want to experience not being able to play for 8 months again. Looking into Mendes' eyes, Lee Yuxin thought for a long time, and finally sighed, okay. He was reluctant, but he was even more unwilling to aggravate his injury and miss more games. After the game, Lee Yuxin saw his teammates coming back happily in the locker room. He knew the result of the game without asking, Arsenal won again. At the same time, outside the locker room, the tired winger was communicating with the team doctor and Mendes with an anxious look on his face. How is Lee's injury? Not too serious. Before the team doctor finished speaking, he saw a relieved expression on Wenger's face. But, he continued. Hearing his words, the relieved expression on Wenger's face suddenly solidified. He can't play in the next round against Bayern Munich. The team doctor finally finished what he wanted to say. Wenger stared at the team doctor and Mendes blankly, his eyes full of confusion, and he was not mentally prepared for the team doctor's sudden words. The next second he reacted and asked loudly with some excitement, why? Although it's not too serious, it's an injury after all. To be on the safe side, he must rest for at least a week. This is the expert's opinion, so, Mendes said with a straight face and seriousness. He is not Arsenal's team doctor, nor does he belong to Wenger's coaching team, so he doesn't have to consider Wenger's mood when he speaks or does things. But after all, it was Wenger in front of him, so he said this very tactfully, but he didn't leave Wenger any room for negotiation. That's why. He didn't want to leave Wenger with some illusions of luck. He didn't want Wenger to think that there was still a slight possibility of getting Lee Yuxin to play. But the next game, Wenger was a little angry and anxious. His voice was louder than before. It's the Champions League semi-final, I know. But Lee can't play in the game, otherwise his injury may become serious. But that's just a possibility. It may become serious, or it may not. Wenger continued to persuade Mendes. We can't take this risk, Mr. Wenger. I can't take this risk with Lee's health. Even if the team loses to Manchester United because of Lee's absence, at least Lee is still healthy, and you can still win back in the next round of the league. If you let him get seriously injured again and miss a few months of games, I think you will never have a chance to turn the tables. Mendes said with a straight face. Wenger looked at Mendes, who had no room for negotiation, and was stunned for a moment, then said, although I am the head coach and manager of the team, I have the power to decide who can play and who cannot. But I also need to refer to the doctor's opinion. Mendes and the team doctor's words calmed Wenger down. Arsene, I am not Arsenal's team doctor, I am Lee's agent, so I am only responsible for Lee's health, but you also know how important Lee is to Arsenal. The implication is that I don't care about the team's win or loss and the life and death of you, the head coach. Wenger was surprised to see Mendes so strong. He was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, I think you should ask Lee's opinion when making this decision. Wenger knew that Lee Yuxin himself wanted to play the game, especially such an important game as the Champions League semi-final. This is his 4th Champions League semi-final since joining Arsenal. He couldn't convince Lee Yuxin to give up, but Mendes could. Unexpectedly, Mendes spread his hands and shook his head, saying, I have talked to Lee, and he agrees with my arrangement. I am his agent and you are the head coach. I know his physical condition very well. I said that the team doctor's opinion is not acceptable. Mendes gave Wenger a satisfactory answer, and he ended the conversation very unhappily. Wenger saw him turning around to leave, and said to him loudly, Jorge, I will say the rest. How is his injury, Mr. Mendes? Just after leaving, Mendes's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and it was Shuo calling. It's not serious, but he needs to rest for a week. So he can't play in the next game. Mendes replied. But that's the Champions League semi-final. Yes, I told him, and he agreed not to play this game. It's okay, you don't have to worry, Shuo. Well, thank you, Mr. Mendes. You are so polite, Shuo. I am Lee's agent, and this is what I should do. Mendes smiled. At the post-match press conference, Wenger seemed very calm. Everyone thought that this was because Arsenal defeated Wolves under unfavorable circumstances, so although Lee Yuxin was injured, it was still good. But in fact, Wenger has begun to worry about his position as coach. In many previous games, he had been given an ultimatum and thought he was doomed. Unexpectedly, Lee Yuxin scored a wonderful goal in the game and saved the fate of himself and the team. Now his Arsenal has reached the most dangerous time again, even more dangerous than the last time, because this time there is no Lee Yuxin to save the team. Without Lee Yuxin, how can Arsenal face the impact of Bayern even if they play at home, just like the 2006 Champions League final? Wenger has no confidence in this. Reporters also asked about Lee Yuxin's injury, and Wenger had to force himself to be energetic. His injury is not serious. So can he participate in the next Champions League semi-final? The reporter of the Manchester Evening News asked. This question almost made Wenger walk away, but he held back. He tried to speak in a calm tone. It depends on the specific results of the injury examination. He did not directly tell the reporters that Lee Yuxin would miss the next game, not because he wanted to fight for Lee Yuxin's chance to play, but because he did not want to disturb the morale of the team, affecting the team's preparations. However, the news that Lee Yuxin would miss the game against Bayern Munich was not concealed for long. 2 days later, the media began to spread the news that Lee Yuxin would miss the Champions League semifinals. Reporters blocked outside the Kearney training base, wanting to interview Lee Yuxin and get the latest news from Lee Yuxin. However, Shuo and Mendes had already told Lee Yuxin that he had better keep silent about this matter before the official announcement. So Lee Yuxin did not accept any interviews from any media, nor did he answer this question. Wenger's answer has always been ambiguous. He did not say that Lee Yuxin would definitely miss the game, but he did not say that Lee Yuxin would definitely participate in the Champions League semifinals. A few days before the game, this became the most watched news in the entire English football world, whether Lee Yuxin could make it to his first Manchester Champions League semi-final. Arsenal fans certainly hoped that Lee Yuxin could make it to the game. After all, with Arsenal's current state, if they wanted to beat Manchester United at home, they could only count on Lee Yuxin. But unfortunately, the day before the game, when Wenger finally announced the starting lineup for the game, Lee Yuxin still did not appear on the list. Not only was he on the starting lineup, he was not even on the final roster of 18 people, which means that he did not even have the opportunity to play as a substitute in the Champions League semi-final. Lee's injury has not fully healed yet. To be on the safe side, we let him continue to rest. After all, Arsenal needs a completely healthy Lee, not a Lee who is injured. Wenger said at the pre-match press conference. A group of reporters looked at each other in bewilderment. Lee Yuxin actually missed this Champions League semi-final? Exclamation mark. The biggest gimmick is gone. Chapter 349 The helplessness of standing on the sidelines. Lee Yuxin, who was in a somewhat depressed mood, was actually sick. Two of his followers, Bell and Walcott, came to visit him, just in time for dinner. I really don't know if these two guys came to visit or to eat for free. Shuo stood in front of the table reflexively, feeling that she was holding Big Bad Wolf in her hand, and Pleasant Goat was sitting in front of her. Not saying the other way around. Nana hurriedly said, "You should come back later. Otherwise, today's love dinner would be a tragedy." Who knew that before turning around, they were called, "Hey." Two ladies. Most people pronounce it like this. When Bell called them, they had no choice but to go forward. Bell's mouth was puffed up. These two guys really didn't eat. He still held a fork with sausage in his hand, staring at the Lee family's table, and sniffed exaggeratedly. "You are simply angels." Walcott, who was standing aside, was holding rye bread bought from a convenience store in one hand and coffee in an enamel cup in the other hand. He sat there without moving, looking at Kin Bian with a squint. Shuo mustered up his courage and quickly stood in front of the table. "I'm sorry, this is for the patient. Hey, he hasn't woken up yet, he won't mind if we eat some first." Bayer almost pounced on Kin Bian, staring at her like two big dogs, and still felt it was not enough, so he shook the shriveled sausage in his hand towards Kin Tian. Shuo and Nana retreated. They were about to vomit blood. A big and strong man acting cute was really a very lethal thing. Their already low combat power dropped by 3,000 points in an instant. Loosened the package and said weakly, "Eat it, but you have to save dinner for Yuxin." Today's dishes were good: onion beef tenderloin, stir-fried 3 fresh, tomato scrambled eggs, green pepper wrapped meat, a bowl of egg custard, and half a pot of chicken soup. The two took out their own enamel bowls and picked up the food with a smile. Walcott said to Bell, "God, Thank you for giving me such delicious food. Eat it quickly. I feel like praying. Belle slowly forked a piece of beef fillet and asked while eating, Boss, you are not afraid of Bayern, right? Are you afraid of others seeing it? Li Yuxin shrugged. There are no Germans here, who will see it? Besides, I am not afraid of anyone. Walcott took the opportunity to stuff the food into his mouth, as if he was doing some great sport. Huh? Seeing that Walcott ate too fast, Belle also stood up and started to grab the food. Shuo and Nana saw that something was wrong, so they immediately took out 2 washed large bowls, filled one bowl with chicken soup, and filled the other bowl with a little bit of each dish, then put it aside and covered it, saying generously, Okay, eat it all. Oh, you picked up all the meat. Walcott's fork was stirring in the onion beef fillet plate. Definitely not as much as you just ate, okay. Hey. The two looked at each other and continued to eat. Ha ha ha. Looking at this pair of funny people, Li Yuxin's family laughed. However, in the outside world, Li Yuxin's absence from the city derby quickly became the focus of everyone's discussion. The discussion for several days before finally reached a boiling point at this moment. Although the media had reported that Li Yuxin was likely to miss the game, everyone always had a fluke mentality, and some people thought that this might be Wenger's strategy, let everyone think that Li Yuxin would miss the game. But when the game came, everyone found that Li Yuxin was on the court, catching Bayern off guard. As long as Wenger did not announce the starting lineup for this game at the pre-match press conference, Li Yuxin would definitely appear in the starting lineup. But I didn't expect that Li Yuxin was not even on the big list. That means he definitely couldn't participate in the game. Did Li's injury really affect his participation in the Champions League semi-finals? For Wenger, the home game against Bayern is a very important match. For such an important match, Wenger would have arranged for Li Wuxin to play as long as his injury was not so serious that he could not play at all. After all, the only superstar he could rely on now was Li Wuxin. Unexpectedly, Li Wuxin did not play. Did Wenger give up? Or did he think that his team could beat Bayern without Li Wuxin? If Li Wuxin really could not play at all, why did the club's medical team announce that Li Wuxin was fine? If he was fine, why couldn't he play? Or was Li Wuxin's injury actually very serious, but in order not to shake the morale of the team before such an important match as the Champions League semi-final, the club's coaching staff and medical team chose to conceal the real information? Li Wuxin's injury seemed too confusing. Newspapers, radio, television stations, and the internet all had a big discussion about this matter. There are also some noises that Li Yuxin knew that Arsenal could not beat Bayern, so in order to avoid embarrassment, he simply faked an injury to avoid the game, so that when the team lost the game at home, he would not be responsible for the loss. There are all kinds of voices, and people don't know what the truth is. But someone can directly access the truth. After dinner, Li Yuxin received a call from Messi. Is your injury okay, Li? Messi's tone was concerned. No problem. Li Yuxin replied. Oh, that's good. I thought your injury got worse. No, it's nothing serious, just rest. I spent half of this week training alone in the gym. Li Yuxin said. Well, I read the report. It's a pity that I can't participate in the semifinals. I still want to compete with you in the final. Messi sighed. I want to, but Son suggested that I don't play this game, so I can't help it. Oh, it's his decision? Then you should listen to him. Messi comforted Li Yuxin. Barcelona and Mendes had worked together before, so he knew very well who Jorge Li Yuxin was talking about. He was very convinced of Mendes' ability. Since it was Mendes who didn't let Li Yuxin play this game, he should not play. But I still want to. Don't think about it. There are at least 2 Champions League semifinals in a season. If you miss it now, there will be one next season. So there is nothing to regret. But after all, it is. It will take too long to wait until next season. The heavyweights are always the last to appear, so your first derby is so important, and it will be a little later. It's okay. Messi comforted Li Yuxin. This evening, Li Yuxin received a lot of calls, all of which were friends who cared about his injury, and Li Yuxin had to repeat what he said to Messi over and over again. No matter how much controversy and discussion there is in the outside world, it is a fact that Li Yuxin cannot participate in the Champions League semifinals. On the second day of the match, Li Yuxin still showed up at the Manchester City Stadium, but he came with Shuo, his daughter Xiaolina, and Mendes. The 4 of them went straight into the VIP box. Although he couldn't play in the game, Li Yuxin chose to watch the game live, using this way to show his attitude of fighting side by side with the team. However, the fans must hope that he would not just make gestures. But let's be realistic. In the final preparations before the game, Wenger said to his players, "The whole world is discussing the impact of Li's absence on us. I think this is a great opportunity to prove that we can still win without Li." He clenched his fist and waved it. Let his words sound more powerful. In fact, in this game, Arsenal players did perform very well without Li Yuxin. Alan Hansen was surprised by the players' performance during the game. Because he believes that this Arsenal is an international column, and many people have only transferred to the team this summer. Do you expect such a group of people to have feelings for Arsenal and have different feelings about the Champions League semi-finals? How is that possible? So even in the Champions League, Arsenal's performance is not expected to be much better. But the actual performance of Arsenal surprised Alan Hansen. Arsenal players played very tenaciously without Li Yuxin, while Bayern underestimated the enemy in comparison. Li Yuxin's absence made Bayern think they could easily defeat a pitiful army with chaotic morale. Bale performed very well in the center position and scored 2 goals, but the powerful Bayern took advantage of Arsenal's weak wing defense and scored 4 goals in a row with the help of the Robber-Ribery combination. However, Arsenal also took advantage of the wing. Bale and Walcott switched positions, and forced Lahm to score another goal, making the score 3-4. Unexpectedly, Li Yuxin's absence inspired the fighting spirit of Arsenal players. After fighting with Bayern for 81 minutes at a disadvantage, it was not until the 82nd minute that Bayern striker Thomas Müller scored the winning goal. The final score was 5-3. Bayern not only won but also scored 5 away goals. The advantage was on their side. However, this goal was a complete death sentence for Arsenal. It was not that the Arsenal players were discouraged, but that they had too little time. Arsenal's energy in this game was mainly focused on defense. Wenger planned to at least not lose the game. So he didn't prepare much for the offense. Now they needed to attack, but there was not much time left for Arsenal. Arsenal's players didn't know what to do, and Bayern's strength suffocated them. In this way, in the last few minutes, Arsenal's players launched an offensive towards Bayern's goal in despair, but these offensives were difficult to threaten the goal guarded by Bayern's goalkeeper Neuer because of the lack of rules. During this time, Li Yuxin was very nervous in the box. Shuo noticed that his hands were clenched into fists, and his knuckles were clenched white. His expression was even more serious, so serious that it was a little hideous. Seeing his teammates trying desperately to score a goal on the court but failing, he wanted to rush down to help them. Shuo looked at Li Yuxin's fist, then stretched out his hand and gently covered his hand. This action surprised Li Yuxin a little. He looked down at Shuo's hand, then turned his head to look at her. Shuo was watching the game and didn't look at him. Finally, when the referee blew the whistle to end the game, a sigh was heard in the stands of Manchester City Stadium. Wenger's face was very pale in the sigh. This sigh was not for the players, but for him as the head coach. He knew that he didn't know how many days he had left at Arsenal, and he would be Ferguson's age in a few years, but Arsenal now. Arsenal's results are acceptable, but his second Champions League and Premier League are still out of reach. For Arsenal, which did not invest madly in pounds in the summer, the League Cup and FA Cup are absolutely acceptable results, but Arsenal needs more heavyweight trophies. The boos from the stands were actually sighs for Wenger's persistence. After the game, Li Yuxin's hand loosened, he leaned back in his chair, and remained silent for a long time. Arsenal's current situation is so bad that he doesn't know what to say. Was it really wrong for him to choose to stay at Arsenal? Could he really not help Arsenal rise alone? Is Arsenal a hopeless case? Are they just going to let Ronaldo and Messi laugh at their own jokes? Shuo said beside him, the season is very long, and the performance at this time cannot represent the final result. Li Yuxin turned his head and looked at him. Let's go home. Little Nana is asleep. Shuo said. Li Yuxin looked at her daughter in her arms, and sure enough, she was sleeping soundly in her mother's arms. The scene of this game is really dull. Mendes next to him yawned, adding insult to injury. Can I play in the next game, Jorge? Li Yuxin asked him. I can't give you an answer now, I need to check it again. As long as there is no problem, you can play. Mendes said. I feel like my body is fine now, Li Yuxin said. It's not up to you to decide, Li. Mendes smiled, I only believe in the test results. Li Yuxin sighed, okay, But I think the test results will also tell you that I'm ready. Looking at Lee Yuxin, who was so eager to participate in the game, Mendez shrugged. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, Lee. There will always be a time for you to vent your anger. What you lost today, you will have a chance to win back in the future. Yet, Lee Yuxin turned his head and looked at the court. Bayern players were celebrating their victory. Robin, an old friend, was hugging his new teammates. Although Robin did not score in this game, he put a lot of pressure on Arsenal's defenders, allowing Bayern to score easily in the last minute. He did a good job in Bayern, and Bayern's current performance is also very good. I can't just be outdone like this. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a person on the court who seemed to be waving his fist towards him. He looked closely and saw that he was indeed waving his fist towards him. Or to be more precise, Lee Yuxin felt that he was waving his fist at him. Because the person waving his fist was his old enemy Arjen Robben, the Portuguese kid who was very dissatisfied with him at the beginning. Is he showing off his power to him? Lee Yuxin snorted and retracted his gaze. Let's put this account down for the time being and settle it when we meet Bayern Munich next time. And what is Lee Yuxin doing after returning home? What is he doing? He is practicing free kicks on the football field in his backyard. At night, he turned on all the lights around the stadium, making the green grass white and the stadium bright. Outside the penalty area, a little to the right, about 30 meters away from the goal, there are a bunch of footballs scattered. Lee Yuxin pulled a football with his feet, put it in place, stood up and stepped back, and then looked at the goal. Two large lifebuoys were hung at the two upper corners of the goal. This was figured out by himself. He had to let the football pass through the middle of the lifebuoy, because the lifebuoy itself was relatively light, so if the football did not pass through the middle, but rubbed against the inner edge, it would cause the lifebuoy to be knocked off course, and the football would not count even if it entered the goal. This was done to ensure the accuracy of the kick. If it was said to be kicked, it had to be kicked there, and even a slight deviation would not work. This was Lee Yuxin's consistent attitude in training. The standards in training were set very high and very strict, and the results of training under such conditions were more effective. After he positioned himself, he retracted his gaze, looked at the football, then took a run up, swung his left foot, and shot. The football was kicked out by him, drawing an arc in the air and heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. The football did not hit the lifebuoy, but it did not pass through the middle either, but flew past the outside of the goal post, and was off course. In the darkness, someone raised his hand to catch the flying football. Then he walked into the light holding the football. It was Shuo. Is Nana asleep? Seeing Shuo appear here, Lee Yuxin wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Well, I just fell asleep. Shuo said. She didn't throw the football back. There were still many footballs in front of Lee Yuxin, enough for him to kick. Aren't you going to respond to those voices? She asked, looking at the football in her hand. No, it's boring. Lee Yuxin shook his head. If I have that time, I might as well practice more. I will let my performance on the court speak for itself. After that, he kicked another ball. The football still didn't fly into the goal, but flew over the crossbar and flew straight to the front yard, and then, there was a crackling sound, and a hurried sound of footsteps came from the house. It was the nanny who ran out to see what was going on. Which piece is this? Shuo turned his head and looked in the direction of the house and asked. Who knows? Lee Yuxin was in a bad mood and said in a muffled voice. Let's install a protective net for the stadium tomorrow, otherwise there will be no complete glass in our house soon. Shuo retracted his gaze. Lee Yuxin frowned and didn't answer. The team lost the game, and he was not very satisfied with the progress of the free kick training. He really had a lot of troubles. Still practicing? Shuo asked. Forget it. Lee Yuxin glanced at the goal and said, rest. I have a physical examination tomorrow. Chapter 350 Mendez Ambition. While Lee Yuxin was struggling, the club had a new round of communication with Mendez, on the one hand to prepare for the next season's signings, and on the other hand to sign a new contract with Lee Yuxin. Arsene, if you really want to bring him in, I can help you. Under the same conditions, I can let him and his father choose Arsenal first. Mendez was still sure of this. The other party's agent can have what he has today. Mendez helped him a lot. This matter is not too difficult for Mendez. As long as Arsenal's money is not worse than other clubs, Mendez can make him choose Arsenal. Even if the conditions are slightly worse than other clubs, Mendes can also help facilitate this transfer. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you? Actually, there is no need for Mendes to thank you. Because if he really transfers to Arsenal at that time, Arsenal will need to pay Mendes. There is no reason to use Mendes casually and then not pay him. Jorge, I'm here to talk to you about something today. Tell me. Lee's contract is about to expire, and we should talk about the renewal. Hearing that it was about Lee Yuxin, Mendes immediately sat up straight. Among Mendes players, Lee Yuxin is definitely a treasure trove. Mendes knew Lee Yuxin when he was 17 years old, and it has been 7 years now. And this is only the early stage of Lee Yuxin's career, and Lee Yuxin's peak period has not yet arrived. But he has already brought Mendes nearly 100 million euros in income. Mendes has earned a lot of money from Lee Yuxin over the years. Because of Lee Yuxin, Mendes has received more than 10 million euros in real money from Arsenal alone. Just like the salary share of players. Before the Bosman Act, agents were vassals of players. Therefore, the club was only responsible for paying the players' salaries, and then the players gave 5% of their salaries to their agents. At that time, agents had the lowest status, not as good as clubs or players. Even some agents just helped players negotiate a good salary, but not long after, the players kicked the agents out. The agents worked hard to negotiate, but did not get their share. Therefore, there are many lawsuits between agents and players, all because the players are not very happy to pay their agents. But after the Bosman Act, the strength of agents has greatly increased, and this has changed. Players no longer give their agents a share at the end of each season, which is so embarrassing. Now, slightly stronger players all pass on this part of the salary share to the club. After the club signs a contract with a player, the share of the contract amount is directly transferred to the agent. For example, the 5-year contract signed by Lee Yuxin and Arsenal 4 years ago was worth 37 million euros in salary and bonuses, but Mendes' salary share was not calculated annually. Instead, within half a year after signing the contract, Arsenal directly allocated 1.35 million euros in salary to Mendes. And if Lee Yuxin negotiates another contract during this period, Mendes will also take his share of the salary from the new contract. Therefore, it can be said that the current clubs are more miserable than before. Don't just look at how much the transfer fee was spent. In fact, the transfer fee is just the beginning. For example, Arsenal spent 10 million euros on the transfer fee to buy Rosicki, but this was only the first payment. Then Arsenal had to pay the agent commission and Rosicki a signing bonus, which would be more than 13 million euros. Add the 4-year contract amount of Rosicki, and that's a 20 million euro contract. Then after signing the contract, the club will give his agent a share of the contract amount based on the value of the contract. And this is not the end. If there are other additional clauses in the contract, you will have to continue to pay in the future. Of course, if you want to keep Rosicki in 2 or 3 years, you will also need to pay Rosicki's agent a commission and a signing bonus. Not to mention what happened later, just for Rosicki alone, if Rosicki fulfills this contract, Arsenal will have to pay at least 40 million euros. This is the minimum. In fact, during this process, Arsenal will only spend more money on Rosicki, not less. In addition to the salary share, Lee Yuxin has been able to get a lot of commissions every time he signs Mendes since his first contract. Lee Yuxin has signed 3 contracts so far, and the commission alone is more than 6 million euros. In addition, Lee Yuxin has a loyalty bonus, and Mendes can get 1 million euros for each year of the 5-year contract. Now that 4 years have almost been completed, Mendes has also received 4 million euros. Moreover, Lee Yuxin's commercial value is very high. After all, he is the banner of Arsenal. Many people think that he is another golden boy in England after Owen. It is precisely because of the high profits brought to Mendes that Mendes is more cautious. Renewal? We should talk about renewal. Mendes nodded. After the end of this season, Lee Yuxin only has 1 year left on his contract. And the important thing is that Lee Yuxin's performance is getting better and better, while the contract time is getting shorter and shorter. Arsenal is completely passive, and Mendes has complete initiative. Mendes looked at Gazidis and said, "Sir, Lee will only be 24 years old in another month, but his performance this season is already at the superstar level. I think Cristiano's salary can be used as a reference." Gazidis and Wenger exchanged views with their eyes, and then both of them had solemn expressions. Lee Yuxin is the golden boy of Arsenal, the flag of Arsenal, and the king of Arsenal this season. The two of them really want to keep Lee Yuxin. Now they know that Mendes has a big appetite after listening to what Mendes said. How much is Cristiano Ronaldo's salary? It is 10 million euros per year after tax. He enjoys the Beckham Act, so their club only needs to pay out about 10 million euros every year to support him. But Lee Yuxin does not enjoy the Beckham Act. If his annual salary after tax is 8 million euros, Arsenal will have to pay more than 15 million euros per year. This is not a small amount. After all, Arsenal is not Real Madrid. Real Madrid can pay out 20 million euros a year to support a superstar, or even several superstars. But it is not so easy for Arsenal to pay out 15 million euros a year to support a superstar. But Gazidis does not want Lee Yuxin to transfer, so he needs to carefully consider the gains and losses of all aspects. Mendes, I think we can talk slowly. Okay. I also need to talk to Lee, maybe he has greater ambitions. Lee, you did a good job. You conquered the Bernabeu this season. Lee Yuxin will only be 24 years old in another month, and this season he has become the most deterrent striker in the Premier League and the Champions League. After playing Real Madrid, Lee Yuxin has already scored 19 goals in the Champions League, which is the season with the most goals since Lee Yuxin joined the Arsenal first team. The important thing is that there are still games to play this season. According to the current state, it should not be difficult for Lee Yuxin to score 50 or 60 goals in all games at the end of the season. In the current European football, only Messi and Ronaldo can compare with Lee Yuxin's goal efficiency. The La Liga top scorer should be competed by the two of them. However, the reason for Lee Yuxin's explosion is mainly because the defensive counter-attack style designed by Wenger and Zidane is very suitable for Lee Yuxin's characteristics. If it is oppressive football, Lee Yuxin may not score as many goals as now. This has always been my dream. Lee Yuxin's excitement has not subsided after just experiencing the game of conquering the Bernabeu. After returning to his home, the more he thought about it, the happier he became, and the sweeter his memories became. Lee Yuxin is different from other current Arsenal players. He is a native Arsenal player. Their family has always been Arsenal fans. Lee Yuxin himself has also been an Arsenal fan since he was a child. He has been a treasure in the hearts of Arsenal fans since he debuted in the youth training camp. It can be said that every step Lee Yuxin took in Arsenal was accompanied by the applause of Arsenal fans and the flowers of Arsenal fans. Therefore, for Lee Yuxin, Arsenal is his home. What Arsenal fans are most angry about is that Real Madrid always seduces Lee Yuxin. Arsenal fans dream of kicking Real Madrid down. Lee Yuxin is the same. He has always hoped to conquer the Bernabeu to vent his anger and that of Arsenal fans. Lee, I don't know if it is appropriate to talk to you about this now. But now it has reached the point where we have to talk about it. I hope it won't affect your current state. What's the matter? Lee Yuxin was a little confused. Since he met Mendes 7 years ago, Mendes seemed to have everything under control. Until now, Lee Yuxin still trusts Mendes very much, because after Mendes became Lee Yuxin's agent, Lee Yuxin's income is the highest level among players of the same age. It should be said that it is not just the same age group, but in the whole Europe, except for long-term superstars such as Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. At present, no one can compare with Lee Yuxin's income. Lee Yuxin's annual after-tax income is more than 25 to 6 million euros. For example, because of Lee Yuxin's outstanding performance this year, he is likely to have an income of 30 million euros next year. Such income can almost enter the top 5 of the current world football player income list. And until now, the few players who can overwhelm Lee Yuxin are either business bosses like Beckham, or Ronaldinho and Henry, who have the highest salary in the world football. Maybe it's because he has been used to seeing Mendes's confident look over the years. Now seeing Mendes hesitate to speak, Lee Yuxin is very confused. What kind of things make Mendes feel difficult to say? The contract we signed with Arsenal 4 years ago will expire next summer. Now I have a lot of invitations, but Arsene and Gazidis have also started to ask about the renewal. I need to discuss such a big thing with you and see what you think. It is said that the strength of agents has greatly increased now, but compared with the late 1990s, the strength of agents is much worse. In the 1990s, many agents rose to prominence with the Bosman Act. They didn't care about the wishes of their players. They did whatever they wanted to make money. They didn't even care about the players' ideas. There were many who signed contracts with clubs privately as long as they could make money. Of course, such agents didn't end up well. Anyway, they basically disappeared now, and it can almost be said that they made a one-time deal. Agents who can do business for a long time are basically people who know how to handle the relationship with players. For big things like transfers, even if Mendes really has some ideas, the method he chooses is basically to persuade his players. As for some players who are not strong enough, there is no way. This world only recognizes strength, and without strength, there is no right to equal dialogue. Although Mendes is a relatively good agent to his players, he only cares about those talented players who can bring obvious benefits to Mendes. Those who are not strong enough are not qualified to negotiate with Mendes. When they transfer, Mendes is more domineering. Jorge, I have never thought about leaving Arsenal. Lee Yuxin felt funny and a little surprised. Although Lee Yuxin was confused, he did not think about this problem now. His current body has been an Arsenal fan since he was a child. He started in the Arsenal youth training camp before he was 12 years old and started playing in the Arsenal first team before he was 17 years old. Although he is not yet 24 years old, he has played more than 200 games for Arsenal. He has also scored more than 100 goals. Arsenal is his home, and he has never thought about leaving Arsenal. Now Arsenal has taken the initiative to talk about renewal. Isn't this a good thing? Lee, although Arsenal is doing well now, the stage is still too small after all. Although Arsenal is a Premier League giant. But after so many years of development, Arsenal's influence is no longer as good as it used to be. Let alone Arsenal winning a Premier League title, even if Arsenal wins another Champions League title, their appeal is limited. Just like Arsenal winning the Champions League this season, it will definitely not make Arsenal a giant club on par with Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Manchester United. On the contrary, whether they can keep half of this season's players next season is a problem. Because by then, the good players will have been snatched away by European giants and local tycoons. Why? Because Arsenal has no money now. Although Arsenal has the support of a consortium and high income, Arsenal's own income has to repay the loan. Without money, it is impossible to increase salaries. If the salary is not high, the players will leave. This is the biggest reason. Look at Tottenham, who has not achieved any results for many years. In the past 10 years, Tottenham's results are far inferior to those of clubs such as Deportivo La Coruña, Valencia, Villarreal, and Dortmund. But he can attract players. There is no other reason, only one. That is, Tottenham has money and can offer high salaries. I like championships, so I also thought about winning championships in other clubs. But now that Arsenal has the strength to win championships, why should I leave? Mendes was surprised to hear what Lee Yuxin said. Mendes knew that although Mendes was asking Lee Yuxin's opinion, Mendes always believed that Lee Yuxin himself should want to go out and try his luck, especially to a supergiant. Of course, Mendes also hoped that Lee Yuxin would leave. If he stayed in a club for too long, the income of the agent would not be high. Once a star of Lee Yuxin's level transfers, his value must be more than 40 million euros, and the commission will be very considerable. Do you really think so? Yes. Lee Yuxin nodded, and then asked in confusion, you want me to transfer? I have always thought so. You and Cristiano, both of you are the best strikers in Europe after Ronaldo, should go to giants to pursue a bigger stage. I never thought that you would continue to stay in Arsenal. I thought you thought so too. Mendes was speaking the truth. I like Arsenal. I can also win championships here. Okay, I respect your choice. Mendes nodded. Although he didn't understand why, Mendes respected Lee Yuxin's choice. Since Lee Yuxin wanted to be a loyal servant of Arsenal, Mendes would help him, although Mendes didn't quite believe it. Because even if Lee Yuxin wanted to be a loyal servant of Arsenal, when a club offered a high enough price, Arsenal would not let Lee Yuxin be a loyal servant. But now, Mendes still has to make plans for Lee Yuxin. Mendes thought for a while and said, in this case, you don't have to think about anything. If you want to stay, you have to stay even if Arsenal doesn't want to. If you want to leave, Arsenal can't keep you even if they want to. Don't worry about this matter. When you are interviewed outside, don't talk too much about the contract. Just push everything to me. Even if he stays, Mendes will not give up if Arsenal does not pay him enough. Mendes will definitely drag it out in the next few months, and by next season, Mendes will have a lot of initiative. There is only 1 year left on the contract, and then whatever Mendes says will be the final word. Mendes' request is simple, that is, he only wants Lee Yuxin's salary to be on par with Henry and Ronaldinho. As the flag of Arsenal, he is qualified to get such a salary. I believe in you. Lee Yuxin only needs to play football, and Mendes will take care of other matters. And Mendes has never let him down once. Then wait for my good news. I will negotiate the best contract for you. Although the transfer was not as he expected and he was a little disappointed, Mendes did not care much. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.